was marked by a desire to escape sorrow or suffering. Their respective deaths were, therefore, a reflection of their respective lives, each of which had been devoted to the pursuit of self-gratification and the denial of the self-sacrificial essence of true love, be it called philia, agape, or caritas, which is synonymous with the embrace of suffering, especially as epitomized in the suffering on the cross. Antony and Cleopatra died as they had lived, by refusing the cross. And now the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra.
She sat in, like a burnished throne, burned on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them. The oars were silver, which to the tune of flutes kept stroke, and made the water which they beat to follow faster, as amorous of their strokes. For her own person, it beggared all description. She did lie in her pavilion, cloth of gold of tissue, or picturing that Venus where we see the fancy outworked nature. On each side her stood pretty dimpled boys, like smiling cupids, with divers colored fans, whose wind did seem to glow the delicate cheeks which they did cool, and what they undid, did. Her gentlewomen, like the Nereids, so many mermaids tended her in the eyes, and made their bends adornings. At the helm, a seeming mermaid steers. The silken tackle swell with the touches of those flower-soft hands that yarely framed the office. From the barge, a strange invisible perfume hits the sense of the adjacent wharfs. The city cast her people out upon her, and Antony, enthroned in the marketplace, did sit alone, whistling to the air, which, but for vacancy, had gone to gaze on Cleopatra too, and made a gap in nature. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety. Other women cloy the appetites they feed, but she makes hungry where most she satisfies.
The great Roman Empire is ruled by 3 men, Octavius Caesar, Lepidus, and Mark Antony. Wars are brewing. Antony dallies in Egypt under the spell of Cleopatra.
If it be love indeed, tell me how much.
There's beggary in the love that can be reckoned.
I'll set a bourne how far to be beloved.
Then thou must needs find out a new heaven, new earth.
News, my good lord, from Rome.
Nay, here are the ambassadors.
Fulvia, thy wife is dead.
Where died she?
In Sicyon. Her length of sickness, with what else more serious importeth thee to know, despairs.
Leave me. There's a great spirit gone. I must from this enchanting queen break off 10,000 harms more than the ills I know my idleness doth hatch.
How now, in above us?
Sir?
What's your pleasure, sir?
I must with haste from hence. Fulvia is dead.
Sir?
Fulvia is dead.
Why, sir, give the gods a thankful sacrifice. If there were no more women but Fulvia, then had you indeed a cut in the case to be lamented.
The business she hath broached in the state cannot endure my absence.
And the business you've broached here cannot be without you, especially that of Cleopatra's, which wholly depends on your abode.
No more light answers. Let our officers have notice what we purpose. I shall break the cause of our expedience to the Queen and get her leave to part. Now, my dearest Queen.
Pray you stand farther from me.
What's the matter?
I know by that same eye there's no good news. What's there's the married woman? You may go. Would she had never given you leave to come. Let her not say it is I that keep you here. I have no power upon you. Hers you are.
The gods best know.
Oh, never was there queen so mightily betrayed. Yet at the first I saw the treasons planted.
Cleopatra.
Why should I think you can be mine and true, though you in swearing shake the throned gods who have been false to Fulvia? Riotous madness to be entangled with these mouth-made vows, which break themselves in swearing.
Most sweet queen.
Nay, pray you seek no colour for your going, but bid farewell and go. When you sued staying, then was the time for words. No going then. Eternity was in our lips and eyes, bliss in our brows bent. None our part so poor, but was a race of heaven. They are so still, or thou the greatest soldier of the world art turned the greatest liar.
How now, lady?
I would I had thy inches. Thou shouldst know there were a heart in Egypt.
Hear me, Queen. The strong necessity of time commands our services a while, but my full heart remains in use with you. Our Italy shines o'er with civil swords. Sextus Pompeius makes his approaches to the port of Rome. Equality of two domestic powers breeds scrupulous faction. My more particular, and that which most with you should safe my going, is Fulvia's death.
Though age from folly could not give me freedom, it does from childishness. Can Fulvia die?
She's dead, my queen. Look here, and at thy sovereign leisure read the garboils she await. At the last, best, see when and where she died.
Oh, most false love. Oh, I see in Fulvia's death how mine received shall be.
I'll leave you, lady.
Courteous lord, one word. Sir, you and I must part, but that's not it. Sir, you and I have loved, but there's not it. That you know well. Something it is I would. Oh, my oblivion is a very Antony, and I am all forgotten.
But that your royalty holds idleness your subject, I should take you for idleness itself.
'Tis sweating labor to bear such idleness so near the heart as Cleopatra this. But, sir, forgive me, since my becomings kill me when they do not eye well to you. Your honor calls you hence. Therefore be deaf to my unpitied folly, and all the gods go with you. Upon your sword sit laurel victory, and smooth success be strewed before your feet.
Let us go. Our separation so abides and flies that thou residing here goest yet with me, and I hence fleeting here remain with thee. Away.
In Rome, Octavius Caesar chafes at Antony's absence.
You may see, Lepidus, and henceforth know it is not Caesar's natural vice to hate our great competitor. From Alexandria, this is the news. He fishes, drinks, and wastes the lamps of night in revel. Hardly gave audience or vouchsafed to think he had partners.
I must not think there are evils enow to darken all his goodness. His faults in him seem as the spots of heaven, more fiery by night's blackness, hereditary rather than purchased. What he cannot change than what he chooses.
You are too indulgent. Let us grant it is not amiss to tumble on the bed of Ptolemy, to give a kingdom for a mirth. Say this becomes him. Yet must Antony no way excuse his soils when we do bear so great weight in his likeness.
Here's more news.
Thy biddings have been done, and every hour, most noble Caesar, shalt thou have report how 'tis abroad. Pompey is strong at sea, and it appears he is beloved of those that only have feared Caesar. To the ports the discontents repair, and men's reports give him much wrong.
I should have known no less.
No vessel can peep forth, but 'tis as soon taken as seen. For Pompey's name strikes more than could his war resisted.
Antony, leave thy lascivious wassails. Let his shames quickly drive him to Rome. 'Tis time we twain did show ourselves at the field, and to that end assemble we immediate council. Pompey thrives in our idleness.
Charmian.
Madam?
Give me to drink, mandragora.
Why, madam?
That I might sleep out this great gap of time my Antony is away.
You think of him too much.
Oh, Charmian, where thinkst thou he is now? Stands he, or sits he? Or does he walk? Or is he on his horse? Oh, happy horse to bear the weight of Antony. Do bravely, horse, for what's thou whom thou movest? The demi-atlas of this earth, the arm and burdenet of men. He's speaking now, or murmuring, where's my serpent of old Nile? For so he calls me. Now I feed myself with most delicious poison. Think on me that am with Phoebus' amorous pinches black and wrinkled deep in time. Broad-fronted Caesar, when thou wast here above the ground, I was a morsel for a monarch. And great Pompey would stand and make his eyes grow in my brow. There would he anchor his aspect and die with looking on his life.
Sovereign of Egypt, hail!
Alexis! How much unlike art thou, Mark Antony, yet coming from him that great medicine hath with his tinct gilded thee. How goes it with my brave Mark Antony?
Last thing he did, dear queen, he kissed the last of many doubled kisses, this orient pearl. His speech sticks in my heart.
Mine ear must pluck it thence.
Good friend, quoth he, say the firm Roman to great Egypt sends this treasure of an oyster, at whose foot to mend the petty present I will piece her opulent throne with kingdoms. All the East, say thou, shall call her mistress.
What, was he sad or merry?
Like to the time of the year, between the extremes of hot and cold, he was nor sad nor merry.
Oh, well divided disposition. Note him, good Charmian, 'tis the man, but note him. He was not sad, for he would shine on those that make their looks by his. He was not merry, which seemed to tell them his remembrance lay in Egypt with his joy. But between both, oh, heavenly mingle, be'st thou sad or merry, the violence of either thee becomes, so does it no man else. Did I, Charmian, ever love Caesar so?
Oh, that brave Caesar.
Be choked with such another emphasis, say the brave Antony.
The valiant Caesar.
By Isis, I will give thee bloody teeth if thou wouldst Caesar Paragon again, my man of men.
By your most gracious pardon, I sing but after you.
Huh. My salad days, when I was green in judgment, cold in blood, to say as I said then.
Octavius Caesar and Antony meet in the Roman Senate.
Welcome to Rome.
Thank you. I learn you take things ill which are not so, or being, concern you not.
I must be laughed at, if for nothing or a little I should say myself offended, and with you chiefly of the world.
My being in Egypt, Caesar, what was it to you?
No more than my residing here at Rome might be to you in Egypt. Yet, if you there did practice on my estate, your being in Egypt might be my question.
How intend you practice it?
You may be pleased to catch at mine intent by what did here befall me. Your wife and brother made wars upon me, and their contestation was theme for you. You were the word of war.
You do mistake your business. My brother never did urge me in his act. Did he not rather discredit my authority with yours? Of this my letters before did satisfy you. If you'll patch a quarrel, it must not be with this. As for my wife, I would you had her spirit in such another. The third of the world is yours, which with a snaffle you may pace easy, but not such a wife. So much uncurbable her garboil, Caesar, made out of her impatience. I, grieving grant, did you too much disquiet, for that you must but say I could not help it.
You have broken the article of your oath, which you shall never have tongue to charge me with. Soft, Caesar.
No, Lepidus, let him speak. The honor is sacred which he talks on now, supposing that I lacked it. But on, Caesar, the article of my oath.
To lend me arms and aid when I required them, the which you both denied.
Neglected, rather. And then, when poisoned hours had bound me up from mine own knowledge, truth is that Fulvia, to have me out of Egypt, made wars here, for which myself, the ignorant motive, do so far ask pardon, as befits mine honour, to stoop in such a case.
'Tis noble spoken.
I do not much dislike the matter, but the manner of his speech. Yet if I knew what hoop would hold us staunch, from edge to edge of the world I would pursue it.
Give me leave, Caesar.
Speak, Agrippa.
Thou hast a sister by the mother's side, admired Octavia. Great Mark Antony is now a widower.
Say not so, Agrippa. If Cleopatra heard you, your reproof were well deserved of rashness.
I am not married, Caesar. Let me hear Agrippa further speak.
To hold you in perpetual amity, to make you brothers, and to knit your hearts with an unslipping knot, take Antony, Octavia to his wife, whose beauty claims no worse a husband than the best of men, whose virtue and whose general graces speak that which none else can utter. By this marriage, all little jealousies which now seem great, and all great fears which now import their dangers, would then be nothing. Truths would be but tales, where now half-tales be truths. Her love to both would each to other, and all loves to both, draw after her. Now pardon what I have spoke, for 'tis a studied, not a present thought, by duty ruminated.
Will Caesar speak?
Not till he hears how Antony is touched with what is spoke already.
What power is in Agrippa, if I would say Agrippa be it so, to make this good?
The power of Caesar, and his power unto Octavia.
May I never to this good purpose that so fairly shows dream of impediment. Let me have thy hand. Further this act of grace, and from this hour the heart of brothers govern in our loves and sway our great designs.
There's my hand. A sister I bequeath you, whom no brother did ever love so dearly. Let her live to join our kingdoms and our hearts, and never fly off our loves again.
Ah, happily, amen.
Give me some music. Music, moody food of us that trade in love.
The music, oh.
Let it alone. Let's do billiards. Come, Charming.
My arm is sore. Best play with Mardian.
As well a woman with an eunuch played as with a woman. Come. You play with me, sir?
As well as I can, madam.
And when goodwill is showed, don't come too short. The actor may plead pardon. I'll none now. Give me mine angle. We'll to the river. There, my music playing far off, I will betray tawny finned fishes. My bended hook shall pierce their slimy jaws. And as I draw them up, I'll think them every one an Antony, and say, aha, you're caught.
'Twas merry when you wagered on your angling, when your diver did hang a saltfish on his hook, which he with fervency drew up.
That time, oh, times I laughed him out of patience, and that night I laughed him into patience. And next morn, ere the 9th hour, I drunk him to his bed. Then put my tires and mantles on him, whilst I wore his sword, Philippan. Oh, from Italy, ram thou thy fruitful tidings in mine ears that long time have been barren.
Madam.
Antony's dead. If thou say so, villain, thou kill'st thy mistress. But well and free, if thou so yield him, there is gold. And here my bluest veins to kiss, a hand that kings have lipped and trembled kissing.
Good madam, hear me.
I have a mind to strike the air thou speak'st. Yet if thou say Antony lives, is well, or friends with Caesar, or not captive to him, I'll set thee in a shower of gold, and hail rich pearls upon thee.
Madam, he's well.
Well said.
Caesar and he are greater friends than ever.
Make thee a fortune from me.
But yet, madam.
I do not like but yet. He does allay the good precedents. Fie upon but yet. But yet is as a jailer to bring forth some monstrous malefactor. Prithee, friend, pour out the pack of matter to mine ear, the good and bad together. He's friends with Caesar, in state of health thou sayest, and thou sayest free.
Free, madam? No, I made no such report. He's bound unto Octavia.
I am pale, Charming.
Madam, he's married to Octavia.
The most infectious pestilence upon thee.
Good madam, patience.
What say you? Hence, horrible villain, or I'll spurn thine eyes like balls before me, and unhair thy head.
Gracious madam, I that do bring the news made not the match.
It is not so a province I will give thee, and make thy fortunes proud.
He's married, madam.
Rogue, thou hast lived too long.
Nay, then I'll run.
Good madam, keep yourself within yourself. The man is innocent.
Some innocence escape not the thunderbolt. Melt Egypt into Nile, and kindly creatures turn all to serpents. Call the slave again. Though I am mad, I will not bite him. Call.
He is afeard to come.
I will not hurt him. These hands do lack nobility that they strike a meaner than myself, since I myself have given myself the cause. Come hither, sir.
Most gracious majesty.
Didst thou behold Octavia?
I, Dread Queen.
Where?
Madam, in Rome. I looked her in the face and saw her led between her brother and Mark Antony.
Is she as tall as me?
She is not, madam.
Didst hear her speak? Is she shrill-tongued or low?
Madam, I heard her speak. She is low-voiced.
That's not so good. He cannot like her long.
Like her? Oh, why, sisters, impossible.
I think so, Charmian, dull of tongue and dwarfish. What majesty is in her gait? Remember, if e'er thou look'st on majesty?
She creeps. Her motion and her station are as one.
He is very knowing, I do perceive it. There's nothing in her yet. The fellow has good judgment.
Excellent.
Madam, she was a widow.
A widow! Charmian, hark.
And I do think she's 30.
Bear'st thou her face in mind? Is it long or round?
Round, even to faultiness.
For the most part, too, they are foolish that are so. Her hair, what color?
Brown, madam. And her forehead as low as she would wish it.
There's gold for thee. Thou must not take my former sharpness ill. I will employ thee back again. I find thee most fit for business. Go, make thee ready. Our letters are prepared.
Antony is unfaithful to Octavia and returns to Cleopatra. Octavius Caesar is enraged.
Hear me, Agrippa. Contemning Rome, he has done all this and more in Alexandria. Here's the manner of it. In the marketplace, on a tribunal silvered, Cleopatra and himself in chairs of gold were publicly enthroned. At the feet sat Caesarion, whom they call my father's son. Unto her he gave the establishment of Egypt, made her of Lower Syria, Cyprus, Lydia, absolute queen.
This in the public eye?
In the common showplace where they exercise. His son he there proclaimed the king of kings.
Let Rome be thus informed.
The people know it, and have now received his accusations.
Who does he accuse?
Caesar. And that having in Sicily Sextus Pompeius spoiled, we had not rated him his part of the isle. Then, does he say, he lent me some shipping unrestored. Lastly, he frets that Lepidus of the triumvirate should be deposed, and being that, we detain all his revenue.
Sir, this should be answered.
'Tis done already, and the messenger gone. I have told him Lepidus was grown too cruel, that he his high authority abused, and did deserve his change. For what I have conquered, I grant him part, but then, in his Armenia and other of his conquered kingdoms, I demand the like.
He'll never yield to that.
Nor must not then be yielded to in this.
Octavius Caesar sets sail for Egypt.
Enobarbus, we will fight with him by sea.
By sea, what else?
Why will my lord do so?
For that he dares us to it.
Your ships are not well manned. Your mariners are mulattoes, reapers, people engrossed by swift impress. In Caesar's fleet are those that often have against Pompey fought. Their ships are yours heavy. No disgrace shall fall you for refusing him at sea, being prepared for land.
By sea, by sea.
Most worthy, sir, you therein throw away the absolute soldiership you have by land. Distract your army, which doth most consist of war-marked footmen. Leave unexecuted your own renowned knowledge, quite forego the way which promises assurance, and give up yourself merely to chance and hazard from firm security.
I'll fight at sea.
I have 60 sails, Caesar none better.
Our overplus of shipping will we burn, and with the rest full man from the head of Actium beat the approaching Caesar. But if we fail, we can then do it at land. Thy business?
The news is true, my lord. He is descried. Caesar has taken Turin.
Can he be there in person? 'Tis impossible. strange that his power shall be. Enobarbus, our 19 legions thou shalt hold by land, and our 12,000 horse. Wheel to our ship.
Away, my fetus.
No longer. The Antonia, the Egyptian admiral, with all their 60 fly and turn the rudder. To see it, mine eyes are blasted.
Gods and goddesses, all the whole synod of them.
What's thy passion scare us? How appears the fight?
On our side, like the token pestilence where death is sure. Yon ribaldry nag of Egypt, whom leprosy o'ertake, in the midst of the fight, when vantage like a pair of twins appeared, hoist sails and flies.
That I beheld. Mine eyes did sicken at the sight, and could not endure a further view.
He once being Loof, the noble ruin of her magic Antony, claps on his sea wing and flies after her. I never saw an action of such shame. Experienced manhood honor ne'er before did violate so itself.
Alack, alack.
Hark, the land bids me tread no more upon it. It is a shame to bear me. Friends, come hither. I am so elated in the world that I have lost my way forever. I have a ship laden with gold. Take that, divide it, fly, and make your peace with Caesar.
Fly?
No.
I have fled myself, and have instructed cowards to run and show their shoulders. Friends, be gone. I have resolved upon a course which has no need of you. Begone, my treasures in the harbor. Take it. Leave me, I pray, a little. I pray you now.
But, my lord...
Nay, do so. For indeed I have lost command. Therefore, I pray you, I'll see you by and by.
The Queen, my lord. The Queen.
Oh, whither hast thou led me, Egypt? See how I convey my shame out of thine eyes by looking back what I have left behind, destroyed in dishonor.
Oh, my Lord, forgive my fearful sails. I little thought you would have followed.
Egypt, thou knewest too well my heart was to thy rudder tied by the strings, and thou shouldst tow me after. Or my spirit the full supremacy thou knewest, and that thy beck might from the bidding of the gods command me.
Oh, my pardon.
Now I must to the young man send humble treaties, dodge the palter and the shifts of loners, who with half of the bulk of the world played as I pleased, making and marring fortunes. You did know how much you were my conqueror, and that my sword, made weak by my affection, would obey it on all course.
Pardon.
Oh, fall not a tear, I say. One of them rates all that is won and lost. Give me a kiss. Even this repays me. Love, I am full of lead. Some wine within there, and our viands. Fortune knows we scorn her most, when most she offers blows.
I am satisfied. Caesar sits down in Alexandria, where I will oppose his fate. Our force by land hath nobly held. Our severed navy, too, hath knit again, and fleet threatening most sea-like. Where hast thou been, my heart? Dost thou hear, lady? If from the field I shall return once more to kiss these lips, I will appear in blood. I and my sword will earn our chronicle. There's hope in't yet.
That's my brave lord.
I will be treble-sinewed, hearted, breathed, and fight maliciously. For when mine hours were nice and lucky, men did ransom lives of me for jests. But now I'll set my teeth and send to darkness all that stop me. Come, let's have one other gaudy night. Call to me all my sad captains, fill our bowls once more. Let's mock the midnight bell.
It is my birthday. I thought to have held it poor, but since my lord is Antony again, I will be Cleopatra.
You will yet do well.
Now he'll outstare the lightning. To be furious is to be frighted out of fear. And I see still a diminution in our captain's brain restores his heart. When valor preys on reason, it eats the sword it fights with. I will seek some way to leave him.
Eros, mine armor, Eros.
My lord?
Sleep a little.
No, my chuck. Eros, come, mine armor, Eros.
Sir?
Come, good fellow, put mine iron on. If fortune be not ours today, it is because we brave her. Come.
Nay, I'll help too, Antony. What's this for?
Let be, let be. Thou art the armorer of my heart. False, this.
Soothla, I'll help. Thus it must be.
Well, we shall thrive now. Thou thumblest, Eros, and my queen's esquire, more tight at this than thou. Dispatch. Oh, love, that thou couldst see my wars today, and knewest the royal occupation, thou shouldst see a workman in it.
Good morrow, General.
Good morrow to thee, welcome. Thou lookst like him that knows a warlike charge.
Call for either Barbus, he shall not hear.
What sayest thou?
Sir, he is with Caesar.
Sir, his chests and treasure he has not with him.
Go, Eros, send his treasure after. Do it, deign not a jot, I charge thee. Write to him, I will subscribe. Gentle adieus and greetings. Say that I wish he never find more cause to change a master. Oh, my fortunes have corrupted honest men. Barbus.
The morn is fair. Good morrow, General.
'Tis well blown, lads. This morning, like the spirit of a youth that means to be of note, begins betimes. Fare thee well, dame. Whate'er becomes of me, this is a soldier's kiss. Rebukable and worthy, shameful check it were to stand on more mechanic compliment. I'll leave thee now like a man of steel.
Oh, Antony.
Adieu. You that will fight, follow me close. I'll bring you to it. Dispatch!
Thou bleedst apace. The wound here, it was like a T, but now 'tis made an H. They do retire! We'll beat them into benchholes. I have yet room for 6 Scotches more.
They are beaten, sir, and our advantage serves for a fair victory.
Oh, Eros, we have beat him to his camp. Tomorrow, before the sun shall cease, we'll spill the blood that has today escaped. I thank you all. You have shown all Hectors. Enter the city, clip your wives, your friends, tell them your feats.
Lord of lords, oh infinite virtue, comest thou smiling from the world's great snare uncaught?
My nightingale, we have beat them to their beds. What girl, though grey, do something mingle with our younger brown, yet are we a brain that nourishes our nerves and can get goal for goal of youth. Give me thy hand.
Through Alexandria, make a jolly march. Trumpeters, with brazen din, blast you the city's ear. Make mingle with our rattling tambourines, that heaven and earth may strike their sounds together, applauding our approach.
Scarce, their preparation is today by sea. We please them not by land.
For both, my lord. I would they'd fight in the fire or the air. We'd fight there too. But this it is. Order for sea is given. They have put forth the haven. Where yon pine does stand, I shall discover all.
Swallows have built in Cleopatra's sails their nests. The augurers say they know not. They cannot tell, look grimly and dare not speak their knowledge. Antony is valiant and dejected, and by starts his fretted fortunes give him hope and fear of what he has and has not.
Film career that included 58 credited roles. But it would not be until his penultimate turn as the curmudgeonly newscaster Howard Beale that he would become a film legend for his "I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore." That film was released in 1976 and Finch died 10 months later. Vivien Leigh is, of course, the mother of actress Jamie Lee Curtis. And now, patrons of our digital Globe Theatre, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents Antony and Cleopatra.
Folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Live on stage in the theater of your mind. This is the Crusade Channel, the last live radio station standing.
All is lost. Scarce, this foul Egyptian hath betrayed me. My fleet hath yielded to the foe, and yonder they cast their caps up and carouse together like friends long lost. Triple-turned whore, 'tis thou hast sold me to this novice, and my heart makes only wars on thee.
My lord!
Bid them all fly.
But good my lord!
For when I am revenged upon my charm, I have done all. Bid them all fly. Be gone. Oh, this false soul of Egypt, this grave charm whose eye becked forth my wars and called them home, whose bosom was my crownet, my chief end, like a right gypsy hath it fast and loose beguiled me to the very heart of lust.
What, Eros? Eros?
Antony?
Thou spell! Avert!
Why is my lord enraged against his love?
Vanish, or I shall give thee thy deserving and blemish Caesar's triumph. Let him take thee and hoist thee up to the shouting plebeians. Follow his chariot like the greatest spot of all thy sex.
Help me, my women. Oh, he's more mad than Telamon for his shield. The boar of Thessaly was never so embossed.
To the monument. There, lock yourself and send him word you are dead.
To the monument. Mardian, go tell him I've slain myself.
Madam.
Say that the last I spoke was Antony, and word it, prithee, piteously. Hence, Mardian, and bring me how he takes my death. To the monument.
My good knave Eros, here I am Antony, yet cannot hold this visible shape, my knave. I made these wars for Egypt and the queen, whose heart I thought I had, for she had mine. She, Eros, has packed cards with Caesar and false played my glory unto an enemy's triumph. Nay, weep not, gentle Eros. There is left us ourselves to end ourselves.
My lord.
Oh, thy vile lady, Mardian, has robbed me of my sword.
No, Antony. My mistress loved thee, and her fortunes mingled with thine entirely.
Hence, saucy eunuch, peace. She hath betrayed me, and shall die the death.
Death of one person can be paid but once, and that she has discharged. The last she spake was Antony, most noble Antony.
Dead. Then?
Dead.
Go. Unarm, Eros. The long day's task is done, and we must sleep. Off, pluck off. Apace, Eros, apace. No more a soldier. Bruised pieces go. You have been nobly born. From me a while. I will o'ertake thee, Cleopatra, and weep for my pardon. Since the torch is out, lie down and stray no further. Eros, I come, my queen. Eros, stay for me. Where souls do couch on flowers, we'll hand in hand with our sprightly port make the ghosts gaze. Dido and her Aeneas shall want troops, and all the haunt be ours. Come, Eros, Eros!
What would my lord?
Since Cleopatra died, I have lived in such dishonor that the gods detest my baseness. Thou art sworn, Eros, that when the exigent should come, which now is come indeed, when I should see behind me the inevitable prosecution of disgrace and horror, that on my command thou then wouldst kill me. Do it. The time is come.
My lord.
Thou strikest not me. 'Tis Caesar thou defeatest. Put color in thy cheek.
Gods withhold me.
Eros, wouldst thou be windowed in great Rome and see thy master thus with bleached arms, bending down his corrigible neck, his face subdued to penetrative shame, while the wheeled seat of fortunate Caesar drawn before him branded his baseness that ensued?
I would not see it.
Come then, for with a wound I must be cured.
Oh, sir, pardon me.
Do it at once. Draw and come.
Turn from thee then that noble countenance, wherein the worship of the whole world lies.
Lo.
My sword is drawn.
Then let it do at once the thing why thou hast drawn it.
My dear master, my captain, and my emperor, let me say before I strike this bloody stroke, farewell.
'Tis said, man, and farewell.
Farewell, a great chief. Shall I strike now?
Now, Eros.
Why there, then?
Eros. Eros.
Thus do I escape the sorrow of Antony's death.
Oh, thrice nobler than myself, thou teachest me, O valiant heroes. But I will be a bridegroom in my death, and run into it as to a lover's bed. Eros, thy master, dies thy scholar, to do thus. Ooh. I learned of thee. How? Not dead. Not dead. The guard, dispatch me!
What's the noise?
I have done my work ill, friends. Make an end of what I have begun.
The star is full.
And time is in his period. Let him that loves me strike me dead.
Not I.
Nor I.
Nor anyone.
Antony, where's Lives he? Wilt thou not answer, man?
Art thou there, Alexis? Draw thy sword, and give me sufficing strokes for death.
Most absolute Lord, my mistress Cleopatra sent me to thee.
When did she send thee?
Now, my lord.
Where is she?
Locked in her monument. She sent you word she was dead, but fearing since how it might work, hath sent me to proclaim the truth. And I am come, I dread, too late.
Too late, Alexis. Bear me, good friends, where Cleopatra bides. 'Tis the last service that I shall command you.
Antony is carried to the monument where Cleopatra has taken refuge.
O sun, burn the great sphere thou movest in. Darkling stand the varying shore, the world. Oh, Antony, Antony, Antony.
I am dying, Egypt, dying. Only I hear importune death awhile, until of many thousand kisses, the poor last I lay upon thy lips.
Die where thou hast lived, quicken with kissing. Had my lips that power, thus would I wear them out.
I am dying, Egypt, dying. One word, sweet queen. Of Caesar, seek your honor with your safety. Oh.
They do not go together.
Gentle, hear me. None about Caesar trust, but Dolabella.
My resolution and my hands I'll trust, none about Caesar.
The miserable change now at my end, lament nor sorrow it. But please your thoughts in feeding them with those my former fortunes wherein I lived. The greatest prince of the world, the noblest. And do now not basely die, not cowardly put off my helmet to my countrymen. A Roman by a Roman, valiantly vanquished. My spirit is going. I can no more.
Noblest of men would die. Hast thou no care of me? Shall I abide in this dull world, which in thy absence is no better than a sty? Oh, see, my women, the crown of the earth doth melt. Withered is the garland of the war. The soldier's pole is fallen. Young boys and girls are level now with men. The odds is gone. And there is nothing left remarkable beneath the visiting moon. Our lamp is spent. It's out. Good sirs, take heart. We'll bury him. And then, what's brave, what's noble, let's do it after the high Roman fashion and make death proud to take us. Come, away. This case of that huge spirit now is cold. Ah, women, women. Come, we have no friend but resolution and the briefest end.
Caesar sends greeting to the Queen of Egypt, and bids thee study on what fair demands thou meanst to have him grant thee.
What's thy name?
My name is Dolabella.
Antony did tell me of you, bade me trust you. If your master would have a queen his beggar, you must tell him that majesty to keep decorum must no less beg than a kingdom. But if he please to give me conquered Egypt for my son, he gives me so much of mine own as I will kneel to him with thanks.
This I report, dear lady. Have comfort, for I know your plight is pitied of him that caused it.
Taken, Queen.
Guard her till Caesar come.
Quick, quick, good hands.
Hold, worthy lady, hold. Do not yourself such wrong, who are in this relieved but not betrayed.
What of death too, that rids our dogs of languish?
Cleopatra, do not abuse my master's bounty by the undoing of yourself.
Where art thou, death? Come hither, come. Come, come, and take a queen worth many babes and beggars.
Oh, temperance, lady.
Sir, I will eat no meat, I will not drink, sir. I'll not sleep neither. This mortal house I'll ruin, do Caesar what he can. Know, sir, that I will not wait pinioned at your master's court, nor once be chastised with the sober eye of dull Octavia. Shall they hoist me up and show me to the shouting varletry of censuring Rome? Rather a ditch in Egypt be gentle grave unto me. Rather on Nilus mud lay me stark naked, and let the waterflies blow me into a pouring. Rather make my country's high pyramides my gibbet, and hang me up in chains.
To Caesar I will speak what you shall please, if you'll employ me to him.
Say I would die. I dreamt there was an emperor, Antony. Oh, such another sleep that I might see but such another man.
If it might please ye.
His legs bestrid the ocean. His reared arm crested the world. His voice was profited as all the Tunid spheres, and that to friends. But when he meant to quail and shake the orb, he was as rattling thunder. For his bounty there was no winter in't. An autumn 'twas that grew the more by weeping. His delights were dolphin-like. They showed his back above the element they lived in. In his livery walked crowns and crownets. Realms and islands were as plates dropped from his pocket.
Cleopatra.
Think you there was, or might be, such a man as this I dreamt of?
Gentle madam, no.
You liar to the hearing of the gods. But if there be, or ever were one such, 'tis past the size of dreaming.
Hear me, good madam. Your loss is as yourself great, but I do feel by the rebound of yours a grief that smites my very heart at root.
I thank you, sir. Know you what Caesar means to do with me?
I am loath to tell you what. I would you knew.
Nay, pray you, sir.
Though he be honorable...
He'll lead me then in triumph?
Madam, he will. I know it. Farewell.
Now, Charmian, show me my women like a queen. Go fetch my best attires. I am again for Sidness to meet Mark Antony. Sirrah Iris, go. Bring our crown and all. Wherefore's this noise?
Here is a rural fellow that will not be denied your highness' presence. He brings you figs.
Let him come in. What poor instrument may do a noble deed? He brings me liberty. My resolution's placed, and I have nothing of woman in me. Now from head to foot I am marble constant. Now the fleeting moon no planet is of mine.
This is the man.
Avoid and leave him. Hast thou the pretty worm of Nilus there that kills and pains not?
Truly, I have him.
Well, get thee gone. Farewell.
Look you, the worm is not to be trusted, but in the keeping of wise people. For indeed, there is no goodness in the worm.
Take thou no care. It shall be heeded.
Give it nothing, I pray you, for it is not worth the feeding.
Will it eat me?
Yes, forsooth. I wish you joy of the worm.
Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. Now no more the juice of Egypt's grape shall moist this lip. Quick, quick, good Iris, quick. Methinks I hear Antony call. I see him rouse himself to praise my noble act. Husband, I come. Now to that name my courage prove my title. I am fire and air. My other elements I give to baser life. So, have you done? Come then and take the last warmth of my lips. Farewell, kind Charmian. Iris, long farewell. Have I the aspic in my lips? Iris, dost fall? If thou and nature can so gently part, the stroke of death is as a lover's pinch, which hurts and is desired. Dost thou lie still? If thus thou vanishest, thou tell'st the world it is not worth leave taking.
Dissolve the cloud and rain, that I may say the gods themselves do weep.
This proves me base. If she first meet the curled Antony, he'll make demand of her and spend that kiss which is my heaven to have. Come, thou mortal wretch, with thy sharp teeth this knot intrinsicate of life at once untie. Poor venomous fool, be angry and dispatch. Oh, couldst thou speak that I might hear thee call great Caesar ass unpolicied.
Oh, Eastern Star.
Peace, peace. Dost thou not see my baby at my breast that sucks the nurse asleep?
Oh, break, oh, break.
As sweet as balm, as soft as air, as gentle. Oh, Antony, what should I stay?
In this vile world, so fare thee well. Now boast thee, death, in thy possession lies a lass unparalleled. Downy windows close, and golden Phoebus never be beheld of eyes again so royal. Your crown's awry. I'll mend it, and then play.
Where's the queen?
Speak softly, wake her not.
Caesar hath sent.
Too slow a messenger. Oh, come apace, dispatch. I partly feel thee.
Approach, ho! All's not well, Caesar's beguiled. What work is here, Charmian? Is this well done?
It is well done, and fitting for a princess descended of so many royal kings. Ah, soldier!
Make way for Caesar! Away, man! Away for Caesar!
Oh, sir, you are too sure an augurer. That you did fear is done. All dead.
Bravest at the last, she leveled at our purposes, and being royal took her own way. She shall be buried by her Antony. No grave upon the earth shall clip in it a pair so famous. Come, Dolabella, see high order in this great solemnity.
We hope you enjoyed William Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with Twelfth Night, featuring Orson Welles, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
It's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Featuring Orson Welles, which was broadcast on August the 30th, 1937. If Shylock in The Merchant of Venice is a thinly veiled Puritan, so is Malvolio in Twelfth Night. Malvolio, of course, means ill will or bad will. He is described explicitly as such by Maria in the play, and is described as such by many critics. One particular critic, Leslie Hodgson, even claimed that he was modelled on the Puritan William Knollys, 1st Earl of Banbury, who was an object of ridicule in Elizabeth's court for his besotted efforts to court a teenage girl well under half his age. In a popular ballad at the time at which Shakespeare was writing Twelfth Night, Knollys is derided as Party Beard the Clown, a reference to his multicoloured beard, which was white at the roots, yellow in the middle, and black at the ends. In the play, Maria refers to the colour of Malvolio's beard as something of which he is absurdly proud, and Malvolio is lampooned for his vainglorious and foolhardy efforts to woo a young lady in much the same way as the ballad lampooned Knollys. There is, however, a dark side to the real-life Malvolio, which would have made him a perfect subject for Shakespeare's ridicule and scorn. As a member of the Puritan party in Elizabeth's court, Knollys would have been an enemy of England's beleaguered Catholics and a staunch critic of the theatre, connecting the one with the other. Another dark and malevolent aspect of the Puritans, which explains Shakespeare's dark and malevolent portrayal of Malvolio, is the manner in which they were directly responsible for the persecution of England's Catholics, including members of Shakespeare's own family. In July 1586, Sir Francis Knollys, father of Sir William, urged the banishment of all recusant Catholics and the exclusion from public office of all who married recusants. Shakespeare's father had been forced from public office for his recusancy in 1576 and was fined for his recusancy in 1592. Such malevolence on the part of England's Puritans must have animated Shakespeare's imagination as he depicted the malevolence of Shylock and poured ridicule on Malvolio, whose very name, it should be remembered, means ill will or wicked will, Malvolio, malevolence. It is for this reason that we make a major error in our reading of either The Merchant of Venice or Twelfth Night if we allow ourselves to sympathise with what we see as the harsh treatment of the play's villains. This is made clear by the Shakespeare scholar Oscar James Campbell. Malvolio is given the usual Elizabethan treatment for an insane man. He is bound and cast into a dark prison. This has seemed so brutal to many actors that they have often presented him as the pathetic victim of cruel horseplay. That was certainly not Shakespeare's intention. When at the end of the play, Malvolio frantically rushes off stage, shouting, "I'll be revenged of the whole pack of you," Shakespeare expected his audiences to follow him with the scornful laughter that he thought it was the business of comical satire to arouse. It is therefore in the context of such comical satire that we need to see the play, at least if we have any desire to see it as Shakespeare and his audience saw it. We should see the malevolence of Malvolio and Shylock as we would see the malevolence of Hitler or Stalin. And this is not merely hyperbole. Shakespeare has not only seen the tyranny of the Puritans at work in his own life and in the lives of his family, he had not merely been the victim of their venomous attacks. He feared what would happen if they ever came to power as the dominant force in the state. In this fear he was justified and vindicated by history. Within 50 years of Shakespeare's writing of Twelfth Night, Malvolio and his ilk had stormed to power, killing the king and closing the theatres, finally getting their revenge as Malvolio had promised. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Twelfth Night.
Give me excess of it. Absurdity, the appetite.
Twelfth Night, or What You Will. Act 1, Scene 1. Illyria, an apartment in the Duke's palace. Before the rise of the curtain, a voice is heard singing.
And in sad cypress let me be led. Fly away, breath. I am slain by a fair cruel maid. My shroud of white stuck all with you. Oh,
heart of death, no one so true did share it.
The curtain goes up. The singer is Festa, the clown. Countess Olivia's jester, a sprightly figure in motley.
On my black coffin let there be strewn not a friend greet my poor corpse where my bones shall be thrown.
Orsino, the youthful, romantically handsome Duke of Illyria, follows him on. Also the Duke's gentleman, Curio.
And my grave to weep there.
If music be the food of love, play on. Give me excess of it, that surfeiting the appetite may sicken and so die. That strain again, it had a dying fall. Oh, it came o'er my ear like the sweet sound that breathes upon a bank of violets, stealing and giving odor. Enough, no more. 'Tis not so sweet now as it was before.
Will you go hunt, my lord?
What, Curio?
The hart.
Why, so I do, the noblest that I have. Oh, when mine eyes did see Olivia first, methought she purged the air of pestilence. That instant was I turned into a hart, and my desires, like fell and cruel hounds, ere since pursue me. How now? What news from her?
So please, my lord, I might not be admitted, but from her handmaid we return this answer. The element itself, till 7 years' heat, shall not behold her face at ample view, but like a cloister she will veiled walk, and water once a day her chamber round with eye-offending brine. All this to season a brother's dead love, which she would keep fresh and lasting in her sad remembrance.
Oh, she that hath a heart of that fine frame, to pay this debt of love but to a brother. How will she love when the rich golden shaft hath killed the flock of all affections else that live in her, when liver, brain, and heart, these sovereign thrones, are all supplied and filled, her sweet perfections with one self-king. Away before me to sweet beds of flowers. Love thoughts lie rich when canopied with bowers.
Act 1, Scene 2, the seacoast. Enter Viola and the sea captain.
What country, friends, is this?
This is Illyria, lady.
And what should I do in Illyria? My brother, he is in Elysium. Perchance he is not drowned. What think you, sailors?
It is perchance that you yourself were saved.
Oh, my poor brother. And so perchance may he be.
True, madam. And to comfort you with chance, assure yourself, after our ship did split, when you and those poor numbers saved with you hung on our diving boat, I saw your brother, most provident in peril, bind himself, courage and hope both teaching him the practice, to a strong mast that lived upon the sea, where, like Orion on the dolphin's back, I saw him hold acquaintance with the waves so long as I could see.
Mine own escape unfoldeth to my hope, whereto thy speech serves for authority, the like of him. Knowest thou this country?
Aye, madam, well, for I was bred and born not 3 hours' travel from this very place.
Who governs here?
A noble duke, in nature as in name.
What is his name?
Orsino.
Orsino. I have heard my father name him. He was a bachelor then.
And so is now, or was so very late. For but a month ago I went from hence. And then 'twas fresh in murmur, as you know what great ones do the less will prattle of, that he did seek the love of fair Olivia.
What she?
A virtuous maid, the daughter of a count that died some 12 months since. Then, leaving her in the protection of his son, her brother, who shortly also died. For whose dear love, they say, she hath abjured the company and sight of men.
Oh, that I served that lady, and might not be delivered to the world till I had made mine own occasion mellow what my estate is.
That were hard to compass, because she will admit no kind of suit. No, not the Duke's.
There is a fair behavior in thee, Captain, I prithee, and I'll pay thee bounteously. Conceal me what I am, and be my aid for such disguise as haply shall become the form of my intent. I'll serve this Duke. Thou shalt present me as a page to him. may be worth thy pains, for I can sing and speak to him in many sorts of music that will allow me very worth his service. What else mayhap to time I will commit? Only shape thou thy silence to my wit.
Be you his page, then, and your mute I'll be.
I thank thee. Lead me on.
Act 1, Scene 3. Olivia's house. Enter Sir Toby Belch and Maria.
What a plague means my niece to take the death of her brother thus? I'm sure care's an enemy to life.
By my troth, Sir Toby, you must come in earlier o' nights. Your cousin, my lady, takes great exception to your ill hours. You must confine yourself within the modest limits of order.
Confine? I'll confine myself no finer than I am. These clothes are good enough to drink in, and so be these boots, too. And they be not, let them hang themselves in their own straps.
That quaffing and drinking will undo you. I heard my lady talk of it yesterday, and of a foolish knight that you brought in one night here to be her wooer.
Who, Sir Andrew Eagle-cheek?
Aye, he.
He's as tall a man as any's in Illyria.
What's that to the purpose?
Why, he has 3,000 ducats a year.
Aye, but he'll have but a year in all these ducats. He's but a fool and a prodigal. He's drunk nightly in your company.
But drinking health to my niece. I'll drink to her as long as there's a passage in my throat and drink in Illyria.
Toby Belch!
What, wench?
Sir Toby Belch!
Castellano Vulgo, for here comes Sir Andrew Agueface.
Sir Toby Belch!
Enter Sir Andrew Aguecheek.
How now, Sir Toby
Wait,
Belch.
Sir Andrew.
Bless you, fair shrew.
And you too, sir. Fare you well, gentlemen.
Exit Maria.
Faith, I'll home tomorrow, Sir Toby. Your niece will not be seen, or if she be, it's 4 to 1 she'll none of me. The Count himself here hard by woos her.
She'll none of the Count. That does life in man.
I'll stay a month longer. I am a fellow of the strangest mind of the world. I delight in masks and revels, sometimes altogether.
Art thou good at these kickshaws, knight?
Faith, I could cut the caper.
He skips out a couple of silly steps. Sir Toby brandishes his whip.
And I can cut the mutton doot.
And I think I have a back trick simply as strong as any man in Illyria.
Wherefore are these things hid? What dost thou mean? Is it a world to hide virtues in? I did think by the excellent constitution of thy leg, it was formed under the star of a galleon.
Aye, 'tis strong, and it does indifferent well in a flame-colored stock. Shall we set about some revel?
What shall we do else? Were we not born under Taurus?
Taurus? That's sides and heart.
No, sir, it is legs and thighs.
He cracks his whip at Sir Andrew's legs, who bounds up out of the way.
Let me see thee caper. Ha! Higher! Ha ha! Excellent!
Sir Andrew bounds about in a circle around him and then off. Sir Toby in pursuit. Act 1, Scene 4. The Duke's Palace. Enter Valentine, a gentleman attending on the Duke, and Viola, dressed in man's attire.
If the Duke continue these favors towards you, Cesario, you are like to be much advanced. He hath known you but 3 days, and already you are no stranger.
You either fear his humor or my negligence that you call in question the continuance of his love. Is he inconstant, sir, in his favors?
No, believe me.
I thank you. Here comes the Count.
Enter Curio and some attendants. They bow before the Duke, who follows them in.
Who saw Cesario home?
On your attendance, my lord, here.
Stand your while aloof. Cesario, thou knowst no less but all. I have unclasped to thee the book even of my secret soul. Therefore, good youth, address thy gate unto her. Be not denied access. Stand at her doors and tell them there thy fixed foot shall grow till thou have audience.
Sure, my noble lord, if she be so abandoned to her sorrow as it is spoke, she never will admit me.
Be clamorous and leap all civil bounds rather than make unprofited return.
Say I do speak with her, my lord, what then?
Oh, then unfold the passion of my love. Surprise her with discourse of my dear faith. It shall become thee well to act my woes. She will attend it better in thy youth than in annuncios of more grave aspect.
I think not so, my lord.
Dear lad, believe it, for they shall yet belie thy happy years that say thou art a man. Diana's lip is not more smooth than Rubius. Thy small pipe is as the maiden's organ, shrill and sound, and all is semblative a woman's part. I know thy constellation is right apt for this affair. Prosper well in this, and thou shalt live as freely as thy lord, to call his fortunes thine.
I'll do my best to woo your lady.
Orsino turns and goes out. Viola stands looking after him.
Yet a barful strife. Where I woo, myself would be his wife.
Act 1, Scene 5. Olivia's house. Maria comes in with the clown Festa.
Nay, either tell me where thou hast been, or I will not open my lips so wide as a bristle may enter in way of thy excuse. My lady will hang thee for thy absence.
Let her hang me. He that is well hanged in this world needs to fear no color.
Enter some of the Countess's attendants.
Peace, you rogue, no more of that. Here comes my lady.
As she starts away,
Make your excuses wisely. You were best.
Maria exits. The clown speaks to himself.
Wit and be thy will, put me into good fooling.
Enter Lady Olivia, veiled, followed by Malvolio and the rest of her train, all in mourning. Malvolio is the steward, the head of the Countess's household. A stork-like, wry, dry, complacent, and sallow-faced personage, monumentally dignified, excruciatingly refined, and fanatically infatuated with himself. Vesta advances with a sweeping bow.
God bless thee, lady.
Take the fool away.
Do you not hear, fellows? Take away the lady.
Olivia regards him for a moment and then sits down.
Go to, you're a dry fool. I'll know more of you. Besides, you grow dishonest.
2 faults, Madonna, that drink and good counsel will amend. The lady bade you take away the fool. Therefore I say again, take her away.
Sir, I bade them take away you.
Good Madonna, give me leave to prove you a fool.
Malvolio is shocked.
Can you do it?
Dexterously, good Madonna.
Make your proof.
I must catechize you for it, Madonna. Good, my mouse of virtue, answer me.
Well, sir, for want of other idleness, I'll bide your proof.
Good Madonna, why mournest thou?
Good fool, for my brother's death.
I think his soul is in hell, Madonna.
I know his soul is in heaven, fool.
The more fool, Madonna, to mourn for your brother's soul being in heaven. Take away the fool, gentlemen.
How say you to that, Malvolio?
I marvel your ladyship takes delight in such a barren rascal. Look you now, he's out of his guard already. Unless you laugh and minister occasion to him, he's gagged.
Oh, you're sick of self-love, Malvolio, and taste with it his tempered appetite. There is no slander in an allowed fool, though he do nothing but rail, nor no railing in a known discreet man, though he do nothing but reprove.
Madam, there is at the gate a young gentleman much desires to speak with you.
From the Count Orsino, is it?
I know not, madam. 'Tis a fair young man, and well attended.
Go you, Malvolio. If it be a suit from the Count, I'm sick or not at home. What you will to dismiss it.
With a profound bow and the very height of grandiloquency, the steward starts to withdraw. At the exit, he is suddenly stopped by an uproarious hiccup. A hiccup, followed by its originator, Sir Toby, in an elaborate state of inebriation. Malvolio, in gigantic disdain, stretches his eyebrows up and his eyelids down, retreats delicately from the environs of Sir Toby's teetering bulk, and manages a departure reeking with disapproval.
By mine honor, half drunk. What is he at the gate, cousin?
A gentleman.
A gentleman? What gentleman?
Tis a gentleman here. A plague of these pickle herrings.
He catches sight of Festa.
How now, sot?
Good Sir Toby.
Toby rolls across to the clown, opens his arms to embrace him, stumbles, and falls flat.
Cousin, how have you come so early by this lethargy?
Lecturing? Magnified lecturing. There's one at the gate.
At this point, Sir Toby collapses altogether and has to be dragged off by the clown. Olivia calls after him.
Aye, Mary, what is he?
Madam, yon young fellow swears he will speak with you. What is to be said to him, lady? He's fortified against any denial.
Tell him he shall not speak with me.
He has been told so, and he says he'll stand at your door like a sheriff's post and be the supporter to a bench, but he'll speak with you.
What kind of man is he?
Why, of mankind.
What manner of man?
A very ill manner. He'll speak with you. Will you or no?
Of what personage and years is he?
Not yet old enough for a man, or young enough for a boy. 'Tis with him in standing water, between boy and man.
Let him approach.
Malvolio bows and exits.
Give me my veil. Come, throw it o'er my face. We'll once more hear Orsino's embassy.
Enter Viola, ushered in by Malvolio.
The honorable lady of the house. Which is she?
Speak to me, I shall answer for her. Your will?
Most radiant, exquisite, and unmatchable beauty. I pray you, tell me if this be the lady of the house, for I never saw her. I would be loath to cast away my speech, for I have taken great pains to con it.
Whence came you, sir?
I can say little more than I have studied, and that question's out of my part. Good gentleman, are you the lady of the house?
If I do not usurp myself, I am. Speak your office.
It alone concerns your ear.
What are you? What would you?
What I am and what I would are to your ears divinity. To any others, profanation.
Give us the place alone. We will hear this divinity.
Malvolio signals haughtily to Maria and Fabian and the rest of the train to withdraw and struts out after them.
Now, sir, what is your text?
Most sweet lady.
A comfortable doctrine, and much may be said of it. Where lies your text?
In Orsino's bosom.
In his bosom? In what chapter of his bosom?
To answer by the method, in the first of his heart.
Oh, I've read it, this heresy. Have you no more to say?
Good madam, let me see your face.
Have you any commission from your lord to negotiate with my face? You're now out of your text. But we will draw the curtain and show you the picture.
She lifts the veil. Viola regards her intently.
Lady, you are the cruelest she alive if you will lead these graces to the grave and leave the world no copy.
Oh, sir, I will not be so hard-hearted. I will give out divers schedules of my beauty. It shall be inventoried, and every particle and utensil labeled to my will. As item, 2 lips in different red. Item, 2 gray eyes with lids to them. Item, 1 neck, 1 chin, and so forth. Were you sent hither to praise me?
I see you what you are. You are too proud. But if you were the devil, you are fair. My lord and master loves you. Oh, such love could be but recompensed though you were crowned the nonpareil of beauty.
Your lord does know my mind. I cannot love him. He might have took his answer long ago.
If I did love you in my master's flame, with such a suffering, such a deadly life, in your denial I would find no sense. I would not understand it.
Why, what would you?
Make me a willow cabin at your gate, and call upon my soul within the house. Write loyal cantons of contemned love, and sing them loud, even in the dead of night. Halloo your name to the reverberate hills, and make the babbling gossip of the air cry out, Olivia! Oh, you should not rest between the elements of air and earth, but you should pity me.
You might do much. What is your parentage?
Above my fortunes, yet my state is well. I am a gentleman.
Get you to your lord. I cannot love him. Let him send no more. Unless, perchance, you come to me again to tell me how he takes it.
Viola turns and starts off. Olivia calls after her.
Very well.
Viola stops, and Olivia hurries over to her side.
I thank you for your pain.
She offers her a purse.
Spend this for me.
I am no feed post, lady. Keep your purse. My master, not myself, lacks recompense.
Viola strides off, and Olivia stands staring after her, and then repeats thoughtfully to herself,
What is your parentage? Above my fortunes, yet my state is well. I am a gentleman. I'll be sworn thou art. Thy tongue, thy face, thy limbs, actions, and spirit to give thee fivefold blazon. Not too fast. Soft, soft. Unless the master were the man. How now? Even so quickly may one catch the plague. Methinks I feel this youth's perfections with an invisible and subtle stealth to creep in at mine eyes. Well, let it be.
She lowers her head, and her eyes encounter a ring on her finger.
Oh, Malvolio.
Here, madam. At your service.
Run after that same peevish messenger, the county's man. He left this ring behind him.
She gives it to him. Malvolio's eyebrows have gone up at the thought of running, but he moves off only to be halted
Desire
by...
him not to flatter with his lord, nor hold him up with hopes. I am not for him.
Again the steward resumes his stately progress, and again Olivia stops
If
him.
that the youth will come this way tomorrow, I'll give him reasons for it.
Malvolio stares at her in silence.
Hi thee, Malvolio.
Madam, I will.
After a low, slow bow, he exits.
I do I know not what, and fear to find mine eye too great a flatterer for my mind. Fate, show thy force. Ourselves we do not owe. What is decreed must be. And be this so.
Act 1, Scene 6. A street. Sebastian enters, closely followed by Antonio. Sebastian is Viola's twin brother, whom she imagines to be drowned. Antonio is a sea captain who has picked up Sebastian after the wreck.
Will you not that I go with you?
By your patience, no.
Let me let know of you whither you are bound.
No, sooth, sir. My determinate voyage is mere extravagancy. But I perceive in you so excellent a touch of modesty that you will not extort from me what I am willing to keep in. Therefore it charges me in manners the rather to express myself. You must know of me then, Antonio. My name is Sebastian. My father was that Sebastian of Messaline, whom I know you have heard of. He left behind him myself and a sister, both born in an hour. If the heavens had been pleased, would we had so ended. But you, sir, altered that. For some hour before, you took me from the breach of the sea was my sister drowned.
Alas, the day.
A lady, sir, though it was said she much resembled me, was yet of many accounted beautiful. I am yet so near the manners of my mother that upon the least occasion more, mine eyes will tell tales of me. I am bound to Count Orsino's court. Farewell.
The gentleness of all the gods go with thee.
Exit Sebastian.
I have many enemies in Orsino's court, else would I very shortly see thee there. But come what may, I do adore thee so that danger shall seem sport, and I will go.
A short pause after Antonio is left, and then Viola comes in, Malvolio hurrying after her.
Will you not even now, the Countess Olivia?
Even now, sir.
She returns this ring to you, sir. You might have saved me my pains to have taken it away yourself.
Well, none of it.
Come, sir, you peevishly threw at her, and her will is it should be so returned. If it be worth the stooping for, there it lies in your eye. If not, be it his that finds it.
Exit Malvolio.
I left no ring with her. What means this lady?
She picks up the ring.
Fortune forbid my outside have not charmed her. She made good view of me, indeed so much me thought that her eyes had lost her tongue, for she did speak in starts distractedly. She loves me sure. I am the man. My master loves her dearly, and I, poor monster, fond as much on him. And she, mistaken, seems to dote on me. Oh, time, thou must untangle this, not I.
Act 2, Scene 1. Olivia's house. Either the kitchen or the wine cellar. It is late at night. Festa, the jester, is heard singing,
O mistress mine, where art thou roaming? O stay and hear your true love's coming, that can sing both high and low.
The curtain rises, discovering Festa, Sir Toby, and Sir Andrew.
Trip no further, pretty sweeting, journey's end in lovers' meeting. Every wise man's son doth know.
Every wise man's son doth know.
The two knights salute Festa and drink.
Approach, Sir Andrew. Not to be abed after midnight is to be up betimes, and thou knowest.
Nay, by my troth, I know not, but I know to be up late is to be up late.
A false conclusion. I hate it as an unfilled can. To be up after midnight and to go to bed then is early. So that to go to bed after midnight is to go to bed betimes. Does not our life consist of the four elements?
Faith, so they say, but I think it rather consists of eating and drinking.
Thou the scholar. Let us therefore eat and drink.
How now, my heart?
Now let's have a catch.
Excellent.
Come on, there's sixpence for you. Let's have a song.
Would you have a love song or a song of good life?
A love song, a love song.
I care not for good life.
Sir Andrew finishes his drink.
What is love? 'Tis not hereafter. Present mirth, have present laughter. What's to come is still unsure. In delay, there lies no plenty. Then come kiss me, sweet and 20. Use the stuff will not endure.
Use the stuff will not endure.
A mellifluous voice says I am a true knight.
A contagious breath.
Very sweet and contagious.
To hear by the nose it is dulcet in contagion. But shall we make the welkin dance, indeed? Shall we rouse the night owl in a catch that will draw 3 souls out of one weaver? Shall we do that?
And you love me, let's do it. Begin, fool. It begins, hold thy peace.
I shall never begin if I hold my peace.
Good faith. Come begin. Hold thy peace, thou knave, I prithee, thou knave, I hold thy peace, I prithee, thou knave, I hold thy peace, I prithee, thou knave.
Enter Maria.
What a caterwauling do you keep here? My lady, haven't I called up her steward, Malvolio, and bid him turn you out of doors? Never trust me.
Am not I consanguineous? Am I not of her blood? There dwelt a man in Babylon, lady.
Beshrew me the knight's an admirable fool.
He does well enough if he be disposed, and so do I, too. He does it with a better grace, but I do it more natural.
Oh, the 12th day of December.
There dwelt a man in Babylon, lady.
Malvolio has entered in a nightgown.
My masters, are you mad? Or what are you? Have you no wit, manners, nor honesty, but to gabble like tinkers at this time of the night? Is there no respect of place, persons, nor time in you?
We did keep time, sir, in our catches. Neck up.
Sir Toby, I must be round with you. My lady bade me tell you that though she harbors you as her kinsman, she's nothing allied to your disorders.
There dwelt a man in Babylon, lady. Ooh.
If you can separate yourself and your misdemeanors, you are welcome to the house. If not, and it would please you to take leave of her, she is very willing to bid you farewell.
Farewell, dear heart, since I must needs be gone.
His eyes to show his days are almost done.
Farewell, dear heart, but I will never die. Shall I bid him go?
What, and if you do?
Shall I bid him go and spare not?
Oh, no, you dare not.
Out of tune, sir, ye lie.
He advances on Malvolio.
Art any more than a steward? Dost thou think because thou art virtuous, there shall be no more cakes and ale? Go, sir, rub your chain with crumbs. A stew of wine, Maria.
Mistress Mary, if you prized my lady's favor, anything more than contempt, you would not give means for this uncivil rule. She shall know of it by this hand.
Go, shake your ears.
Malvolio turns away and with a sniff of contempt sweeps out, Festa mimicking him, struts along at his heels and exits after him.
Be patient for tonight. Since the youth of the Count's was today with my lady, she is much out of quiet. Oh, Monsieur Malvolio, let me alone with him. If I do not gull him into a nay word and make him a common recreation, do not think I have wit enough to lie straight in my bed. I know I can do it.
Possess us, what wilt thou do?
I will drop in his way some obscure epistles of love, wherein by the color of his beard, the shape of his leg, the manner of his gait, the expression of his eye, forehead and complexion, he shall find himself most feelingly personated. I can write very like my lady, your niece. On a forgotten matter, we can hardly make distinction of our hands.
Excellent, I spell a device. He shall think by the letters that thou wilt drop that they come from my niece, and that she's in love with him.
Oh, it will be admirable.
Port Royal, I warrant you. I will plant you two where you shall find the letter. Observe his construction of it. For this night to bed, and dream on the event. Farewell.
Good night, Penthesilea.
Exit Maria.
Before me, she's a good wench.
Ah, she's a beagle, true-bred, and one that adores me. What of that?
I was adored once, too.
Let's to bed, Knight.
There is a wicked glisten in Toby's eye.
Thou hadst need send for more money.
If I cannot recover your niece, I am a foul way out.
Send for money, Knight. Come, I'll go burn some sack. 'Tis too late to go to bed now.
He takes Sir Andrew's arm and they start off, but Toby is facing one way and Sir Andrew is facing the other, and they accomplish nothing but circles. They halt bewildered and blink vacantly at the dorsal aspects of each other's trousers. Then they try it all over again on the other side. His way around, Toby stops at the table and has another drink, and then he takes Andrew's hand and starts pulling him away. That tactic, being in accordance with natural laws, is effective. At the door, Sir Andrew frees himself from Sir Toby's hold and totters back to the table.
Come, Knight.
Sir Andrew takes up the bowl.
There dwelt a man in Babylon. Lady.
Act 2, Scene 2. The Duke's Palace. Enter the Duke and Viola.
Get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty. Tell her my love, more noble than the world, prizes not quantity of dirty lands. The parts that fortune hath bestowed upon her, tell her I hold as giddily as fortune. But 'tis that miracle and queen of gems that nature pranks her in attracts my soul.
But if she cannot love you, sir?
I cannot be so answered.
Sooth, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her. You tell her so. Must she not then be answered?
Make no compare between that love a woman can bear me and that I owe Olivia.
Aye, but I know
What dost thou know?
too well what love women to men may owe. In faith, they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter loved a man. As it might be, perhaps, were I a woman, I should, your lordship.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. She never told her love, but let concealment, like a worm i' the bud, feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy she sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed?
But died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers, too. And yet, I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, that's the theme. To her in haste.
He takes a ring from his finger and hands it to her.
Give her this jewel.
Viola crosses to her exit and turns at the Duke's words.
Say, my love can give no place. Bide no delay.
With a wave, he starts off in the other direction. Viola lifts the ring to her fingers and kisses it tenderly, looking after him. Then, pulling herself up, she exits briskly. Act 2, Scene 3. Olivia's garden. Enter Sir Toby, Fabian, Olivia's young serving man, and Sir Andrew.
Come thy ways, Signor Fabian.
Nay, I'll come. If I lose a scruple at this sport, let me be boiled to death with melancholy.
Wouldst thou not be glad to have the niggardly rascally sheep-biter come by some notable shame?
I would exult, man. You know he brought me out of favor with my lady about a bear baiting here.
To anger him, we'll have the bear again, and we will fool him black and blue. Shall we not, Sir Andrew?
And we do not. It is pity of our lives.
Enter Maria.
Here comes the little villain. How now, my metal of India?
Get you all three into the box tree. Malvolio's coming down the walk. He's been yonder in the sun practicing behavior to his own shadow this half hour. Observe him for the love of mockery, for I know this letter will make a contemplative idiot of him. Close, in the name of jesting.
The others skip around behind one of the hedges. Maria stops just long enough to drop her letter on the ground.
Lie thou there, for here comes the trout that must be caught with tickling.
She scurries over to the other conspirators behind the hedge. Malvolio appears, soliloquizing.
'Tis but fortune. All is but fortune. Maria once told me she did affect me. Besides, she uses me with a more exalted respect than anyone else that follows her. What should I think on't?
4 heads rise over the hedge. Maria's, Fabian's, Toby's, and Andrew's.
Here's an overweening rogue.
Oh, peace. I could so beat the rogue.
Peace, I say.
To be Count Malvolio.
Ah, rogue.
Oh, peace. Now he's deeply in. Look how imagination blows him.
Having been 3 months married to her, sitting in my state.
Oh, for a stone bow to hit him in the eye.
Calling my officers about me in my branched velvet gown, having come from a daybed where I have left Olivia sleeping.
Fire and brimstone.
Then to ask for my kinsman, Toby.
Bolts and shackles.
7 of my people, with an obedient start, make out for him. I frown the while, and perchance wind up my watch, or play with my some rich jewel. Toby approaches. Courtesies there to me.
Shall this fellow
I
live?
extend my hand to him, thus quenching my familiar smile with an austere regard of control.
And does not Toby take you a blow to the lips
Saying,
then?
Cousin Toby.
What? What?
You must amend your drunkenness.
Out! Scarce!
Besides, you waste the treasure of your time with a foolish knight.
That's me. I warned you.
Sir Andrew.
I knew 'twas I.
Malvolio's coming down the walk. He's been yonder in the sun practicing behavior to his own shadow this half hour. Observe him for the love of mockery, for I know this letter will make a contemplative idiot of him. Close, in the name of jesting.
The others skip around behind one of the hedges. Maria stops just long enough to drop her letter on the ground.
Lie thou there, for here comes the trout that must be caught with tickling.
She scurries over to the other conspirators behind the hedge. Malvolio appears, soliloquizing.
'Tis but fortune. All is but fortune. Maria once told me she did affect me. Besides, she uses me with a more exalted respect than anyone else that follows her. What should I think on't?
4 heads rise over the hedge. Maria's, Fabian's, Toby's, and Andrew's.
Here's an overweening rogue.
Oh, peace. I could so beat the rogue.
Peace, I say.
To be Count Malvolio.
Ah, rogue.
Oh, peace. Now he's deeply in. Look how imagination blows him.
Having been 3 months married to her, sitting in my state.
Oh, for a stone bow to hit him in the eye.
Calling my officers about me in my branched velvet gown, having come from a daybed where I have left Olivia sleeping.
Fire and brimstone.
Then to ask for my kinsman, Toby.
Bolts and shackles.
7 of my people, with an obedient start, make out for him. I frown the while, and perchance wind up my watch, or play with my some rich jewel. Toby approaches, courtesies there to me.
Shall this fellow
I
live?
extend my hand to him, thus quenching my familiar smile with an austere regard of control.
And does not Toby take you a blow in the lips
Saying,
then?
cousin Toby.
What? What?
You must amend your drunkenness.
Out!
Besides, you waste the treasure of your time with a foolish knight.
That's me. I warned you.
Sir Andrew.
I knew 'twas I.
What is past is prologue. That sums up the radio world before the Crusade Channel came along. The world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival sums up the radio world afterward.
Hello, fellow Shakespeareans. Tommy, where are you going with that sheet?
This is my new costume. I'm going to turn it into a toga.
Why a toga?
Because I'm going to recite the best Shakespeare line ever. Etouffee, Pluto.
No, Tommy, it's et tu, Brute.
Et tu, Rick. Et tu, Rick.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Malvolio's eye lights upon the letter Maria has planted for him.
What employment have we here?
Now is the woodcock near the gin?
By my life, this is my lady's hand. To the unknown beloved, this and my good wishes, her very phrases. By your leave, Wax. To whom should this be?
This wins him, liver and all.
Jove knows I love, but who? Lips do not move, no man must know. No man must know, no. No man must know. If this should be thee, Malvolio. Soft your father's prose. In my stars I am above thee, but be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Thy fates open their hands, that thy blood and spirit embrace them, and to ensure thyself to what thou art like to be, cast thy humble shroud, appear fresh. Be opposite with a kinsman, surly with servants, let thy tongue tang arguments of state, put thyself into the trick of singularity. She thus advises thee that sighs for thee. Remember who commended thy yellow stockings, and wish to see thee ever cross-gartered. I say remember, farewell, she that would alter services with thee, the fortunate unhappy. Daylight discovers not more. This is open. I will be proud. I will read politic authors. I will battle Sir Toby. I will be strange, stout in yellow stockings and cross-gartered, even with the swiftness of putting on. Jove, my stars be praised, 'tis yet a postscript. Thou canst not choose but know who I am. If thou entertainest my love, let it appear in thy smiling. Thy smiles become thee woe.
He stops, rereads that last, then cracks up his face into a whole series of the sweetest smirks that he can muster.
Therefore, in my presence, still smile, dear, my sweet. I prithee, do I thank thee, I will smile. I will do everything that thou wilt have me.
Exit Malvolio. He has scarcely pranced his way out of sight when the whole gang of jokers tumble out from behind their hiding place.
I will not give my part of this sport for a pension of thousands to be paid from the sulphate.
I could marry this wench for this device.
So could I, too.
Wilt thou set thy foot on my neck?
Or am I either?
If you will then see the fruits of this sport, mark his first approach before my lady. He will come to her in yellow stockings, and 'tis a colour she abhors, and cross-gartered, a fashion she detests. And he will smile upon her, which will now be so unsuitable to her disposition, being addicted to melancholy as she is, that it cannot but turn him into a notable contempt. If you will see it, follow me.
To the gates of Tartar.
Exeunt Sir Andrew, Maria, Sir Toby, and Fabian, arm in arm. Act 3, Scene 1, a street. Enter Sebastian and Antonio.
I would not by my will have troubled you, but since you make your pleasure of your pains, I will no further chide you.
I could not stay behind you. My desire more sharp than filed steel did spur me forth.
My kind Antonio, I can no other answer make but thanks. Shall we go see the relics of this town?
Would you pardon me? I do not without danger walk these streets. Once, in a sea fight against the Countess' galleys, I did some service, of such note indeed that were I ta'en here, would scarce be answered.
Do not then walk too open.
It doth not fit me. Hold, sir, here's my purse. In the south suburbs at the Elephant is best to lodge. I will bespeak our diet while you beguile the time and feed your knowledge with viewing of the town. There shall you have me.
Why, I, your purse?
Happily your eye shall light upon some toy you have desire to purchase. And your store, I think, is not for idle market, sir.
I'll be your purse-bearer and leave you for an hour.
When he is nearly at the exit, Antonio calls after him.
To the Elephant!
I do remember.
He swings out. Antonio returns the salute and, wheeling about, starts back down the street. Act 3, Scene 2, Olivia's house. Sir Toby is discovered with Fabian and Sir Andrew.
No, faith, I'll not stay a jot longer.
Thy reason, dear Venom. Give thy reason.
You must needs yield your reason, Sir Andrew.
Mary, I saw your niece do more favors to the Count's serving man than ever she bestowed upon me. I sought the orchard.
Did she see thee the while, old boy? Tell me that.
As plain as I see you now.
This was a great argument of love in her toward you. She did favor to the youth in your sight only to exasperate you. You are now sailed into the north of my lady's opinion, where you will hang like an icicle on a Dutchman's beard, unless you do redeemed by some laudable attempt, either of valor or policy.
Why then, build me thy fortunes upon the basis of valor. Challenge me the Count's youth to fight with him. Hurt him in 11 places. My niece shall take note of it, and assure thyself there is no love broker in the world can more prevail in man's commendation with woman than report of valor.
There is no way but this, Sir Andrew.
Will either of you bear me a challenge to him?
Go, write it in a martial hand. Be curse and brief. 'Tis no matter how witty, so it be eloquent and full of invention. Go, about it.
Where shall I find you?
We'll call thee at the cubiculo. Go!
Exit Sir Andrew.
This is a dear mannequin to you, Sir Toby.
I've been dear to him, lad, and some 2,000 strong or so.
We shall have a rare letter from him, but you'll not deliver it.
Never trust me then.
Enter Maria.
They're the youngest men of 9 club.
If you desire the spleen and will laugh yourself into stitches, follow me. Yon gull Malvolio is turned heathen, a very renegado. There's no Christian that means to be saved by believing rightly can ever believe such impossible passages of grossness. He's in yellow stockings.
And cross-gartered?
Most villainously. He does obey every point of the letter that I dropped to betray him. He'd smile his face into more lines that is in the new map with the augmentation of the Indies. You have not seen such thing as 'tis. I can hardly forbear hurling things at him. I know my lady will strike him. If she do, he'll smile and take it for a great favor.
Come, bring us where he is.
They exit. A pause, then Olivia enters, walking slowly to the bench.
I've sent after him. He says he'll come. How shall I feast him? What bestows him? For youth is bought more than begged or borrowed.
Maria appears in the background, waving Sir Toby and Fabian away. Hearing her approach, Olivia checks herself.
I speak too loud. Where is Malvolio? He is sad and civil and suits well for a servant with my fortunes. Where is Malvolio?
Oh, he's coming, madam, but in a very strange manner. He's sure possessed, madam.
Well, what's the matter? Does he rave?
No, madam, he does nothing but smile. Your ladyship were best to have some guard about you if he come. For sure the man is tainted in his wits.
Malvolio appears, resplendent in yellow stockings and cross garters. These are not as remarkable, however, as his smilings, which are excruciating and of endless variety. But seeing Maria before Olivia, his smirk relaxes into an arrogant frown, and displeased by Maria's impertinent propinquity, he brushes her aside with a wave of his long cane. Olivia eyes his costume.
Oh, no, Malvolio.
Sweet lady. Ho ho!
Olivia maintains a cold and shocked silence, but the grin persists.
Smilest thou? I sent for thee upon a sad occasion.
Sad, lady? I could be sad. This does make some obstruction in the blood, this cross-gartering. What of that? If it please the eye of one...
What dost thou, man? What is the matter with thee?
Be not afraid of greatness, 'tis well writ.
What meanest thou by that, Malvolio?
Some are born great, some achieve greatness,
Please thou.
and some have greatness thrust upon them.
Heaven restore thee.
Remember who commended thy yellow stockings.
Thy yellow stockings?
And wish to see thee ever cross-gartered.
Cross-gartered?
Enter a servant.
Madam, the young gentleman of the Count Orsino's has returned. I could hardly entreat him back. He attends your ladyship's pleasure.
I'll come to him. Good Maria, let this fellow be looked to. Where's my cousin Toby? Let some of my people have a special care of him.
Maria exits one way and Olivia the other, the servant bowing and going after her.
Who? Will you come near me now? No worse man than Sir Toby to look at me. This concurs directly with the letter. She sends him on purpose that I may appear stubborn to him, for she incites me to that in the letter. Cast thy humble slouch, is she. Be opposite with a kinsman, surly with servants. It is Jove's doing, and Jove make me thankful.
Oh, which way is he in the name of sanctity?
That was Sir Toby, who comes in with Maria and Fabian.
Here he is, here he is. How is't with you, sir? How is't with you, man?
Go off, I discard you. Let me enjoy my private. Go off.
Did I not tell you, Sir Toby, my lady Pearce should have a great care of him?
Ah, does she so?
Peace, peace. We must deal gently with him.
No way but gentleness. Gently, gently. The fiend is rough and will not be rough with you.
Aye, how now, my bawcock? How dost thou, chap?
Sir?
Aye, Billy, come with me.
Get him to say his prayers, good Sir Toby. Get him to pray.
My prayers, Minx?
No, I warrant you he'll not hear of godliness.
Go hang yourselves all. You are idle, shallow things. I am not of your element. You shall know more hereafter.
Exit Malvolio.
It's possible.
If this were played upon a stage now, I could condemn it as improbable fiction.
Come, we'll have him in a dark room and bound. My niece is already in the belief that he's mad. But see.
Sir Andrew enters, running up to them and brandishing a letter.
More matter from me, Morn.
Here's the challenge. Read it. I warrant there's vinegar and pepper in it.
Is so saucy?
Aye, is it? I warrant him. Do but read.
Give me.
He reads it.
Youth, whatsoever thou art but a scurvy fellow.
Good and valiant.
Wonder not, nor admire not in thy mind why I do call thee so, for I will show thee no reason for it.
A good note that keeps you from the blow of the law.
Thou comest to the lady Olivia, and in my sight she uses thee kindly, but thou liest in thy throat. That is not the matter I challenge thee for.
Very brief and to exceeding good sense, less.
I will waylay thee going home, where, if it be thy chance to kill me,
good,
thou kill'st me like a rogue and a villain. Fare thee well, and God have mercy upon one of our souls. Thy friend as thou usest him, and thy sworn enemy, Andrew Aguecheek. If this letter move him not, his legs cannot. I'll gift him.
You may have fit occasion for it. He's now in some commerce with my lady, and will by and by depart.
Go, Sir Andrew. Scout me for him at the corner of the orchard, like a bumbailey. As soon as ever thou seest him, draw. And as thou drawest, swear horrible. For it comes to pass oft that a terrible oath, with a swaggering accent sharply twanged off, gives manhood more approbation than ever proof itself would have earned him.
Sir Andrew suddenly discovers himself without the greater portion of his bravery, but Sir Toby insists.
Away!
Setting his teeth, Sir Andrew draws himself up and trots heroically away, shouting a little faintly as he goes.
Hey, let me alone for swearing.
Now will not I deliver his letter, but, sir, I will deliver his challenge by word of mouth. Set upon Aguecheek a notable report of valor, and drive the gentleman, as I know his youth will aptly receive it, into a most hideous opinion of his rage, skill, fury, and impetuosity. This will so fright them both that they will kill one another by the look, like cockatrices.
Olivia and Viola approach.
Here he comes with your niece. Give them way till we take leave, and presently after him.
I will meditate the while upon some horrid message for a challenge.
I've said too much unto a heart of stone, and laid mine honor too unchary out. There's something in me that reproves my fault. But such a headstrong, potent fault it is that it but mocks reproof. Here, wear this jewel for me, 'tis my picture. Refuse it not, it have no tongue to vex you. And I beseech you, come again tomorrow. What shall you ask of me that I'll deny?
Nothing but this, your true love for my master.
How with mine honor may I give him that which I've given to you?
I will acquit you.
Well, come again tomorrow. Fare thee well.
Exit Olivia, enter Sir Toby and Fabian.
Gentlemen, God save thee.
And you, sir.
What defense thou hast, betake thee to, for thy assailant is quick, skillful, and deadly.
You mistake, sir. I am sure no man hath any quarrel to me.
You'll find it otherwise, I assure you. Therefore, if you hold your life at any price, betake you to your guard, for your opposite hath in him what youth, strength, skill, and wrath can furnish man withal.
I pray you, sir, what is he?
He is knight, a devil in private brawl. Souls and bodies hath he divorced 3, and his incensement at this moment is so implacable that satisfaction can be none but by pangs of death and sepulchre.
I will return again into the house.
That you shall not to the house, unless you undertake that with me, which with as much safety you might answer him. Therefore on.
This is as uncivil as strange. I beseech you, do me this courteous office as to know of the night what my offense to him is. It is something of my negligence, nothing of my purpose.
I will do so. Signor Fabian, stay you by my gentlemen till I return.
Toby marches grimly away, and Viola turns anxiously to Fabian.
Pray you, sir, do you know of this matter?
I know the knight is incensed against you, even to a mortal arbitrament, but nothing of the circumstance more.
I beseech you, what manner of man is he?
He is indeed, sir, the most skillful, bloody, and fatal opposite that you could possibly have found in any part of Illyria.
Why, man, he's a very devil!
This is too much for her. Viola flees away with Fabian in pursuit. Enter Sir Andrew, brandishing his sword, pushed on by Sir Toby.
They say he has been fencer to the survey.
Box on it, I'll not meddle with him.
Aye, but he'll not now be pacified. Fabian can scarce hold him yonder.
Re-enter Fabian with Viola.
Plague on it, let him let the matter slip, and I'll give him my horse, Grey Capulet.
I'll make the motion. Stand here, make a good show on. Mary, I'll ride your horse as well as I ride you.
Toby and Fabian confer.
I have his horse to take up the quarrel. I have persuaded him the youth's the devil.
He's as horribly conceited of him, and pants and looks pale as if a bear were at his heel.
The seconds go over to Viola.
There's no remedy, sir. He'll fight with you for his oath's sake.
Pray God defend me. A little thing would make me tell them how much I lack of a man.
She waves her sword uncertainly before her.
Give ground if you see him furious.
Come, Sir Andrew, there's no remedy. Come on, shoot!
I do assure you 'tis against my will.
Urged on by their seconds, Sir Andrew and Viola shuffle toward each other and start to fight, avoiding each other as much as possible. Enter the sea captain Antonio. He confronts Sir Andrew.
Put up your sword!
Sir Andrew promptly drops it. Antonio, after a quick look to Viola, whom of course he believes to be Sebastian, turns back fiercely to Sir Andrew.
If this young gentleman have done offense, I take the fall on me. If you offend him, I for him defy you.
You, sir? Why, what are you?
One, sir, that for his love dares yet do more than you've heard him brag to you, he will.
Nay, if you be an undertaker, I am for you.
They draw and a real fight starts. Enter the officers.
Oh, so behold! Here come the officers.
I'll be ready when on.
Antonio, I arrest thee at the suit of Count Orsino.
You do mistake me, sir.
No, sir, no jot. I know your favor well. Take him away.
I must obey.
Antonio returns his sword to its scabbard and turns to Viola.
This comes with seeking you, but there's no remedy. I shall answer it. What will you do now? My necessity makes me ask you for my purse. It grieves me much more for what I cannot do for you than what befalls myself. You stand amazed, but be of comfort.
Come, sir, away.
I must entreat of you some of that money.
What money, sir?
Will you deny me now? Is it possible that my deserts to you can lack persuasion?
I know of none. Nor know I you by voice or any feature.
Oh, heavens themselves.
Come, sir, I pray you, go.
Let me speak a little. This youth that you see here, I snatched one half out of the jaws of death.
What's that to us? The time goes by. Away!
Lead me on.
Methinks his words do from such passion fly that he believes himself. So do not I. Proof true imagination. Oh, proof true that I, dear brother, be now ta'en for you.
Viola exits after Antonio.
A very dishonest, paltry boy. His dishonesty appears in leaving his friend here in necessity and denying him. And for his cowardship, ask Fabian.
A coward, a most devout coward, religious.
Slid, I'll after him again and beat him.
Do, cuff him roundly, but never draw thy sword.
Sir Andrew promptly draws it. They all run out. Act 4, Scene 1. Before Olivia's house. Enter Sebastian, Festa following.
Will you make me believe that I am not sent for you? Go to, thou art a foolish fellow. Let me be clear of thee. Well held out of faith. No, I do not know you. Nor I am not sent to you by my lady to bid you come speak with her. Nor your name is not Master Cesario. Nor this is not my nose, neither. Nothing that is so is so. I prithee, vent thy folly somewhere else. There's money for thee. If you tarry longer, I shall give worse payment.
Enter Sir Andrew, Fabian, and Sir Toby.
No, sir, have I met you again? There's for you.
What? There's for thee, and there, and there!
Here.
Are all the people mad?
Hold, sir!
He grabs Sebastian. They wrestle. Festa retires hurriedly.
This will I tell my lady straight. I would not be in some of your coats for tuppence.
Come on, sir! Hold!
Festa runs out. Sir Toby and Sebastian are struggling furiously.
I'll have an action of battery against him if there be any law in Illyria, though I struck him first, yet it's no matter for that.
Let go thy hand.
Come, sir, I will not let you go. Come on!
I will be free from thee. If thou darest tempt me further, draw thy sword.
What? What? Nay, then I must have an ounce or two of this malafide blood from
Sebastian has just unsheathed his sword, and Sir Toby, with fearful brandishings of his, is just advancing upon him when Olivia appears.
Madam.
Olivia glares at him.
Will it be ever thus? Ungracious wretch, fit for the mountains and the barbarous caves where manners ne'er were preached. Out of my sight.
Without a word, Sir Toby hurries out, Fabian and Sir Andrew contritely following. Olivia turns and walks over to Sebastian, who is putting up his sword.
Be not offended, dear Cesario.
Sebastian looks up at her, perplexed.
I prithee, gentle friend, let thy fair wisdom, not thy passion, sway in this uncivil and unjust extent against thy peace. Go with me to my house, and hear thou there how many fruitless pranks this ruffian hath botched up, that thou thereby may smile at this. Thou shalt not choose but go, do not deny. To shrew his soul for me, he started one poor heart of mine in thee.
What relish is this? How runs the stream? Or I am mad, or else this is a dream. That fancy still my sense in lether steep. If it be thus to dream, still let me sleep.
Nay, come, I prithee. Wouldst thou be ruled by me?
Madam, I will.
Oh, say so, and so be.
They go off together. Act 4, Scene 2. Darkness, except for a few rays which fall on the bars to Malvolio's prison, behind which he is presumably in slumber or in puritanical reflection on the follies of vanity. Enter Festa and Maria.
Nay, I prithee, put on this gown and this beard. Make him believe thou art Sir TEMPEST, the curate. Do it quickly.
At the door as she exits.
I'll call Sir Toby the while.
The clown speaks to himself as he arranges the disguise.
Well, I'll put it on, and I will dissemble myself in. And I would I were the first that ever dissembled in such a gown.
As he is patting his beard in place, he hears Maria returning with Sir Toby.
The competitors enter.
He scampers to an opposite position and assumes an exaggerated clerical pose as Toby and Maria appear.
Do bless thee, Master Parson.
Bonus dies, Sir Toby.
The knave counterfeits well. A good knave.
Malvolio speaks, a feeble voice from within the cell.
Who calls there?
Toby draws Maria into a corner.
Sir Topus the curate, who comes to visit Malvolio the lunatic.
Sir Topus! Sir Topus, good Sir Topus, go to my lady.
Out, hyperbolical fiend! How vexest thou this man? Talkest thou nothing but of ladies?
Well said, Master
Sir Topus never was a man thus wrong. Good Sir Topus, do not think I am mad. They have laid me here in hideous darkness.
Fie, thou dishonest Satan! I call thee by the most modest terms, for I am one of those gentle ones that will use the devil himself with courtesy. Say'st thou that house is dark?
As hell, Sir Topus.
Why, it hath bay windows transparent as barricadoes, and the clear stores toward the south-north are as lustrous as ebony, and yet complainest thou of obstruction.
I am not mad, Sir Topus. I say to you, this house is dark.
Madman thou errest. I say there is no darkness but ignorance, in which thou art more puzzled than the Egyptians in their fog.
I say this house is as dark as ignorance, though ignorance were as dark as hell. And I say there was never man thus abused. I am no more mad than you are. Make the trial of it in any constant question.
What is the opinion of Pythagoras concerning wildfowl?
That the soul of our grandeur might haply inhabit a bird.
What thinkest thou of his opinion?
I think nobly of the soul, and in no way approve his opinion.
Fare thee well. Remain thou still in darkness. Thou shalt hold the opinion of Pythagoras, ere I will allow of thy wits, and fear to kill a woodcock, lest thou dispossess the soul of thy grandam. Fare thee well.
Setopus!
My most exquisite Setopus.
Nay, I am for all waters.
To him in thy own voice, and bring me word how thou findest him.
But now a thought of his sedate relative and her probable anger comes to the old jokester, and the jest turns a little sour in his mouth.
I would I were well rid of this knavery. If he may be conveniently delivered, I would he were. For I am now so far in offence with my niece that I cannot pursue with any safety this sport to the upshot. Come by and by to my chamber.
Exit Toby and Maria, Feste following them to the door and handing Maria his gown and beard. He then returns, bounding into full view of Malvolio and singing,
Hey, Robin, jolly Robin, tell me how my lady does.
Fool!
Hey, Robin, jolly Robin, tell me how my lady is unkind to thee.
Fool!
Alas, why is she so?
Fool, I say!
She loves another.
Fool!
Who calls, huh?
Good fool! As ever thou wilt deserve wearing my hand, help me to a candle and pen and ink and papers. I am a gentleman, I will have to be thankful to thee for it.
Master Malvolio?
Aye, good fool!
Alas, sir, how fell you besides your 5 wits?
Fool, there was never man so notoriously abused. They have here profited me, kept me in darkness, send ministers to me, asses, and do all they can to face me out of my wits.
Advise you what you say. The minister is here.
tiptoeing across to the side of the barred window, he assumes the voice of Setopus.
Malvolio, Malvolio, thy wits the heavens restore. Endeavor thyself to sleep, and leave thy vain dibble-babble.
Setopus!
Maintain no words with him, good fellow.
Who, I, sir? Not I, sir. God be with you, good Sir Topus.
Marry, amen.
I will, sir. I will.
Fool, I say!
Alas, sir, be patient. What say you, sir? I am shent for speaking to you.
Good fool. Help me to some lights and some paper. I tell thee I'm as well in my wits as any man in Illyria.
Well a day that you were, sir.
By this hand I am. Good fool, some ink, paper, and light, and convey me what was set down to my lady. It shall advantage thee more than ever the bearing of letter did.
I will help you, Toot. I will fetch you light and paper and ink.
Fool, I'll requite it in the highest degree, I prithee. Begone!
Fester makes a sweeping bow to the prisoner and exits to the tune and tempo of his own song.
I am gone, sir, and anon, sir. I'll be with you again.
Darkness, except for the faint rays which fall on Malvolio, framed in his ignominy. Act 5, Scene 1, before Olivia's house. Enter the Duke, his followers in attendance, including Viola and Valentine and Curio. They encounter the officers leading on Antonio.
Here comes the man, sir, that did rescue me.
That face of his I do remember well. Orsino, this is that Antonio that took the Phoenix and her fraught from Candy. Here in the streets, desperate of shame and state, in private brabble did we apprehend him.
He did me kindness, sir, drew on my side, but in conclusion put strange speech upon me.
Notable pirate, thou saltwater thief, what foolish boldness brought thee to their mercies, whom thou, in terms so bloody and so dear, hast made thine enemies?
Orsino, noble sir, be pleased I shake off these names you give me. Antonio never yet was thief or pirate, though I confess on base and ground enough Orsino's enemy. Oh, a witchcraft drew me hither. That most ingrateful boy there by your side, from the rude seas and rage and foamy mouth, did I redeem. A right past hope he was. His life I gave him, and for his sake did I expose myself, pure for his love, into the danger of this adverse town. Drew to defend him when he was beset, where, being apprehended, his false cunning, not meaning to partake with me in danger, taught him to face me out of his acquaintance.
How can this be?
When came he to this town?
Today, my lord, and for 3 months before, no interim, not a minute's vacancy. Both day and night did we keep company.
Enter Olivia.
Here comes the Countess. Now heaven walks on earth.
He turns back to Antonio.
Fellow, thy words are madness. 3 months this youth hath tended upon me. But more of that anon. Take him aside.
Orsino, stepping forward, sweeps off his hat and bows before Olivia.
What would my lord but that he may not have, wherein Olivia may seem serviceable?
Seeing Viola, she goes over to her.
Cesario, you do not keep promise with me.
Madam?
Gracious Olivia.
What do you say, Cesario, good my lord?
My lord would speak. My duty hushes me.
Olivia looks at her for a moment and then turns back to Orsino.
If it be off to the old tune, my lord, it is fat and fulsome to mine ears, howling after music.
Still so cruel.
Still so constant, lord.
The Duke turns away and starts off, Viola
Where
after
goes
her.
Cesario?
After him I love more than I love these eyes, more than my life, more by all mores than e'er I shall love wife.
I me detested, how am I beguiled?
Who does beguile you? Who does do you wrong?
Hast thou forgot thyself? Is it so long? Call forth the Holy Father.
Come, away!
Whither, my lord? Cesario, husband, stay!
Husband?
Aye, husband, can he that deny?
Ah, husband, sirrah!
No, my lord, not I.
Enter the priest.
Oh, welcome, Father. Father, I charge thee by thy reverence here to unfold what thou dost know have newly passed between this youth and me.
A contract of eternal bond of love, sealed in my function by my testimony.
Orsino stares at the priest for a moment and then turns to Viola.
Oh, thou dissembling cub! Farewell and take her, but direct thy feet where thou and I henceforth may never meet.
My lord, I do protest.
Oh, love of God, send
Enter Sir Andrew holding a handkerchief to his head.
Send one presently to Sir Toby.
What's the matter?
He has broke my head across and has given Sir Toby a bloody coxcomb too.
Who has done this, Sir Andrew?
The Count's gentleman, one Cesario. We took him for a coward, but he's a very devil incarnate.
My gentleman, Cesario.
As Sir Andrew turns to look at Orsino, he catches sight of Viola.
Odds lifelings, hear, hear.
Why do you speak to me? I never hurt you. You drew your sword upon me without cause, but I bespake you fair and hurt you not.
A bloody coxcomb you hurt, you affect me. I think you said nothing by a bloody coxcomb. Here comes Sir Toby halting.
Sir Toby appears, half limping, half staggering, his pate and one leg thickly bandaged with handkerchiefs.
You shall hear more, but if he had not been in drink, he would have tickled you other gates than he did.
That's your one. Has hurt me, and there's the end on. Sot, did see Dick Surgeon, Sot?
Oh, he's drunk, Sir Toby, an hour gone.
Then he's a rogue. I hate a drunken rogue.
I'll help you, Sir Toby.
Will you help? An asshead, and a coxcomb, and a knave, a thin-faced knave, a cow.
Toby makes his way out, kicking Sir Andrew before him. Olivia turns to
Get
Fabian.
him to bed and let his hurt be looked to.
With a bow, Fabian runs out after Toby. Enter Sebastian.
I'm sorry, madam, I have hurt your kinsman, but had it been the brother of my blood, I must have done no less with wit and safety.
Viola recognizes her brother. All stare at him. He has not seen her.
You throw a strange regard upon me, and by that I do perceive it hath offended you. Pardon me, sweet one, even for the vows we made each other but so late ago. One face, one voice, one habit, and two persons.
Turning as Orsino speaks, Sebastian sees Antonio.
Antonio! Oh, my dear Antonio, how have the hours racked and tortured me since I have lost thee.
Sebastian, are you?
Fearest thou that, Antonio?
How have you made division of yourself? An apple, cleft in two, is not more twin than these two creatures. Which is Sebastian?
Most wonderful.
Sebastian sees Viola.
Do I stand there?
If nothing lets to make us happy both but this my masculine usurped attire, do not embrace me till each circumstance of place, time, fortune do cohere and jump that I am Viola. I'll bring you to a captain in this town where lie my maiden weeds, by whose gentle help I was preserved to serve this noble count. All the occurrence of my fortune since has been between this lady and this lord.
Sebastian goes over to Olivia.
So comes it, lady, you have been mistook. You are betrothed both to a maid and man.
Orsino speaks to Viola.
Boy, thou hast said to me 1,000 times, thou never shouldst love woman like to me.
And all those sayings will I overswear.
Enter Malvolio. Malvolio, a very changed Malvolio. Hatless, hair rumpled, dress mussed, a paper half crushed in his shaking hand. After him troop his tormentors, Fabian and Maria, Andrew, Toby, and finally Festa.
Oh, now, Malvolio.
Madam, you've done me wrong. Notorious wrong.
Have I, Malvolio? No.
Lady, you have. Pray you peruse that letter. You must not now deny it is your hand.
Alas, Malvolio, this is not my writing.
Good madam, hear me speak. Most freely I confess. Myself and Toby set this device against Malvolio here. Maria read the letter to Toby's great importance, in recompense whereof he hath married her.
Alas, poor fool, how have they baffled thee?
Why, some are born great. Achieve greatness. Some have greatness thrown upon them. Madam, why laugh you at such a barren rascal?
Some are born great.
Some achieve greatness.
And some have greatness thrust upon them. I'll be revenged on the whole pack of them.
He stumbles out. Festa, Fabian, Maria, Sir Toby, and Sir Andrew in derisive pursuit.
He have been most notoriously abused.
Pursue him and entreat him to a peace.
Two attendants bow and hurry off. The Duke speaks to Olivia.
Meantime, sweet sister, we will not part from hence.
And then to Viola.
Cesario, come, for so you shall be while you are a man. But when in other habits you are seen, Orsino's mistress and his fancy's queen.
Orsino and Viola lead a procession off stage. Olivia and Sebastian, Antonio, attendants, ladies-in-waiting, page boys and officers following. As they start to go, Festa bounds back into the scene and sings as the others file out.
When I was and a little tiny boy, with hay for the wind and the rain, a foolish thing was but a toy, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came to man's estate, with hay for the wind and the rain, Danes, knaves, and thieves, men shut their gates, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came at last to wive, with hay ho the wind and the rain, by swaggering could I never thrive, for the rain, for the rain, for the rain it raineth every day. A great while ago the world began, with hay for the wind and the rain. But that's all one, our play is done, and we'll strive to please you every day.
Fabian, Maria, Sir Toby, and Sir Andrew in derisive pursuit.
He have been most notoriously abused.
Pursue him and entreat him to a peace.
Two attendants bow and hurry off. The Duke speaks to Olivia.
Meantime, sweet sister, we will not part from hence.
And then to Viola.
Cesario, come, for so you shall be while you are a man. But when in other habits you are seen, Orsino's mistress and his fancy's queen.
Orsino and Viola lead a procession off stage. Olivia and Sebastian, Antonio, attendants, ladies-in-waiting, page boys and officers following. As they start to go, Festa bounds back into the scene and sings as the others file out.
When I was and a little tiny boy, with hay for the wind and the rain, a foolish thing was but a toy, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came to man's estate, with hay for the wind and the rain, Danes, knaves, and thieves, men shut their gates, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came at last to wive, with hay ho the wind and the rain, by swaggering could I never thrive, for the rain, for the rain, for the rain it raineth every day. A great while ago the world began, with hay for the wind and the rain. But that's all one, our play is done, and we'll strive to please you every day.
We hope you enjoyed William Shakespeare's Twelfth Night. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with Othello, starring Richard Widmark, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
On May the 4th, 1953, the hit radio drama Suspense, known for its sci-fi tales and murder mysteries, made a big gamble. They opted to bring Shakespeare's Othello to their audience and enlisted one of their regular stars, Richard Widmark, to play the lead. The result was an instant radio classic. As for Shakespeare's play Othello, it's one of the darkest. It was written at one of the darkest moments in English history, when following the Gunpowder Plot in 1605, actually following James I reneging of his promises to the Catholic population, the persecution would end just before, in 1604, that the anger of the Catholics led to the hotheads to get involved in the Gunpowder Plot, to those who were wavering in their faith to finally surrender. And in Shakespeare's case, what we see are 3 of his darkest and most angry plays written around this time, namely Macbeth, King Lear, and Othello. So in Othello, Shakespeare gives us one of the darkest Machiavellian characters in the whole of literary history, in the character of Iago. And Iago, of course, is the Spanish name for James. So we see here that basically Shakespeare, without getting himself arrested, connects the name of the tyrant James and the way that King James has basically been a Machiavellian in his dealing with England's Catholics, by ascribing his name, applying his name to one of the darkest villains in all of dramatic history. And Iago begins basically with the demonic words, "I am not what I am," which is an inversion and the antithesis of God's declaration of himself in Scripture as "I am that I am." So "I am not what I am" is basically a statement by an antichrist figure, one who is diabolical. And this is played out in Iago's whole persona, and we see this played out in the words he speaks. So, for instance, in Act 2, "Divinity of hell, when devils with the blackest sins put on, they do suggest at first with heavenly shows, as I do now." So the art of the lie. And then we see that Iago's deceitful words pour a pestilence into Othello's ear. So basically the lie, the use of words to deceive, is like poison in the ear. Pouring poison in the ear. This is a recurrence of Shakespeare's use of the same motif in Hamlet. It is, however, not Iago's words alone that are poisonous, but the dangerous conceits in Othello's prideful heart. It is the Moor's violent jealousy, itself the bitter fruit of his pride, which is venomous. Iago will simply use the canker of jealousy already eating away at Othello's heart to manipulate the Moor's own downfall. So having discussed the demonic Iago and the noble but fatally flawed Othello, it's time to turn our attention to the doomed damsel Desdemona. We find out basically that she's not as pure and innocent as other Shakespearean heroines such as Cordelia in King Lear. For instance, it's not Othello's courtesy that first attracts her to him, still less his practice of Christian virtue. It is the tales he tells her of his adventures on the high seas and in strange lands. This is very different from the nobility of Cordelia or the wisdom and virtue of Portia in The Merchant of Venice. Cordelia has nothing to gain personally and everything to lose. She sacrifices herself in silent love for her father, suffering exile for her pains. Desdemona has gained the husband that she desires and sacrifices her father's feelings in her decision to elope with the Moor. Desdemona acts rashly and recklessly, blundering naively into an ultimately abusive marriage that will lead to her death. Unlike Cordelia, who is indeed a blameless victim, Desdemona is at least partially culpable for her own death. And as Othello suffocates her, she utters the simplest of prayers, "O Lord, Lord, Lord." For a Catholic in the audience, these words would resonate with the Domine non sum dignus in the Mass, the prayer of contrition, repeated 3 times by the communicant immediately before receiving communion. Domine, Domine, Domine. Lord, Lord, Lord. The connection with the Mass in this crucial and climactic scene is also evident in Desdemona's twice repeating of the prayer, "Have mercy on me," reminiscent of the Miserere Nobis, repeated twice during the Agnus Dei, and is also suggested by Othello's infernal suggestion that his killing of Desdemona is not a murder, but a sacrifice. Desdemona's role in this symbolic shadowing of the Mass is therefore partly that of Christ, who is sacrificed for a sin he did not commit, but also that of the repentant sinner preparing to receive Christ in communion. She is guiltless of the sin of adultery, for which she is killed, but is culpable for her betrayal of her father and the recklessness inherent in her elopement. The play's blameless victim ultimately is not Desdemona, but Brabantio, the loving father and kind lord who died of a broken heart after his daughter's desertion of him. In this darkest of tragedies, Shakespeare censures the age in which he lives, the time, the place, the torture, with a tale of darkness told and told with the doom-laden and crushing weight of the playwright's own heavy heart. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Othello, Part 1.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite proudly presents Part 1 of the first radio dramatization of William Shakespeare's tragic history of love and death, Othello.
Act 1, Scene 1, Venice, a street. Enter Roderigo and Iago.
You told me you hated the Moor.
Despise me if I do not. I know my price, Roderigo. I am worth no worse a place. But, says he, I have already chosen my officer. And what was he? Forsooth, one Michael Cassio of Florentine. He in good time must his lieutenant be, and I, God bless the mark, his worship's ensign.
I would not follow him then, good Iago.
Oh, sir, content you. I follow him to serve my turn upon him. We cannot all be masters, nor all masters cannot be truly followed. In following him, I follow but myself. Call up her father. Rouse him, make after him, poison his delight.
What ho, Brabantio! Signor Brabantio, ho!
Look to your house, your daughter, and your bags! Thieves! Thieves!
What is the reason of this terrible summons? What is the matter there?
Signor, is all your family within?
Are all doors locked? What, have you lost your wit?
Most reverend Signor, do you know my voice?
Not I. What are you?
My name is Roderigo.
Oh, worse welcome. I have charged you not to haunt about my doors. In honest plainness, you've heard me say my daughter is not for you.
Sir, I beseech you that your fair daughter, Desdemona, to the gross clasps of a lascivious Moor has fled. Straight satisfy yourself. If she be in her chamber or your house, let loose on me the justice of the state for this delusion.
Strike on the tinder hoe. Give me a taper. Call up all my people. Light, I say, light!
Farewell, Roderigo, for I must leave you. It seems not meet nor wholesome to my place to be produced against the Moor. Lead to the arsenal the razed search, and there will I be with him. So farewell.
Scene 2, outside the arsenal. A few moments later, enter Othello, Iago, and attendants with torches.
'Tis better as it is. But I pray, sir, are you fast married? For be sure of this, that Signor Brabantio is much beloved, and hath in his effect a voice potential as double as the Duke's. He will divorce you.
Let him do his spite. My loyal services shall outtongue his complaints. For no Iago, but that I love the gentle Desdemona. But look, what lights come yonder?
These are the razed father and his friends. You will thus go in.
Not I must be found. Is it they?
By Janus, I think no.
The servants of the Duke and my Lieutenant Cassio. The goodness of the night upon you, friends. What is the news, Cassio?
The Duke does greet you, General, and he requires your post-haste appearance even on the instant.
What's the matter, think you?
Something from Cyprus, as I may divine. You've been hotly called for.
'Tis well I'm found by you.
Come, Captain, will you go?
Have with you.
Here comes another troop to seek for you.
It is Brabantio, General. Be advised, he comes to bad intent.
Hola! Stand there!
Signor, it is the Moor.
Then down with him. Thief!
Keep up your bright sword for the duel, Rustum.
Foul thief! Where hast thou stowed my daughter? I'll have disputed on.
Where will you that I go to answer this your charge?
To prison!
What if I do obey? How may the Duke be therewith satisfied, whose messengers are here about my side, upon some present business of the state to bear me to him?
The Duke in council, and this time of the night? Bring him away. Mine's not an idle cause. The Duke himself cannot but feel this wrong as 'twere his own.
Scene 3, a council chamber. The Duke and Senator sitting at a table with lights.
Valiant Othello, we must straight employ you against the general enemy Ottoman. I did not see you. Welcome, Signor Brabantio. We lacked your counsel and your help tonight.
So did I yours. Good your grace, pardon me. Neither my place nor aught I heard of business has raised me from my bed, for my particular grief is of so floodgate and all-bearing nature that it engluts and swallows other sorrows.
Why, what's the matter?
My daughter. Oh, my daughter.
Dead?
Aye, to me. She is abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by spells and medicines bought of mountebanks. Here is the man, this Moor, whom now it seems your special mandate for the state affairs has hither brought.
Othello, what in your own part can you say to this?
I do beseech you, send for the lady, and let her speak of me before her father. If you do find me foul in her report, let your sentence even fall upon my life.
Fetch Desdemona hither.
Iago, conduct them. You best know the place. And till she come, as truly as to heaven, I'll present how I did thrive in this fair lady's love, and she in mine.
Say it, Othello.
Her father loved me, oft invited me, still questioned me the story of my life from year to year. I ran it through. I spoke of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of being taken by the insolent foe and sold to slavery, and my redemption thence. This to hear would Desdemona seriously incline, and with a greedy ear devour up my discourse. When I did speak of some distressful stroke that my youth suffered, my story being done, she gave me for my pains a world of sighs. She swore in faith 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. She wished she had not heard it, yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man. She thanked me and bade me, if I had a friend that loved her, I should but teach him how to tell my story, and that would woo her. Upon this hint I spoke. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. This only is the witchcraft I have used. Here comes the lady, let her witness it.
Come hither, gentle mistress. Do you perceive in all this noble company where most you owe obedience?
My noble father, I do perceive here a divided duty. To you I am bound for life and education. My life and education both do learn me how to respect you. But here's my husband, and so much duty as my mother showed to you, preferring you before her father, so much I challenge that I may profess due to the Moor, my lord.
Come hither, Moor. I here do give you that with all my heart I would keep from you. For your sake, Jewel, I am glad at soul. I have no other child. I have done, my lord. Beseech you now to the affairs of state.
The Turk, with most mighty preparation, makes for Cyprus. Othello, the fortitude of the place is best known to you, and though we have there Montano, a substitute of most allowed sufficiency, yet opinion, as sovereign mistress of effects, throws a more safer voice on you.
I do undertake these present wars against the Ottomites.
At 10 in the morning here we'll meet again. Othello, leave some officer behind, and he shall our commission bring to you.
Please your grace, my ensign Iago, a man he is of honesty and trust. To his conveyance I assign my wife, with what else needful your good grace shall think to be sent after me.
Let it be so. Good night to everyone. Adieu, brave Moor. Use Desdemona well.
Look to her, Moor. Have a quick eye to see. She has deceived her father. May do thee.
My life upon her faith. Come, Desdemona. I have but an hour of love, of worldly matters and direction to spend with thee. We must obey the time.
What sayest thou, Rodrigo?
What will I do?
Why, go to bed and sleep.
I will incontinently drown myself.
If you do, I shall never love thee after. Why, thou silly gentleman?
What should I do? I confess it is my shame to be so fond of her, but it is not in my virtue to amend it.
Virtue a fig. 'Tis in ourselves that we are thus or thus. Our bodies are gardens, to the which our wills are gardeners. Come, be a man. Drown thyself. Drown cats and blind puppies. Put money in thy purse. It cannot be that Desdemona should long continue her love unto the Moor. Put money in thy purse, nor he to her. It was a violent commencement, and you shall see an answerable sequestration. Put but money in thy purse. These Moors are changeable in their wills. She must change for youth. She will find the error of her choice. She must have change. She must. If you must damn yourself, do it a more delicate way than drowning. Make all the money you can. You shall enjoy her.
Will you be fast to my hopes?
You are sure of me. Go, make money. I have told thee often, and I tell thee again and again. I hate the Moor. Adieu.
I'll be with thee betimes.
Thus do I ever make my fool my purse. I hate the Moor. Let me see now. Cassio's a proper man. to get his place and to make up my will. A double knavery. How? After some time to abuse Othello's ear, that his lieutenant Cassio is too familiar with his wife. Cassio hath a person and a smooth disposed to be suspected. The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest that but seem to be so, and will as tenderly be led by the nose as asses are. I have it. It is engendered. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light.
Act 2, Scene 1. A month later, a seaport in Cyprus. The wars are over. Othello's sail has been sighted. Enter Cassio, Iago, Roderigo, and Desdemona. The Moor's lieutenant pays innocent compliment to Desdemona as Iago and the jealous Roderigo stand apart.
He takes her by the palm. Aye, well said. Whisper. With as little a web as this, will I ensnare as great a fly as Cassio. Aye, smile upon her, do. I will catch you in your own courtesies. Good, well kissed. An excellent courtesy. 'Tis so indeed. Yet again your fingers to your lips. Would they were clyster pipes for your sake. The Moor, I know his trumpet. 'Tis truly so.
Let's meet him and receive him.
Oh, my fair warrior.
My dear Othello.
It gives me wonder great as my content to see you here before me. If it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy. For I fear my soul has her content so absolute that not another comfort like to this succeeds in unknown fate.
The heavens forbid but that our loves and comforts should increase even as our days do grow.
Amen to that, sweet powers. I cannot speak enough of this content. It stops me here. It is too much of joy. And this, the greatest discords be that e'er our hearts shall make. I prithee, good Iago, go to the bay and disembark my coffers. Come, Cassio. Come, Desdemona. Once more, well met at Cyprus.
I will tell you this, good Roderigo. Desdemona is directly in love with Cassio.
With him? Why, 'tis not possible.
Mark me with what violence she first loved the Moor, but for bragging and telling her fantastical lies. And will she love him still for prating? Let not thy discreet heart think so. Her eye must be fed. And what delight shall she have to look on the devil? Her delicate tenderness will find itself abused and compel her to some second choice. Now, sir, this granted. Who stands so eminently in the degree of this fortune as Cassio does?
I cannot believe that in her. She's full of the most blessed conditions.
Blessed fig's end. Didst not see her paddle with the palm of Cassio's hand? Didst not mark that?
Yes, but that was but courtesy.
Lechery by this hand. An index and obscure prologue to the history of lust and foul thoughts. They met so near with their lips that their breaths embraced together. But, sir, watch you tonight. Cassio knows you not. I'll not be far from you. Do you find some occasion to anger Cassio?
Well,
provoke him that he may strike you. For even out of that will I cause these of Cyprus to mutiny, whose qualification shall come into no true trust again but by the displanting of Cassio. So shall you have a shorter journey to your desires.
I will do this if I can bring it to any opportunity.
I warrant thee. Meet me by and by at the citadel. I must fetch his necessaries ashore. Farewell.
Adieu.
I'll have our Michael Cassio on the hip. Abuse him to the Moor in the rank garb. Make the Moor thank me, love me, and reward me for making him egregiously an ass, and practicing upon his peace and quiet, even to madness. 'Tis here, but yet confused. Knavery's plain face is never seen till used.
Scene, a hall in the castle. The time, early night. Enter Iago and Cassio.
We muster the watch, Iago?
Not this hour, Lieutenant. 'Tis not yet 10 o'clock. Our general cast us thus early for the love of his Desdemona, who let us not therefore blame.
She is a most exquisite lady. Indeed, she is a most fresh and delicate creature.
What an eye she has. Methinks it sounds a parley of provocation.
An inviting eye, and yet, methinks, right modest.
And when she speaks, is it not an alarum to love?
It is indeed perfection.
Well, happiness to them. Come, Lieutenant, I have a stoup of wine. And here without are a brace of Cyprus gallants that would fain have a measure to the health of Othello.
Not tonight, good Iago. I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking.
But 1 cup, I'll drink for you.
I have drunk but 1 cup tonight. I am unfortunate in the infirmity and dare not task my weakness with any more.
What, man? 'Tis a night of revels. The gallants desire it.
Where are they?
Here at the door. I pray you, call them in.
I'll do it, but it dislikes... Gentlemen, I am drunk. This is my right hand, and this is my left hand. I am not drunk now. I can stand well enough and speak well enough. Very well, then. You must not think that I am drunk.
To the master's platform. Come, let's set the watch.
Good Montano. You see this fellow that has gone before. He is a soldier fit to stand by Caesar. Yet I fear the trust Othello put him in on some odd time of his infirmity will shake this island.
Oh? But is he often thus?
'Tis evermore the prologue to his sleep.
It were well the general were put in mind of it.
Help! But hark, what noise?
Down, you rogue, you rascal!
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
I'll beat the knave into a wicker bottle.
Beat me? Do you prate wrong?
Good Lieutenant. Pray, sir, hold your hand.
Let me go, sir. I'll knock you on the mazard.
Come, you're drunk.
Roderigo, away. Go out and cry a mutiny. Nay, good Lieutenant, sir. Montano. Help, masters. Who's that rings the bell? The town will rise.
What is the matter here? Hold for your lives.
Lieutenant, sir. Montano. Gentlemen, have you forgot all sense of place and duty? Hold! The general speaks to you.
Silence that dreadful bell. It frights the isle from her propriety.
What's the matter, masters? Honest Iago that looks dead with grieving. Speak, who began this?
I do not know. I cannot speak any beginning to this peevish odds.
How came it, Michael, you were thus forgot?
I pray you, pardon me, I cannot speak.
Worthy Montano, what's the matter that you unlace your reputation thus and spend your rich opinion for the name of a night brawler? Give me answer to it.
Worthy Othello, I am hurt to danger. Your officer Iago can inform you.
Now, by heaven, if I stir or do but lift this arm, the best of you shall sink in my rebuke. Iago, who began?
If you deliver more or less than truth, you are no soldier.
Touch me not so near. I had rather have this tongue cut from my mouth than it should do offense to Michael Cassio. Yet I persuade myself to speak the truth. Shall nothing wrong him. Thus it is, General. Montano and myself being in speech, there comes a fellow crying out for help, and Cassio following him with determined sword to execute upon him. Sir, Montano steps into Cassio and entreats his pause. Myself the crying fellow did pursue. He, swift of foot, outran my purpose. When I came back, for this was brief, I found them close together at blow and thrust, even as again they were when you yourself did part them. Though Cassio did some little wrong to him, yet surely he received from him that fled some strange indignity which patience could not pass.
I know, Iago, your honesty and love does mince this matter, making it light to Cassio. Cassio, I love thee, but never more be officer of mine. Montano, for your hurts, myself will be your surgeon. Lead him off. Iago, Look with care about the town and silence those whom this vile brawl distracted. Good night.
Tell me, Cassio, what was he that you followed with your sword? What had he done to you?
I remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly. Quarrel, but nothing wherefore.
But you are now well enough. How came you thus recovered?
It has pleased the devil's wrath. One unperfectness shows me another, to make me frankly despise myself.
Come, you are too severe morally.
I will ask him for my place again. He shall tell me I am a drunkard.
Come. You or any man living may be drunk at some time. I'll tell you what you shall do. Our general's wife is now the general. Confess yourself freely to her. Importune her help to put you in your place again. She is of so free, so kind, so apt, so blessed a disposition. She holds it a vice in her goodness not to do more than she is requested. This broken joint between you and her husband, entreat her to splinter.
You advised me well.
I protest. In the sincerity of love and honest kindness.
In the morning will I beseech the virtuous Desdemona to undertake for me. I'm desperate of my fortunes if they check me here.
You are in the right. Good night, Lieutenant. I must to the watch.
Good night, honest Iago.
And what is he, then, that says I play the villain? When this advice is free I give, and honest, probable to thinking, and indeed the course to win the more again. For while this honest fool plies Desdemona to repair his fortunes, and she for him pleads strongly to the Moor, I'll pour this pestilence into his ear, that she repels him for her lust, and by how much she strives to do him good, she shall undo her credit with the Moor. So will I turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh them all. Sometime, I'll tell you what you shall do. Our general's wife is now the general. Confess yourself freely to her. Importune her help to put you in your place again. She is of so free, so kind, so apt, so blessed a disposition. She holds it a vice in her goodness not to do more than she is requested. This broken joint between you and her husband, entreat her to splinter.
You advised me well.
I protest. In the sincerity of love and honest kindness.
In the morning will I beseech the virtuous Desdemona to undertake for me. I'm desperate of my fortunes if they check me here.
You are in the right. Good night, Lieutenant. I must to the watch.
Good night, honest Iago.
And what is he, then, that says I play the villain? When this advice is free I give, and honest, probable to thinking, and indeed the course to win the more again. For while this honest fool plies Desdemona to repair his fortunes, and she for him pleads strongly to the Moor, I'll pour this pestilence into his ear, that she repels him for her lust, and by how much she strives to do him good, she shall undo her credit with the Moor. So will I turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh them all.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Suspense broadcast Othello Part 1. It was the first time the play was ever done on radio. 1 week later, the Suspense series broadcast Part 2, which you will hear shortly. Richard Widmark had been nominated for an Oscar as Best Actor in a Supporting Role in 1947's Kiss of Death, showing that in 1953, 6 years later, Widmark took the role, proving that radio was still king of the entertainment business. And now, patrons of our digital Globe Theatre, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents Othello Part 1.
Folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
May 11th, 1953, the hit radio drama Suspense, known for its sci-fi tales and murder mysteries, broadcast Part 2 of Shakespeare's Othello, starring Academy Award nominee Richard Widmark. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Othello Part 2.
The scene is Cyprus. Othello has returned triumphant from the wars, now to govern the island with his wife Desdemona. The ensign Iago, jealous of the position held by Cassio, lieutenant to Othello, plots revenge on both Cassio and the Moor, whom he hates.
Two things are to be done. My wife Amelia must move for Cassio to her mistress Desdemona. I'll set her on. Myself the while to draw the Moor apart and bring him jump when he may Cassio find soliciting his wife. Aye, that's the way. Dull not device by coldness and delay.
In happy time, Iago.
You have not been abed then, Cassio?
Why, no, the day it broke before we parted. I've made bold, Iago, to send in to your wife. My suit to her is that she will to virtuous Desdemona procure me some access.
And I'll devise a mean to draw the Moor out of the way, that your converse and business may be more free.
I humbly thank you for it. I never knew a Florentine more kind and honest.
Good morrow, good lieutenant. I'm sorry for your displeasure, but all will sure be well. Pray you come in. I will bestow you where you shall have time to speak your bosom freely.
I am much bound to you.
Be assured, good Cassio, I will do all my abilities in your behalf.
Bounteous madam, whatever shall become of Michael Cassio, he's never anything but your true servant.
Oh, sir, I thank you. Before Amelia here, I give you warrant of your place. Be assured, if I do vow of friendship, I'll perform it to the last article. My lord shall never rest. I'll intermingle everything he does with Cassio's suit. Therefore be merry, Cassio, for I should rather die than give your cause away.
Madam, here comes my lord.
Oh, madam, I'll take my leave.
Why, stay and hear me speak.
Madam, not now. I'm very ill at ease, unfit for mine own purpose.
I'll do your discretion.
I like not that.
What do you say?
Nothing, my lord. Or if... I know not what.
Was not that Cassio parted from my wife?
Cassio, my lord? No, sure, I cannot think it that he would sneak away so guilty-like seeing you coming.
I do believe 'twas he.
How now, my lord? I have been talking with a suitor here, a man that languishes in your displeasure.
Who is it you mean?
Why, your Lieutenant Cassio. Good, my lord, if I have any grace or power to move you, I pray you call him back.
Went he hence now?
Yes, faith so humble that he has left part of his griefs with me. I suffer with him. Good love, call him back.
Not now, sweet Desdemona. Some other time.
But shall be shortly.
The sooner, sweet, for you.
Shall be tonight for supper.
No, not tonight.
Tomorrow dinner, then.
I shall not dine at home. I meet the captains at the Citadel.
Why, then, tomorrow night or Tuesday morn, on Tuesday morn or night or Wednesday morn. Name the time, but let it not exceed 3 days. In faith, he's penitent. When shall he come? Tell me, Othello.
No more. Let him come when he will. I will deny you nothing. Whereon I do beseech you grant me this, to leave me but a little to myself.
Shall I deny you? No. Farewell, my lord.
Farewell, my Desdemona. I'll come to thee straight.
Amelia, come.
Perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee. And when I love thee not, chaos is come again.
My noble lord.
What do you say, Iago?
Did Michael Cassio, when you wooed my lady, know of your love?
He did from first to last. Why do you ask?
But for a satisfaction of my thoughts, no further harm.
Why of your thought, Iago?
I did not think he had been acquainted with her.
Oh, yes, and went between us very often.
Indeed.
Indeed. Aye, indeed. Do you discern aught in that? Is he not honest?
Honest, my lord?
Honest, aye, honest.
My lord, for aught I know.
What do you think?
Think, my lord?
Think, my lord. By heaven, he echoes me. As if there was some monster in his thought, too hideous to be shown. You meant something, I heard you say, but now. You liked not that when Cassio left my wife. What did you not like? If you do love me, show me thy thought.
My lord, you know I love you.
I think you do. And for I know you are full of love and honesty and weigh your words before you give them breath. Therefore, these stops of yours frighten me the more.
For Michael Cassio, I dare be sworn I think that he is honest.
I think so, too.
Men should be what they seem.
Certain men should be what they seem.
Why, then I think Cassio's an honest man.
Nay, yet there's more in this. I prithee speak to me as to thy thinkings.
Good, my lord, pardon me. Though I am bound to every act of duty, I am not bound to that all slaves are free to. Utter my thoughts. Why, say they are vile and false.
You conspire against your friend, Iago, if you but think him wronged and make his ear a stranger to your thoughts.
It were not for your quiet nor your good, nor for my manhood, honesty, or wisdom to let you know my thoughts.
By heaven, I'll know your thought.
Oh, beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock that meat it feeds on.
Why? Why is this? Do you think I'd make a life of jealousy? No, Iago. I see before I doubt. When I doubt, prove, and on the proof, there is no more but this, away at once with love or jealousy.
I am glad of it. For now I shall have reason to show the love and duty that I bear you with franker spirit. Therefore, as I am bound, receive it from me. Look to your wife. Observe her well with Cassio. Wear your eye thus, not jealous nor secure. I would not have your free and noble nature out of self-bounty be abused. Look to it.
Do you say so?
She did deceive her father, marrying you, and when she seemed to shake and fear your looks, she loved them most.
And so she did.
I see this hath a little dashed your spirits.
Not a jot. Not a jot.
In faith, I fear it has. I hope you will consider what is spoke comes from my love. But I do see you're moved. I pray you not to strain my speech to grosser issues, nor to larger reach than to suspicion.
I will not.
Should you do so, my lord, my speech should fall into such vile success as my thoughts aim not at. Cassio is my worthy friend. My lord, I see you are moved.
No, not much moved. I do not think but Desdemona is honest.
Long live she so, and long live you to think so.
Farewell. If you do perceive more, let me know more. Set your wife Amelia to observe. Leave me, Iago.
My lord, I take my leave.
If she be false, oh, then heaven mocks itself. I'll not believe it.
How now, my dear Othello, your dinner and the generous islanders by you invited to attend your presence.
I am to blame.
Why is your speech so faint? Are you not well?
I have a pain upon my forehead here.
Faith, that's with watching. 'Twill away again. Let me but bind your head. Within this hour it will be well again.
Your handkerchief is too little.
Othello puts the handkerchief from him, and Desdemona unwittingly drops it.
Come, I'll go in with you.
I am very sorry that you are not well.
They exit, leaving Amelia alone in the garden.
I'm glad I have found this handkerchief. This was her first remembrance from the moor. In recent days, my wayward husband has 100 times wooed me to steal it. But she so loves the token, for Othello conjured her she should ever keep it, that she reserves it evermore about her to kiss and talk to.
How now? What do you here alone?
Do not you chide. I have a thing for you.
A thing for me?
What will you give me now for that same handkerchief?
What handkerchief?
What handkerchief? Why, that the Moor first gave to Desdemona. That which so often you did bid me steal.
Has stolen it from her?
No, faith. She let it drop by negligence, and to the advantage I being here took it up. Look, here it is.
A good wench. Give it me.
What will you do with it that you have been so earnest to have me?
Richard III is another episode in the CBS radio anthology series Columbia Workshop and was broadcast on the 2nd of June 1946. The production starred Laurence Olivier and the Old Vic Theatre Company in their first American radio appearance. The play Richard III obviously has in the eponymous villain one of the darkest and most Machiavellian villains in the whole of literature. We mentioned with Othello that Iago is up there with Richard III, but there's not much to choose between them. They're both very dark. They lack principle. They're willing to destroy anybody. They're effectively antichrist figures. Richard III itself was one of Shakespeare's earlier plays. It's normally dated sometime around 1592 to 1593, so the early part of his career, and I think astonishingly strong. Some of the earlier plays are you can see it that Shakespeare is a talent in development, if you like, a novice. But Richard III, I think, is up there with his best. And Richard, the character himself, has a lot in common with the vice in the medieval mystery plays, which are an influence on Shakespeare, and especially the vice dissimulation. So the deceiver, the liar, so a satanic figure. So Shakespeare is drawing here from England's Catholic medieval past as inspiration and making Richard III almost a personified abstraction of the devil himself. And we do certainly see the shadow of Machiavelli, and Machiavelli's work, Il Principe, or The Prince, was published in 1509 and really laid the foundations for a philosophical defense for tyranny, for the abandonment of virtue in the role of politics. But the history of Richard III, we actually see that Thomas More wrote about the history of Richard III, and it's certainly very negative towards Richard III. And we know that Shakespeare actually wrote his own play on St. Thomas More, so that Shakespeare and Thomas More, there's obviously a connection there. And Thomas More got that from Cardinal Morton, who was cardinal in England during the early reign of King Henry VII, at the late 15th century, late 1400s. And we see in the character of Richard III a shadow of tyrants like Henry VIII, like Elizabeth I, in whose reign, or under whose reign, Shakespeare wrote this play, and of Elizabeth I's henchman and her spy master, Lord Burleigh, who would also be parodied in Hamlet as Polonius. And we see parallels basically in the character of Richard in other Machiavellian villains in Shakespeare's work, such as King Claudius and Polonius in Hamlet, the Macbeths, Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, in Iago, in Othello, in Edmund, Regan, Goneril, and Cornwall in King Lear. Shakespeare basically was exposing the tyranny of his times in the depiction of these villainous characters, and there are none worse than the eponymous villain in Richard III. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Richard III.
Let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humor thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Today, and again next Sunday at the same time, the Columbia Workshop, radio's foremost laboratory of writing and production techniques, has the honor to present the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England. Their first radio appearance in the United States, a special hour and one-half arrangement of The Tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, with Laurence Olivier in the role of Richard and Ralph Richardson as the narrator. The musical score is original with and is conducted by Herbert Menges. The Old Vic Theatre Company is directed by John Burrow, who has, for these workshop broadcasts, the association of Richard Sandville of CBS. The text was prepared for radio by James and Elizabeth Hart.
Richard III is the final play in Shakespeare's great historical cycle, which depicts the rise and fall of the royal house of Plantagenet. It is the bloodiest chapter in a chronicle which abounds in bloodshed, the darkest scene in a dark panorama of hate, treachery, and ambition turned to mania. Yet the greatest part of Richard III's action takes place in the first period of real peace that England had known for a century. The interminable wars with France were over. Just over, too, was the long and terrible struggle for the English crown between the Lancastrian and the Yorkist branches of the royal house, called the Wars of the Roses. If Richard III touches deeper chords of terror than the preceding plays, the reason is not to be found in the greater violence of the historic events it traces, but in the character of Richard himself. Here is Richard.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarum changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measure. Grim-visaged war has smoothed his wrinkled front, and now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to heap an envious mountain on my back, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. Why, I, in this weak piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. Then, since this world affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the throne, and whiles I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. But yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown, and from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasion. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and like a Sinon, take another Troy. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and send the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'd pluck it down.
Richard in the year 1471, his portrait painted by his own hand. He could look into himself and see his bitter, twisted heart, his brilliant, twisted mind, as clearly as he could see his withered, twisted body in a looking glass. And though he was only Duke of Gloucester, King Edward's youngest brother, his succession barred by Edward's two sons and by the Duke of Clarence, his second eldest brother, it was already on the throne his sights were set. Though he was without wealth or property, he was already scheming to acquire both by marrying the woman who had more cause than anyone in the world to hate him. This woman was Anne, the daughter of the great Earl of Warwick, whom Richard's troops had slain in battle, daughter-in-law of Henry VI, the Lancastrian king, whom Richard had murdered in the Tower of London, widow of Henry's son, the Prince of Wales, whom Richard and his brothers had taken prisoner and stabbed to death. And now Richard is about to commence his loveless wooing of this lady. Regard him as he stands in the shadow of a London doorway and watches her approach down the narrow street. Anne is escorting an open coffin in which lies the body of Henry VI, her father-in-law and Richard's victim. She is bound for the burial ground at Chertsey.
Shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament the untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster. What key-cold figure of a holy king. Pale ashes of the house of Lancaster. Thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood. Be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife of thy Edward, of thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the selfsame hand that made these wounds. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these foes. Cursed the heart that had the heart to do it. Cursed the blood that let this blood from hence. Come, now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul to be interred there.
Stay! You that bear the cross, and set it down.
What black magician conjures up this fiend?
Then I'll set down the cross, or by St. Paul, I'll make a cross of him that disobeys.
What? Do you tremble? Are my gods afraid?
Man of dogs, stand down when I command.
Alas, I blame you not. For you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell.
Sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed.
Foul devil, for God's sake hence and trouble us not. Villain, thou knowest no law of God nor man. No beast who fears, but knows some touch of pity.
But I know none, and therefore am no beast.
Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth.
More wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman, to leave this keen encounter of our wit and fall somewhat into a slower method, is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner.
Thou wast the cause, and most accursed effect.
Your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
I thought that. I tell thee, homicide, these nails should rend that beauty from my...
These eyes could not endure that beauty's wrack. You should not blemish it if I stood by. As all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that. It is my day, my life.
Let night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life.
Curse not thyself, fair creature. Thou art both. He that bereft thee, lady, of thy husband, did it to help thee to a better husband.
Name him. Where is he?
Here. Why dost thou spit at me?
Would it were mortal poison for thy sake.
Never came poison from so sweet a place.
Never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight, thou dost infect mine eye.
Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. My tongue could never learn sweet smoothing words, but now thy beauty is proposed my fee, my proud heart sues and prompts my tongue to speak. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee. Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Me up.
Rise, dissembler. Though I wish thy death, I will not be thy execution.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I have already.
That was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love.
Oh, I would I knew thy heart.
'Tis figured in my tongue.
I tell me both are false.
Say then, my peace is made.
That shalt thou know hereafter.
But shall I live in hope? Vouchsafe to wear this ring.
To take is not to give.
Look, how my ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine.
bid me farewell. 'Tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already.
Was ever woman in this humor wooed? Was ever woman in this humor won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What, I that killed her husband and his father? Hath she forgot already that brave prince, Edward her lord, whom I some 3 months since stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury and made her widow to a woeful bed? A sweeter and a lovelier gentleman the spacious world cannot again afford. My dukedom to a beggarly denier, I do mistake my person all this while. Upon my soul she finds, although I cannot, myself to be a marvelous proper man. I'll be at charges for a looking glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions to adorn my body. Since I am crept in favor with myself, I will maintain it with some little cost. Shine out, fair sun, till Clarence still breathes. Edward still lives and reigns. Clarence, beware, thou keep'st me from the light. But I will sort a pitchy day for thee. For I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life, and then to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad, till I be best. Clarence, good day. What means this armed guard?
His Majesty, I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty has straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother.
You may partake of anything we say?
His Majesty hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower.
But what's the matter, brother? May I know?
Because my name is George. He hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the crossrow plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. These I learn, and such like toys as these have moved his highness to commit me now.
'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower. It is the queen, his wife, Clarence. 'Tis she that tempers him to this extremity. We are not safe, Clarence. We are not safe.
By heaven, I think there is no man secure but the queen's kindred. I beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke.
We are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. I will unto the king. Meantime, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Well, your imprisonment shall not be long. I will deliver you. Meantime, have patience.
I must perforce.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Go, tread the path that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence. I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hands.
I am the Lord, here come to have the warrant that I may be admitted where he is.
I have it here. But, sir, be sudden in the execution. Withal, abjure it. Do not hear him plead. For Clarence is well spoken, and perhaps may move your heart to pity if you mark him.
That, my lord, I shall not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers. Be assured.
Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes drop tears. I like you, lad. About your business straight. Go dispatch.
Who's there? What wouldst thou, fellow? And how camest thou hither? I would speak to Clarence, and I came hither on my legs. Let him see this commission and talk no more. I am by this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless of the meaning. The Duke's within asleep, and here are the keys. I'll to the king and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge. You may, sir, 'tis a point of wisdom. Very well.
Keeper. Give me a cup of wine.
You shall have wine enough, my lord. Anon.
In God's name, what art thou?
A man, as you are.
Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble.
My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own.
How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak? Your eyes do menace me. Why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? To murder me.
Aye.
You scarcely have the heart to tell me so. Wherein, my friend, have I offended you?
Offended me you have not, but the king.
I shall be reconciled to him again.
Never, my lord. Therefore prepare to die.
If you are hard for me, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death.
You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you.
Oh, no. He loves me, and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me.
Aye. So I will. Look behind you, my lord. Take that. All this will not do. I'll drown you in the Malmsey butt within. Audacious suit of wealthy Anne, a suit swiftly to be brought to its conclusion in marriage. Then, with the murder of his brother, the Duke of Clarence, Richard has launched his progress towards the throne. True, his older and one remaining brother, Edward, still reigns as king. But Richard well knows Edward is only living out a lingering death. True, Richard must count the Queen, Elizabeth, as his bitter antagonist, and with her, her common-born kinsmen, Dorset, Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan, whom she has raised to noble stations. But Richard knows that the Queen and her faction have themselves powerful enemies in the older nobility, chiefly in the Duke of Buckingham, Richard's own cousin. He can count on Buckingham as an ally, and he can hope for some support from Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, just released from the Tower, blaming his imprisonment upon the Queen at Richard's sly suggestion. True, there are two small sons of the King and Queen, but Richard will deal with them in their turn. Meanwhile, hard on Clarence's death, he'll go to court there to meet the King and Queen, Rivers, Dorset, Grey, Buckingham, and Hastings.
Good morrow to my sovereign King and Queen. And princely peers, a happy time of day.
Happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate, between these swelling hate-incensed fears.
A blessed labor, my most sovereign lord. Among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwittingly or in my rage have aught committed that is hardly borne by any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. It is death to me to be at enmity. I hate it, and desire all good men's love. First, madam.
My Lord of Gloucester.
I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Now, of you, my noble cousin Buckingham.
Good, my lord.
If ever any grudge were lodged between us. Now, of you, Lord Rivers.
My lord.
And Lord Grey, of you.
My lord.
That all without desert have frowned on me. Dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed of all.
Why so? Now I have done a good day's work. And more in peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth.
A holy day shall this be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well compounded. My sovereign lord, I do beseech your highness to take our brother Clarence to your grace.
Why, madam, have I offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence? Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead? You do him injury to scorn his cause.
Oh, who knows not he is dead? Who knows he is?
Oh, in heaven, what a world is this?
Is Clarence dead? The order was reversed.
But he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear, some tardy cripple bear the countermand that came too lag to see him buried.
Oh, my brother killed no man. His fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bade me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field of Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, "Dear brother, live and be a king"? Who told me, when we both lay in the field, frozen almost to death, how he did lap me even in his garment, and did give himself all thin and naked in the numb, cold night? All this from my remembrance, brutish wrath sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. Oh, God, I fear thy justice will take hold on me, and you, and yours, and mine. Come, haste, my lord. Help me to my closet. Oh, poor Clarence.
This is the fruit of rashness. Marked you not, my cousin Buckingham, how pale did look the guilty kindred of the Queen when they did hear of Clarence's death?
My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. By heaven, I will acquaint his majesty of those taunts I often have endured.
What? Threat you me with telling of the king? Tell him and spare not. Look, what I have said I will avouch in presence of the king. Our brother was imprisoned by your means.
By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented hap which I enjoyed, I never did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence. It have been an earnest advocate to plead for him.
You may deny that you were not the cause of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment.
She may, my lord.
She may, Lord Rivers. Why, who knows not so? She may do more, sir, than denying that.
She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honors on your high desert.
Lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoff. I had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be thus baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small joy have I in being England's queen.
And let him be that small. God, I beseech him. Thy honor, state, and seat is due to me.
This is the old queen, Margaret of Anjou, widow of Henry VI, mother of Edward, Prince of Wales, both of whom found death through Richard in the struggle which deprived the House of Lancaster of the crown and set the Yorkists upon the throne. Unexpectedly returned from England, from the exile in France, Queen Margaret now strides into the court she has so much cause to hate, and Richard greets her.
Thou wrinkled witch, what makest thou in my sight? Wert thou not banished on pain of death?
I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. Hear me, you wrangling pirates, that fall out in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? A husband and a son thou owest to me, Gloucester, and thou a kingdom, madam, and all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine.
The curse my noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorn drewest rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gavest him a kerchief steeped in the blood of Rutland, my sweet brother. His curses, then from bitterness of soul denounced against thee, are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed.
Oh, justice.
No man but prophesied revenge for it, or Cumberland and present wept to see it.
What were you snarling all before I came, ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment, should all but answer for that peevish brat? And curses pierce the clouds and enter heaven, why then give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses. Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son, that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward my son, which was Prince of Wales, die in his youth by like untimely violence. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self, and after many lengthened hours of grief die, neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by, and so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live your natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off.
Have done thy charm, thou hateful withered hag.
And leave out me? Say, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven have any grievous plague in store exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, thou troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still the gnaw thy soul. My friends suspect for traitors while thou livest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, and let it be as some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elfish marked, abortive, rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy nativity, the slave of nature and the son of hell, thou slander of thy mother's heavy womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested
Margaret.
Richard!
Huh?
Oh, I call thee not.
I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all those bitter names.
Why, so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse.
It is done by me and ends in Margaret.
Thus have you breathed your curse against yourself.
Poor painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strewest thou sugar on that bottle spider, whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whet the night to kill thyself. The day will come when thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunchback toad.
Eat for shame, if not for charity.
Oh, princely Buckingham, I kiss thy hand in sign of league and amity with thee. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse.
Nor no one here, for curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air.
I will not think, but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. Oh, Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will wrinkle to the death. Oh, have not to do with him, beware of him. Sin, death, and hell have set their mouths on him, and all their ministers attend on him.
What does she say, my lord of Buckingham? Nothing that I respect, my gracious lord.
What? Hast thou scorned me for my gentle counsel, and soothed the devil that I warned thee from? Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Leave each of you the subject of his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's.
My hair doth stand on end to hear her kiss, and so doth mine. I muse why she's at liberty.
I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother, she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her.
A virtuous and a Christian, my conclusion. Madam, His Majesty doth call for you, and for your grace, and you, my noble lord.
Hastings, I come. Lords, will you go with me?
Hastings,
my lord.
What news?
The king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily.
Now, by St. Paul, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he hath kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. 'Tis very grievous to be thought upon. What, is he in his bed?
He is.
Go you before, and I will follow you. He cannot live, I hope, and now may die, since Clarence is packed post-horse up to heaven. Clarence, whom I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple cows, namely to Hastings, Catesby, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the Queen and her allies that stirred the King against the Duke, my brother. Now they believe it, and with all whet me to be revenged on rivers born grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of holy writ, and seem a saint when I most pray for brother. Which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to battle in.
Doth the news hold of good King Edward's death? Aye, sir, it is true. Then, masters, look to see a troublous world. No, by God's good grace, his son shall reign. Woe to the land that's governed by a child.
in lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaint. All springs reduce their currents to mine eyes, that I, being governed by the watery moon, may bring forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Oh, for my husband, for my dear Lord Edward.
Madam, bethink you like a careful mother of the young prince, your son. Send straight for him, let him be crowned. In him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joys in living Edward's throne.
Is well said, my Lord Rivers. Let the prince be fetched forthwith from Ludlow with some little train, hither to London to be crowned our king.
Madam, have comfort. None can cure their harms by wailing them. So let us now determine who they shall be that straight shall post to Ludlow. Convoke the lords, and do thou sit with us to give thy counsel in this weighty business.
Oh, my heart, good brother Gloucester. Come, Rivers. Call the others to the chamber.
I will go seek them out, madam.
A moment, noble Gloucester. Yes? Speak then, Patronus. My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake let not us two stay behind. For on the way, I'll sought occasion to part the queen's proud kindred from the king. My utter self, my counsels consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I like a child will go by thy direction. Towards Ludlow then, or we will not stay behind.
You're welcome. Quick, what is the news?
Such news my queen has grieved me to report.
Prince?
Well, madam, and in health. Last night, His Highness at Northampton lay. Tomorrow or next day he will be here.
What is thy doleful news, then?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey are sent to Pomfret. With them Sir Thomas Vaughan. Prisoners.
Who has committed them?
The mighty Dukes, Gloucester and Buckingham.
Ah, me, I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now has seized the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent and aweless throne. Welcome destruction, death and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Now must I take my youngest little York, and with him flee to sanctuary.
Not us two stay behind. For on the way, I'll sought occasion to part the queen's proud kindred from the king. My utter self, my counsels consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I like a child will go by thy direction. Towards Ludlow then, or we will not stay behind.
You're welcome. Quick, what is the news?
Such news my queen has grieved me to report.
Prince?
Well, madam, and in health. Last night, His Highness at Northampton lay. Tomorrow or next day he will be here.
What is thy doleful news, then?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey are sent to Pomfret. With them Sir Thomas Vaughan. Prisoners.
Who has committed them?
The mighty Dukes, Gloucester and Buckingham.
Ah, me, I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now has seized the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent and aweless strong. Welcome destruction, death and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Now must I take my youngest little York, and with him flee to sanctuary.
Olivier could speak William Shakespeare's lines as naturally as if he were actually thinking them, said English playwright Charles Bennett, who met Olivier in 1927. In 1949, Olivier would star in and direct Shakespeare's Hamlet and would be nominated for 2 Oscars, taking home the Best Actor award, but not the Best Director. Olivier was nominated for a total of 40 awards, winning the Oscar, the Emmy, the Golden Globe, and the cherished BAFTA award.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet?
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com. Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Radio, radio, wherefore art thou, radio? Well, if it's live, relevant, and extremely well done, it's here on the home of the world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival. The Crusade Channel.
Did you know that MAGA caps are now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap for free. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership and the cap is yours for free. Sign up today at crusadechannel.com/offer. Did you know that a Make America Great Again cap is now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap, the next best thing, for free. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership that includes all my podcast, the 24/7 premium live stream, and much more, and the cap is yours for free. We'll even throw in a POTUS 45% discount. There's only 24 free caps available, so you gotta act now. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer.
In the beginning, there was beer, and man saw that beer was good. And man said,
"Wouldn't 6 of these packaged together be even better?"
Then man created the 6-pack and saw that it was good. Next, man invented the cigar, and man saw that the cigar was good. And man said,
"Let's pack them up in boxes of 25.
Then man...
25? What was wrong with 6?
Announcing an idea whose time has come. MB Fuma Off the Boat Cigars. Now in 6-pack and 4-pack samplers. Right alongside Manchupi and Maria's cigars in singles and 4-pack samplers. On sale now at shopmikechurch.com. That's shopmikechurch.com. And this is supposed to be a 60-second tight spot. So one more time, shopmikechurch.com.
Temperatures are heating up, and so are the deals at Bulldog Kia. Hi, I'm Seth Greenwald, the General Sales Manager at Bulldog Kia, and I'm excited to share with you some great offers we have running all summer long at Bulldog Kia. During the summer sales event, you can get a brand new 2024 Kia Forte for $1,750 off. That's a Bulldog Kia discount of $1,000 and Kia customer cash of $750. The Kia Forte is an excellent vehicle and definitely one of our most popular sedans. With over 20 new 2024 Kia Fortes in stock, you have a great selection to choose from. Check us out at bulldogkia.com or visit us in person on Atlanta Highway in Athens. We look forward to helping you find a great new Kia Forte for a great price during our summer sales event. We'll see you at Bulldog Kia.
Dealer retains all rebates and incentives. Taxes, tag, title, and fees not included. Example stock number K24147M. MSRP $21,615 with sales price of $19,865 on select models only while supplies last. Summer sales event ends September 3rd, 2024. See dealer for details.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SBW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I am afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy. And he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
What does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Listen up, maggots. Every time you buy a book at Scamazon, Jeff Bezos gets money to add to his army of Terminator robot. Now you tell me, what kind of patriot does that? Certainly not the kind that listens to the My Church show. You want to see the world now, don't you?
Come with me if you want to read.
That's why you're going to shop for books in the Founders Trading Post store at shop.mikechurch.com. Be a hero. Save the free world. And as for Bezos,
put him in the chopper.
In 4 years of hosting Free Farm Fridays here on the Crusade Radio Network, I've been blessed to meet so many great people who've discovered that a flourishing future must be inspired by what flourished in the past. And one of the most important players in this discovery are the men, women, and families of the Catholic Land Movement. If you'd like to meet some of these folks, then make plans to attend their Midwest Appalachia Conference, September 13th through
through 15th at the Edelweiss House in Greenburgh, Indiana. For details and tickets, go to CatholicLandMovement.info. That's CatholicLandMovement.info, and tell them the King Dude sent you.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
On the Crusade Channel, you'll learn the difference between The Walking Dead, a real-life drama about a fictional virus, and the Corona Doom. The Walking Dead was canceled.
Howdy, Crusaders. I hope you're enjoying the one-of-a-kind radio event that is the Shakespeare Film Festival. Tommy, I heard you got some new handguards.
I sure did. Check out these beautiful Shakespeare handguards.
Tommy, they don't make Shakespeare handguards.
Yeah, they do. MACBETH.
Wow, Tommy.
Mac pew pew. Mac pew pew. Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
To London. Dearest nephew, the weary way hath made you melancholy.
I want more uncles here to welcome me.
Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looks not on the poison of their heart. God keep you from them and from such false friends.
God keep me from false friends. But they were none. I thought my mother and my brother York could long ere this have met us on the way. Oh, fie, what a slug is Hastings that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no.
And in good time, here comes the sweating lord.
Welcome, Lord Hastings. Will my mother come?
On what occasion, God he knows, not I. The Queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but by his mother was perforce withheld.
Aye, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny him, then Lord Hastings from her jealous arms pluck him perforce.
My Lord of Buckingham, if she be obdurate to my entreaties,
God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary.
You break no sanctuary in seizing him. The benefit thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place and those who have the wit to claim the place. My nephew neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, ne'er till now.
My Lord of Gloucester, you all rule my mind. Come on, Lord Hastings. Will you go with me?
Our loving brother. Welcome, dread lord. So must I call you now.
How fares the noble Duke of York, our nephew?
Well, gentle uncle.
Now that your brother's here, my gracious prince, myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the tower and welcome you.
What? Will you go to the tower, brother? Our Uncle Gloucester needs will have it so. I shall not sleep in quiet at the tower.
Why? What should you fear?
Marry, my Uncle Clarence, angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there. I fear no uncle's dead.
Nor none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. Come, brother York, and with a heavy heart, thinking on them, go I unto the tower.
This completes Act 2 of the Columbia Workshop special hour and one-half presentation of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in William Shakespeare's Richard III. Act 3 will follow after a 15-second pause for local station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With Anne's property firmly in his grasp, his brother Clarence assassinated, King Edward dead, the Queen separated from her kinsman, and the two boy princes, Wales and York, her royal sons, detained in the Tower of London, Richard, now Lord Protector of the realm, leaps to faster and even bloodier action. He dispatches an order to Pomfret Castle in the north, and the Queen's henchmen, who are his captives there, are promptly put to death. Then Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, is forced to make a choice of loyalty between Richard and the little princes in the Tower. And Hastings, when he chooses the late King Edward's heirs, at once finds himself preposterously accused of using witchcraft to shrink Richard's long, withered arm, whereupon he too is murdered. Now, as we meet Richard once again, we hear him plotting with his ally, the Duke of Buckingham, to remove all chance of public support for the little princes in the Tower by launching slanders against their legitimacy.
Go to the Guildhall, Cousin Buckingham. There, at your meetest vantage of the time, doubt the legitimacy of Edward's children. And should there needs to say yet more, tell them that when my mother got with child that insatiate Edward, my princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that this Edward was not his begot. Yet touch this sparingly as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know,
my mother led.
Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself.
If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's Castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops.
I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock, look for the news that the guild hall affords.
How now? What say the citizens? Touched you the legitimacy of Edward's children?
I did. His own adulterous birth likewise, as being got to your father then in France. Withal, I did infer your lineament, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when my oratory drew towards end, I bade them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king.
And did they so?
No. So God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones stared on each other and looked deadly pale. But haply some 10 followers of my own at lower end of the hall hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took vantage of these few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdom and your love to Richard. And even here brake off and came away.
Oh, will not the mayor then and his brethren come?
The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fair. Play the maid's part, still answer nay, and take it. Go within. The mayor knocks.
I go. And if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue.
Welcome, Lord Mayor and gracious citizen. Welcome, my Lord of Buckingham. I think the Duke will not bespoke withal. Here comes his servant. How now, Catesby? What says your lord to my request?
He doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within with 2 right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation.
Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him, myself, the mayor and aldermen, in deep designs in matter of great moment, are come to have some conference with his grace.
I'll signify so much to him straight.
My lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd day bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with 2 deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy where England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure, I fear we shall not win him to it. Marry, God defend his gracious health, nay.
Look up where he stands between 2 clergymen.
2 props of virtue for a Christian prince. Famous Plantagenet and gracious prince, lend favorable ear to our request, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal.
I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, deferred the visitation of my friend. That leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure?
Your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens and by their vehement instigation, in this just cause, come I to move your grace.
Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert, unmeritable, shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away and my path were even to the crown, as the right revenue and due of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness than in my greatness covet to be hid. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you where there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which mellowed by the stealing hours of time will well become the seat of majesty. On him I lay that you would lay on me, the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defends that I should reign from him.
You say the princes are your brother's sons? So say we too, but not by Edward's wife. A beauty waning and distressed widow seduced the pitch and height of his degree to base declension and loathe bigamy. By her, in his unlawful bed, he got young Edward, whom our manners call the prince. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity.
Do, good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Oh, make them joyful. Grant their law.
Alas, why would you heap these cares on me? I am unfit for state and majesty. I cannot, nor I will not yield to you.
Yet whether you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king. And in this resolution here, we leave you. Come, citizens, we will entreat no more.
Call them back. Sweet prince, accept their suit. If you deny them, all the land will rue it.
Will you enforce me to a world of care? Call them again. I am not made of stone, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul. Cousin of Buckingham and sage grey men. Since you will buckle fortune on my back, I must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your near enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof, for God doth know, and you may partly see how far I am from the desire of this.
God bless your grace. We see it and will say it. Amen. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. England's worthy king. England's worthy king. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard.
He's reached it now. Richard has reached the throne. Surrounded with the usual complement of lords, spiritual and temporal, with all the usual pomp and circumstance, is invested with the royal scepter and diadem at the Abbey at Westminster. Never a more uneasy head wore a crown. Never a throne mounted by a king cast a darker shadow towards the future.
Stand all apart. Cousin of Buckingham, give me thy hand. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day, or shall they live and we rejoice in them?
Still live they, and forever let them last.
Young Edward lives. Think now what I would speak.
Say on, my loving lord.
By Buckingham, I say I would be king.
Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege.
Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou now?
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Tut, tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die?
Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you herein presently.
The deep revolving witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbour to my counsel. Hath he held out with me so long untired, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Catesby.
My gracious sovereign.
Knowest thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death?
I know a discontented gentleman, whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators, and will no doubt tempt him to anything.
What is his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
And bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Thus, girdling one another, lay the gentle babes. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, which in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which almost changed my mind. I smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature that from the prime creation ere she framed.
Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news?
If to have done the thing you gave in charge beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done.
But didst thou see them dead?
I did, my lord.
And buried, gentle Tyrrell?
The chaplain of the tower hath buried them. But where, to tell the truth, I do not know.
Ah, my poor prince. Ah, my tender babe. Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done? Oh, to God, that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow, where red-hot steel doth sear me to the brain. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen. To feed my humour, wish thyself no harm. Poor soul, I blame thee not. No, why? The me that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course. This was my wish. Be thou, I quoth, accursed, for making me so young, so old a widow. And be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. No, ere I could repeat this curse again within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul. Who have any cause to mourn but I?
If ancient sorrow be most reverend, give mine the benefit of seigneury. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him. I had a Harry till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him.
Oh, Margaret, thou prophesied the time should come that I should wish for thee to help me curse that bottle spider, that foul bunchback toad.
Richard yet lives, but at hand ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Cancel his bond of life, dear God. I pray that I may live to say, the dog is dead.
For King Richard to stand against the fury of such hate as this would be the marvel of his or any other age. In it are the elements to shape his remaining days. From it springs his final and most potent antagonist, Henry, Earl of Richmond, last survivor of the old Lancastrian line, long in exile across the Channel in Brittany, all but disregarded as a serious claimant to the crown, all but forgotten during the popular reign of the late Edward. Upon the brutal killing of the little princes in the Tower, this quiet earl now becomes the hope and rallying point of all the British nobles, sickened by King Richard's bloody rule, shamed at their own complaisance. Buckingham is among the first to join the rebels, though in his case fear, not justice, is the motive. And from this time on, every day the disaffection mounts. Every day messengers bring tidings of the rebellion's growing strength to an increasingly uneasy Richard.
What news with you? My lord, I hear the Marquis Thorpe has fled to Richmond in those parts beyond the sea where he abides. Good news or bad that thou comest in so bluntly? Bad news, my lord. Ely has fled to Richmond, and Buckingham, backed with a hardy Welshman, is in the field, and still his power increaseth. How now, what news? Mighty sovereign, on the western coast rideth a puissant navy. To the shores throng many doubtful, hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral.
As I remember, Henry VI did prophesy that Richmond should be king, when Richmond was a little peevish boy. How chanced the prophet could not at that time have told me, I being by, that I should kill him. Richmond. When last I was at Exeter, the mayor in courtesy showed me the castle, and called it Rougemont, at which name I started, because a bard of Ireland told me once I should not live long after I saw Richmond.
My gracious sovereign, now in Devonshire, Sir Edward Courtenay and his brother there, with many more confederates, are in arms. In Kent Village, the Guilfords are in arms. My lord, the army have fled Buckingham. Antony owls, nothing but sons of death! My liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken.
Someone take order Buckingham be brought straightway to Salisbury and the headsman's block.
That is the best news. That the Earl of Richmond is with a mighty power landed at Milford is colder news, but yet they must be told.
Away towards Salisbury! While we reason here, a royal battle might be won and lost. Then fiery expedition be my wing. Jove's Mercury and herald for a king.
Here, pitch our tent. Even here in Bosworth Fields. Up with my tent. Here will I lie tonight. But where tomorrow? Well, all's one for that. Up with the tents. Come, noble gentlemen, let us survey the vantage of the ground. It calls for some men of sound direction. Let's lack no discipline, make no delay. For, sirs, tomorrow is a busy day.
This place is Bosworth Field, a broad and gentle plain lying athwart the British Midlands. And in this twilight hour, all sky and space and calm. And now, as he settles for the night, should Richard lay his ear against the ground, he could scarcely fail to catch the distant rumble of his adversary's cunning. The Earl of Richmond is crossing England in a day, spurring himself and his men towards King Richard, Bosworth Field, and tomorrow.
Fellows in arms and my most loving friends, bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny, the wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines, swills your warm blood like wash and makes his trough in your emboweled bosoms, this foul swine is now even in the center of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but one day's march. In God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace by this one bloody trial of sharp war. Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against this guilty homicide.
I doubt not that his friends will turn to us.
He hath no friends but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly to us. All for our vantage, then. In God's name, march! True hope is swift and flies with swallow's wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings!
What is the clock?
It's supper time, my liege. It's 9 o'clock.
I will not sup tonight. What, is my beaver easier than it was, and all my armor laid into my tent?
It is, my liege, and all things are in readiness.
Ratcliffe, my lord, fill me a bowl of wine. Give me a watch. Saddle White Surrey for the field tomorrow. Look that my staves be sound, but not too heavy. Catesby,
my lord,
give me a bowl of wine. I have not that alacrity of spirit, nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Bid my guard watch. Leave me. Catesby,
Lord,
about the mid of night, come to my tent and help to arm me. Leave me, I say. O coward conscience, how thou dost afflict me. The lights burn blue. It is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself? Does none else by? Richard loves Richard. That is, I am I.
On thy soul tomorrow, I that was washed to death with wholesome wine,
Poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle think on me, and for thy ageless soul, despair and die.
Dream of thy cousin, smothered in the tower. Let us be led within my bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame, and death. Thy nephew's souls bid thee despair and die.
Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Rivers that died at Pomfret, despair and die. Bloody and guilty, guiltily awake, and in a bloody battle end thy days. Think on Lord Hastings, despair and die.
First was I that helped thee to the crown. The last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness.
Is there a murderer here?
No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What, from myself? Great reason why. Lest I revenge. What, myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh, no. Alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain. Yet I lie am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue condemns me for a villain. Perjury, perjury in the highest degree. Murder, stern murder in the direst degree. All several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar, crying, oh, guilty, guilty. I shall despair. There is no creature loves me. And if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nay, wherefore should they? Since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself.
A lord.
Who's there?
A lord? 'Tis I. The early village cock hath twice done salutation to the morn. Your friends are up and buckle on their armor.
Oh, Catesby, I have dreamed a fearful dream. What thinkest thou? Will our friends prove all true? No doubt, my lord. Oh, Catesby, I fear. I fear.
Nay, good Melise, be not afraid of shadows.
By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond.
It is not yet near day. Come, go with me. Under our tents I'll play the eavesdropper, to hear if any mean to shrink from.
Good morrow,
Richmond. Good morrow, noble lord. How have you slept, my lord?
The sweetest sleep, the fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head have I since your departure had, my lord. How far into the morning is?
Upon the stroke of 4.
Why then, 'tis time to arm and give directions. More than I have said, loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell on. Yet, remember this. God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. Richard accepts. Those whom we fight against had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow? Truly, gentlemen, a bloody tyrant and a homicide. One raised in blood and one in blood established. One that hath ever been God's enemy. Now, if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt will be this cold course on the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempts, the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets, boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory!
Who saw the sun today?
Not I, my lord.
Then he disdains to shine. For by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Catesby,
my lord,
the sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lower upon our army. I would these dewy tears were from the ground. Not shine today. What is that to me more than to Richmond? For the self-same heaven that frowns on me looks sadly upon him.
Arm, my lord, the foe vaunts in the field. Come, bustle, the Paris and my horse. Go, gentlemen, every man to his charge. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls, for conscience is a word that cowards use, devised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, sword our law. March on, join bravely, let us toot pell-mell, if not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell.
Rescue, my lord of Norfolk, rescue! The king enacts more wonders than a man, daring an opposite to every danger. His horse is slain and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost.
A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
Oh, my lord, I'll help you to a horse.
Slave, I have set my life upon a task, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours. The bloody dog is dead. And then, as we have ta'en the sacraments, we will unite the white rose and the red. England has long been mad and scarred herself
The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled, being butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster. Now civil wounds are stopped. Peace lives again. That she may long live here, God say, Amen.
Long live King Henry! Long live King Henry!
Set my life upon a task, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours. The bloody dog is dead. And then, as we have ta'en the sacraments, we will unite the white rose and the red. England has long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled, being butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster. Now civil wounds are stopped. Peace lives again. That she may long live here, God say, Amen.
Long live King Henry! Long live King Henry!
You enjoyed William Shakespeare's Richard III. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with Macbeth, starring Morris Evans, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
The Veritas Radio Network is guaranteed the right to offend, annoy, agitate, shout, heresy, and entertain.
You should start programming right now.
Kind of like the cultural sewage served up on Bravo or CMT, only it's on 24 hours a day. Except Sundays. When the truth gets you angry and you throw your smartphone, remember, no one is forcing you to listen to the truth on the Veritas Radio Network.
You can't handle the truth!
You're doing that of your own free will. That's what makes this country great and any gay marriage pointless.
That's offensive!
So there isn't much you can do about it, Chowderhead.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Grab a book, take a vow, and conform your mind to reality. Otherwise, you're just another Judas-inspired Karl Marx wannabe, and your children will steal your credit card number to buy tickets to the Miley Cyrus Twerkers Ball.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
Are you ready? Let's get it on the Veritas Radio Network's Crusade.
If Patrick Henry were still alive, he would listen to the Constitution Hour, featuring Professor Kevin Gutzman, debuting every Wednesday at noon Central, here on the Veritas Radio Network's crusade.
And good afternoon or evening to you. This is the Constitution Hour featuring Professor Dr. Kevin Gutzman.
The constitutional system that the Revolution was based on and then was supposed to have established, and the system we live with now.
And, of course, the system we live with now is in no way... it's hard to reconcile the two. As a matter of fact, if you're looking at them from a distance and you didn't know any better, you probably would not suspect that the two were related, would you?
No, I think all that's left of the original constitutional system are various names. It reminds me that in the first decades of the Roman Empire, the first emperor, Augustus, insisted that he had maintained the republic. It was just that he was now Pontifex Maximus for life, consul for life. He held all the high offices for life, and previously the limit had been 1 year in a lifetime. So, that's kind of what we have now, I think. We have people swearing that they'll uphold the Constitution. We have court decisions that are supposedly in the name of the Constitution. We have congressmen and various talking heads on the radio who call themselves constitutional conservatives, and yet what do we see that has anything in common with the form of government that people like Thomas Jefferson argued for? I'd say, well, we have elections, but of course, in the end, the eminentos from Harvard and Yale law schools on the Supreme Court get to decide whether the results of the elections will actually stand or they'll just pretend to be upholding them while actually invalidating them. So it's a kind of burlesque of Republican government instead of an actual Republican government.
I don't believe I've ever heard that term before, a kind of burlesque. Most people think of burlesque and they think of that shaving cream commercial back in from the 1970s, or they think of some club that they tried to sneak into when they were very young. But moving to the topic at hand, on today's Constitution Hour, I thought that we might start today with a question about the big debate tonight, the GOP debate in Iowa. Is going to be Sans candidate Donald Trump. He's not going to show up at the debate. He's decided to punt and to not attend, and will instead host his own event across town for charity. And this is supposed to be broadcast in some form or some shape or form. But the genesis of this is a feud that was between the host, one of the hosts or moderators of the Fox News debates, and that's journalist Megyn Kelly and Donald Trump. And this escalated into Trump saying that he didn't think that he should have to be subjected to a debate where he was going to be questioned by someone that was obviously hostile to him. So he kind of intimated that he might pull out. And then Fox News did the signal duty of basically giving him an excuse to do so by saying that they had checked with world leaders and they had their undercover sources, I believe, had said that they would treat Donald fairly, and that his legion of Twitter followers would obviously not be part of his cabinet. And with that, then Trump had the impetus to say, "Oh, okay, so you think it's funny and you want to mock me, and I'm the reason that you're going to have half your ratings." So he's not going to show up. This prompted now an escalation of the feud. There is a bit of a comparison that we can make from 2016 and the turn of the 19th century, and that newspaper man, this gentleman was a newspaper man in Virginia, James Callender, had some, initially, Kevin, he had good dealings with Thomas Jefferson, and then he had not so good dealings with Thomas Jefferson. I realize that television and newspaper printing, where they actually had to use a printing press, are not the same, but it is one media form to another, and it does involve a president or soon-to-be president.
Well, basically, Callender had criticized the Adams administration's foreign policy and he took various hard knocks for doing that, including being sent to jail and socked with a stiff fine. So when Jefferson came in, his calendar made clear to people who knew Jefferson that he expected to be recompensed with a significant office. The one he apparently had his eye on was postmaster in Richmond, Virginia. And ultimately, people like James Madison didn't think that Mr. Callender, who was pretty much a muckraking journalist, should be given such an important post. And Callender responded by becoming the first guy to publish what apparently had been widely circulating rumors in central Virginia that Thomas Jefferson had a slave woman whom Callender referred to as Dusky Sally, who had children by Jefferson. And of course, at the time, polite opinion didn't say much about this in public, although there were people who knew Jefferson who appeared to have believed it. I mean, for example, there was a guy named John Hartwell Cocke, C-O-C-K-E, who also was the owner of a very large plantation, and like Jefferson was a liberal political reformer, who actually was with Jefferson, one of the founders of the University of Virginia, who wrote later that he was chagrined to see that so many people were having children by their slaves in Virginia, but of course, he said, in light of Mr. Jefferson's example, I guess it's not to be surprised with. So Cocke actually made two comments like that in his diary, a big interval. Then it seems obvious that he meant that on his many occasions of having gone to Monticello, he had seen that this rumor was true.
And so Callender published this, and thus began some sort of a feud between Callender and Jefferson, right?
Well, actually, within a pretty short time, Callender was found face down in the James River in Richmond.
I was going to get to that.
And people said, well, he was a drunk. It kind of reminds me, when I was in high school in the late 1970s, I lived in Texas, and I did not like them, but it seemed everybody else I knew liked the Dallas Cowboys. And in those days, actually, people may not remember, but CBS was called the Cowboy Broadcasting Service because they just were constantly just excited about the Cowboys. And the halftime commentary on NFL games, invariably, whoever was playing would turn to the Cowboys. And they had a woman named Phyllis George.
I was getting ready to say they hired Miss America, who was Miss Texas, Phyllis George.
And she just drooled over the very thought of the Cowboys. Anyway, so later on she married the governor of Kentucky, actually. And if you're interested, you could find, I'm sure, beautiful photographs of the beautiful First Lady of Kentucky wearing her gigantic Kentucky hat to the Kentucky Derby and so on. But anyway, the reason this came to mind is that I recall one Sunday, the two guys who were then the two lead football broadcasters for CBS were Pat Summerall and Tom Brookshire, I think. And Brookshire, well, Summerall, of course, was a very successful place kicker in the NFL, and I think Brookshire played cornerback or something.
He did.
Yeah. So anyway,
He was a giant.
Is that right? I thought he also played for the Eagles.
Maybe he wasn't. Oh, he's an Eagle. You're right. He was an Eagle. He was an Eagle. That's right.
And Summerall played for the Giants. But anyway, one weekend they were actually broadcasting the Cowboys game, and in those days you got one game. So if you liked football, there you were with those Cowboys again. And I remember there was this game where the Cowboys were barely trailing at the end of the game, and Roger Staubach was their quarterback, and just invariably he would march them down the field and they'd win the game. It was just impressive. Right. Yeah. So at one point they called timeout, and Staubach went over to the sideline to talk to their famous coach, Tom Landry, and then when the timeout was ending, Staubach
double, double, toil and trouble. is just one of the world-famous lines that come to us from Shakespeare's Macbeth. The version of the play we present tonight is a rare gem, as it was performed and recorded on Broadway at the legendary Vanderbilt Theatre in 1941 and stars Morris Evans and Judith Anderson. As Macbeth's pride takes pride of place on the throne of his soul, he begins to lose his sense of reality. Sin smothers reason, so that the normal function of a man's mind, which is to seek and find the truth, is smothered in surmise until nothing is but what is not. Thus Macbeth's nihilism, which will come to bitter and futile fruition in the final act, with his dismissal of life as a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, is seen to have its roots in the play's opening act, with his turning away from fides et ratio towards infidelity and irrationality. Macbeth is thus revealed as an anti-Hamlet. Whereas Hamlet begins in the slough of despond, temperamentally tempted to despair, he grows in virtue throughout the play until he reaches the ripeness of Christian conversion and the readiness to accept his own death as part of God's benign providence. Not a whit. We defy augury, he says. There is special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Since no man of aught he leaves knows, what is to leave betimes. Let be. Hamlet, in contrast, ends by defying augury. Macbeth ends by defying everything except augury. Hamlet... I need to do that again. Sorry, I screwed up. So if you can make a note where I'm taking up again.
Yeah,
be good to go? It's after my quote where I finish with let be. Hamlet ends by defying augury. Macbeth ends by defying everything except augury. Hamlet grows in faith because he grows in reason. Macbeth loses his faith because he loses his reason. Like Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas, Hamlet never loses sight of the distinction between the essence of things and their accidental qualities. He concerns himself with definitions, with the meaning of things, and with the distinction between those things that essentially are and those that only seem to be. Seems, madam, says Hamlet to his mother. Nay, it is. I know not seems. Hamlet does not make Macbeth's fatal mistake of allowing himself to become smothered in surmise, nor does he succumb to Macbeth's irrational despair of believing that life signifies nothing. Hamlet knows that life is about what things mean, not what they seem, and that the secret of life is learning to discover the difference between the two. Whereas Hamlet knows that life is the quest for the definite amid the clouds of unknowing, Macbeth loses his head and soul in the unknowing clouds of his own sin-deceived ego. Far from seeing life as a quest, Macbeth is left with nothing but his own bitter inquest on life, signifying nothing. This is the deepest consequence of Macbeth's rejection of faith and reason. In losing sight of the significance of others, or the other, he loses sight of the significance of everything else. In choosing himself above others, he is not even left with himself. He loses everything, even his own soul. He is left with the nothing, which is nothing else but the real absence of the good that he has rejected. This psychological shrinking was described by G.K. Chesterton with his usual perspicacity and eloquence as, quote, the first and most formidable of the great actualities of Macbeth. To quote Chesterton at length, "Make a morbid decision and you will only become more morbid. Do a lawless thing and you will only get into an atmosphere much more suffocating than that of law. Indeed, it is a mistake to speak of a man as breaking out. The lawless man never breaks out. He breaks in. He smashes a door and finds himself in another room. He smashes a wall and finds himself in a yet smaller one. The more he shatters, the more his habitation shrinks. Where he ends, you may read in the end of Macbeth." End quote. For us moderns, therefore, the first philosophical significance of the play is this: that our life is one thing and that our lawless acts limit us. Every time we break a law, we make a limitation. In some strange way, hidden in the deeps of human psychology, if we build our palace on some unknown wrong, it turns very slowly into our prison. Macbeth, at the end of the play, is not merely a wild beast. He is a caged wild beast. And now the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Macbeth.
And now from Broadway, direct from the stage of the Vanderbilt Theater, the United States Steel Corporation brings you Macbeth. And here with a word on the play is Maurice Evans.
Good evening. Macbeth, which tells of the rise and fall of a dictator, is a play that's always timely, as up to the minute as a radio news broadcast. The vivid action of Macbeth seems ready-made for radio, with a few adjustments. For example, in the original play, Banquo's ghost, when he comes to haunt Macbeth, doesn't say a word. A very impractical ghost for radio purposes. So tonight we give him words. To bring him to the microphone, we've had to do some, shall we say, ghost writing. In other words, we bring to you a Macbeth adapted to a new kind of theater, the radio theater. To appear in this broadcast with Judith Anderson is to bring back memories of Broadway and of distant Pacific Islands where we played Macbeth together. We're proud to have with us in tonight's cast Romney Brent as Malcolm, Thomas Chalmers as Macduff, and Everett Sloane as Banquo.
And now the curtain rises on the Theatre Guild on the Air production of Macbeth, starring Judith Anderson and Maurice Evans.
In thunder, lightning, or in rain?
When the hurly-burl is done.
When the battle's lost and won. That will be ere the set of sun.
Where the place?
Upon the heath. There to meet with Macbeth.
In the year 1046, a battle rages between the Scottish armies under Macbeth and the invading Norsemen. But even as Macbeth wins his glorious victory, a strange destiny awaits him. He learns of it first on his way home. He and Banquo, his faithful lieutenant, are traveling ahead to report to their king where a hero's welcome awaits them. Just now, they're riding on their way through a wild and gloomy day across a desolate heath.
So foul and fair a day I have not seen. How far is to home?
I do not know, sir.
Which is our way?
I think we should go...
Say, What are these creatures so withered and so wild?
They look not like the inhabitants of the earth, and yet are aren't. Live you, or are you aught that man may question? You seem to understand me by each at once her choppy finger laying upon her skinny lips. You should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that you are so. If you can look into the seeds of time and say which grain will grow and which will not, speak to me.
All hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of blood!
All hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor!
All hail, Macbeth! That shalt be king hereafter.
Say, you imperfect speakers, tell me more. By Sinel's death, I know I'm Thane of Glamis. But how of Cawdor? And to be king stands not within the prospect of belief. Say from whence you owe this strange intelligence. Speak, I charge you.
The earth hath bubbles as the water has, and these are of them. Whither are they vanished?
Into the air. And what seemed corporal melted as breath into the wind. Would they had stayed.
Were such things here as we do speak about? You shall be king.
And Thane of Cawdor, too, and it not so?
To the self-same tune and words.
Let us toward the king, and at more time think upon what has chanced.
Macbeth!
Who calls?
Macbeth! Banquo!
How now? Who calls upon Macbeth?
This is Macduff. Where are you?
Macduff! In here, by the edge of the heath.
Well met, Macduff.
Macbeth!
Fortune hath led me to thee. I come from King Duncan to greet thee on thy way.
Glad to see thee.
The king hath happily received, Macbeth, the news of thy success. And thick as hail good tidings came. And every word did bear thy praises in his kingdom's great defense.
The service and the loyalty I owe in doing it pays itself.
Macbeth, here is my message. Turn homeward to thy castle. Our gracious king will visit thee at once, there to bestow the honors he would heap upon thy head.
Honors?
What do you mean?
King Duncan hath proclaimed Malcolm his son heir to the throne, but after him shalt thou be first in the land, Macbeth. In sign whereof, he bade me from him call thee by the title Thane of Cawdor. All hail, most worthy Thane.
What? Can the devil speak true?
How now?
Yet oftentimes to win us to our harm, the instruments of darkness tell us truths. Win us with honest titles to betray us in deepest consequence.
Prithee, peace, good Banquo. Go you a little before. I am overcome with honors thrust upon me. I'll be with you both anon.
We'll await your pleasure. Come, Banquo.
I come.
Lambs, Cawdor. Two truths are told as happy prologue to the swelling act of the imperial theme. This supernatural soliciting cannot be ill, cannot be good. If ill, why hath it given me earnest of success commencing in a truth? I am Thane of Cawdor. If good, why do I yield to that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair and make my seated heart knock at my ribs against the use of nature? If chance will have me king, why chance may crown me without my stir. A letter to my wife shall be the harbinger of this great news. Come what come may, time and the hour runs through the roughest day.
They met me, dearest wife, in the day of success. When I burned in desire to question them further, they made themselves air, into which they vanished. While I stood, wrapped in the wonder of it, came missives from the king, who all hailed me Thane of Cawdor, by which title before these weird sisters saluted me, and referred me to the coming on of time with, Hail, King, it shall be. Lay it to thy heart and farewell, thy husband. Glamis thou art, and Cawdor, and shalt be what thou art promised, Yet do I fear thy nature. It is too full of the milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. Thou wouldst be great art not without ambition, but without the illness should attend it. What thou wouldst highly, that wouldst thou holily. Wouldst not play false, and yet wouldst wrongly win. Hie thee hither that I may pour my spirits in thine ear, and chastise with the valor of my tongue all that impedes thee from the golden round, which fate and metaphysical aid doth seem to have thee crowned withal. Come in.
Madam.
What is your tidings?
The king comes here tonight.
Art mad to say it. Comes not thy master first?
So please you, it is true. Our Thane is coming. He is now in sight upon the mountain top.
You bring great news. Begone.
Aye, madam.
The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan under my battlements. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here, and fill me from the crown to the toe, top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood. Stop up the access and passage to remorse, that no compunctious visitings of nature shake my fell purpose, nor keep peace between the effect and it. Come to my woman's breast and take my milk for gall, you murdering ministers, wherever in your sightless substances you wait on nature's mischief. Come, thick night, and pall thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold, hold!
My love.
Husband.
My dearest wife.
Great Lance, worthy Cawdor, thy letter has transported me beyond this ignorant present, and I feel now the future in the instant.
My dearest love, Duncan comes here tonight.
And when goes hence?
Tomorrow, as he purposes.
Oh, never shall sun that morrow see. Your face, my Thane, is as a book where men may read strange matters. To beguile the time, look like the time. They are welcome in your eye, your hand, your tongue. Look like the innocent flower. But be the serpent under it. He that's coming must be provided for, and you shall put this night's great business into my dispatch, which shall to all our nights and days to come give solely sovereign sway and masterdom.
We will speak further.
Only look up clear. To alter favor ever is to fear. Leave all the rest to me.
There is his castle, my king.
It has a pleasant seat. The air sweetly and nimbly recommends itself unto our gentle senses. Heaven's breath smells wooingly here. The air is delicate.
Very pleasant, Your Highness.
Malcolm, my son.
Yes, Father?
Ride with me.
Yes, Father.
My prince, when thou art king, remember this. So much I owe to him who dwelleth here that all my swiftest recompense is slow to overtake him. He is a peerless subject.
Aye, sir.
And his friend Banquo, too, no less deserves. These shalt thou trust, and hold them to thy heart. See, our hostess comes to greet us.
My king, we are at your service, all our house.
Lady, give me thy hand. Conduct me to mine host. We love him highly, and are your guests tonight.
Husband.
Now, what news?
Duncan has almost supped. Why have you left the chamber?
Has he asked for me?
No, you not. He has.
We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honored me of late,
And I have won golden opinions from all sorts of people, which should be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon.
Was the hope drunk wherein you dressed yourself? Hath it slept since? And wakes it now to look so green and pale at what it did so freely? From this time, such I account thy love. Art thou appeared to be the same in thine own act and valor as thou art in desire?
Any peace. I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none.
What beast was it then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man. And to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man. I've given suck and know how tender it is to love the babe that milks me. I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from his boneless gums and dashed the brains out. Had I so sworn as you have done to this...
If we should fail...
We fail? But screw your courage to the sticking place, and we'll not fail. When Duncan is asleep, where to the rather shall his day's hard journey sound invite him, his 2 chamberlains will I with wine and wassail, so convince that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume. When in swinish sleep their drenched natures lies in a death, what cannot you and I perform upon the unguarded Duncan? What not put upon his spongy officers, who shall bear the guilt of our great quell?
Bring forth men, children only, for thy undaunted metal should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy 2 of his own chamber and used their very daggers that they have done?
Who dares receive it other? As we shall make our griefs and clamour roar upon his death.
I am settled, and bend up each corporal agent to this terrible feat. Away and mock the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know. How goes the night, watchman?
Moon is down. I've not heard the clock.
There's husbandry in heaven. Their candles are all out. Get thee to bed now. Good repose to thee.
Thanks, sir. As I like to you, sir.
Is this a dagger that I see before me? The handle toward my hand. Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation proceeding from the heat-oppressed brain? I see thee yet, and on thy blade and dudgeon gouts of blood which was not so before. Ah, there's no such thing. It is the bloody business which informs thus to mine eyes. Now o'er the one half world, nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep. The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell.
My husband, his door is open, and the surfeited grooms do mock their charge with snores. I've drugged their possets that death and nature do contend about them, whether they live or die. I laid their daggers ready, you cannot miss them. Had he not resembled my father as he slept, I have done it.
I go. And it is done.
That which hath made them drunk hath made me bold. What hath quenched them hath given me fire. Hark! It was the owl that shrieked. The fatal bellman which gives the sternest good night. He is about it. Alack, I'm afraid they have awaked, and 'tis not done. The attempt and not the deed confounds us. My husband...
I have done the deed. Didst thou not hear a noise?
I heard the owls scream and the crickets cry. Did not you speak?
When?
No.
As I descended?
Aye.
Ha! Who lies in the second chamber?
Prince Malcolm.
Methought I heard a voice cry, sleep no more. Macbeth does murder sleep.
These deeds must not be thought out of these ways, so it will make us mad.
The innocent sleep. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care. The death of each day's life, sore labor's bath, balm of hurt minds, great nature's second course, chief nourisher in life's feast.
What do you mean?
Still it cried, sleep no more to all the house. Glamis hath murdered sleep, and therefore Cawdor shall sleep no more. Macbeth shall sleep no more.
Who was it that thus cried? Why, worthy Thane, you do unbend your noble strength to think so brain sickly of things. Go get some water and wash this filthy witness from your hands. Why did you bring these daggers from the place they must lie there? Go carry them and smear the sleepy grooms with blood.
I'll go no more. I'm afraid to think what I have done. Look on't again, I dare not.
Infirm of purpose, give me the daggers. The sleeping and the dead are but as pictures. 'Tis the eye of childhood that fears a painted devil. If he do bleed, I'll gild the faces of the grooms withal, for it must seem their guilt.
Whence is that knocking? How is't with me when every noise appalls me? What hands I hear? Ha! They pluck out mine eyes. Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand? No, this my hand will rather the multitudinous seas incarnadine, making the green one red.
My hands of your color, but I shame to wear a heart so white. Here, knocking at the south entry. Retire we to our chamber. A little water clears us of this deed. How easy is it then? Hark, more knocking. Get on your nightgown, lest occasion call us and show us to be watchers. Be not lost so poorly in your thoughts.
To know my deed, for best not know myself. Wake, Duncan, with thy knocking. I would thou couldst.
Here's a knocking indeed. Knock, knock, knock. A man might be a porter at Hellgate, only this place is too cold for hell. I'll devil porter it no further.
Open!
No.
Well, good morrow, friend.
Come in, good sirs, Macduff and Banquo. I pray you remember the porter. Thank you.
Is thy master stirring?
Who's there?
Our knocking has awaked him. Here he comes.
Good morrow, noble Macbeth.
Banquo and good Macduff, you're welcome both. We travel down less speedily than you, having less cause for haste. Is the king stirring?
Not yet.
He did command me to call timely on him.
I will bring you to him. This way.
I know this is a joyful trouble to you, but yet 'tis one.
The labor we delight in knows no pain. This is the door.
I'll make so bold to call him.
As you will.
Well, Macbeth, how goes the world? All hail Macbeth.
No more of that. I have forgot the weird sisters.
Goes the king hence today?
He does. He did appoint so.
The night has been unruly. Where we lay, the chimneys were blown down, and as they say, lamentings heard in the air. The obscure bird clamored the livelong night. Some say the earth was feverous and did shake.
It was a rough night.
My young remembrance cannot parallel Othello to it.
Oh, horror!
What's that?
Tongue nor heart cannot conceive. No name.
What is it? What's the matter?
Confusion now hath made his masterpiece. Most sacrilegious murder hath provoked the Lord's anointed temple, and stole thence the life of the building.
What is it you say, the life?
Mean you, his majesty?
Approach the chamber, do not bid me speak. See and then speak yourself. our royal master's murder.
Oh!
Murder!
Will! Murder and treason awake!
Quick, worthy prince, I'll help thee to thy saddle. Be thou not dainty of leave-taking, but shift away to England. Quick, to horse.
Will it not be said, good Banquo, that my so hasty going puts on me suspicion of the deed?
Let it be said, so we may soon discover what plans may be afoot, and who hath done this bloody deed. The murderous shaft that shot is not yet lighted, and thy safest way is to avoid the aim. Therefore, away.
If thou thinkest best.
I do, for where thou art, there's daggers in men's smiles.
To England, then. My separated fortune shall keep me there the safer. Fare thee well.
Farewell, good Malcolm. And hail, Macbeth, thou that shalt be king. But if thou art, oh, I do greatly fear thou hast played most foully for it.
Began playing Macbeth on Broadway in 1941. He would reprise his role for a TV movie in 1954 and again in 1960. Not to be outdone, Judith Addison co-starred in all those productions and won an Emmy for the 1954 TV film and also won an Oscar. She was awarded Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire in the 1960 Queen's New Year's Honours List for her services to the performing arts, and is considered by many to be the finest actress England ever produced. Her last memorable role, performed at the age of 87, was Vulcan High Princess T'Lar in Star Trek III, The Search for Spock.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet?
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church.
producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
All the world's a stage. But there were no live radio players on it until the Crusade Channel came along. You're listening to the world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival on the Crusade Channel.
This is Brother Andre Marie of Reconquest, inviting you to join Mike Church and me in beautiful Richmond, New Hampshire this fall for our St. Benedict Center Conference, October 11 and 12. Come learn, pray, and fellowship with us this fall. Go to catholicism.org/conference.
Temperatures are heating up, and so are the deals at Bulldog Kia. Hi, I'm Seth Greenwald, the General Sales Manager at Bulldog Kia, and I'm excited to share with you some great offers we have running all summer long at Bulldog Kia. During the summer sales event, you can get a brand new 2024 Kia Forte for $1,750 off. That's a Bulldog Kia discount of $1,000 and Kia customer cash of $750. The Kia Forte is an excellent vehicle and definitely one of our most popular sedans. With over 20 new 2024 Kia Fortes in stock, you have a great selection to choose from. Check us out at bulldogkia.com or visit us in person on Atlanta Highway in Athens. We look forward to helping you find a great new Kia Forte for a great price during our summer sales event. We'll see you at Bulldog Kia.
Dealer retains all rebates and incentives. Taxes, tag, title, and fees not included. Example stock number K24147M. MSRP $21,615 with sales price of $19,865 on select models only while supplies last. Summer sales event ends September 3rd, 2024. See dealer for details.
If you're on a quest to make the perfect steak, then you need the perfect steak seasoning for that. And my Acadiana steak seasoning is the perfect choice because unlike many off-the-shelf rubs, Acadiana is nearly salt-free, so you control the quantity of salt to your taste. For steaks, I like to use a healthy dose of very coarse grind kosher salt, and I heavily season both sides to make a blackened sear. Acadiana is also great on seafood and veggies too. Pick up a bag or 6 today at shop.mikechurch.com.
This is Fiorella Nash, and I have a secret for our American listeners. The Founders Trading Post store is home to one of the largest collections of G.K. Chesterton books of any bookstore. From Orthodoxy to What's Wrong with the World, we are your Chesterton Superstore. You can easily shop all our G.K. Chesterton titles at shop.mikechurch.com, and trust me, your intellect and country will thank you.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Error has no rights in the public square, and you won't hear it here on the Crusade Channel or crusadechannel.com.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet?
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
It's a few weeks later in the Scottish hills. Macbeth, charging Malcolm with guilt in the murder, has proclaimed himself King of Scotland and been crowned. But in the royal fortress of Dunsinane, he lives and plots uneasily. To test the loyalty of his nobles, he has summoned them now, including Banquo and Macduff, to a feast. But as he awaits their arrival, Macbeth lays plans to kill Banquo, whose too great knowledge he has begun to fear.
It must be done tonight. Are you ready, both?
We are, my liege.
We're ready. And will you do it?
We are men, my liege.
Aye, in the catalogue ye go for men.
We are two whom the vile blows and buffets of the world have so incensed that we are reckless what we do to spite the world.
Your spirit shines through you. Then listen. Banquo is summoned here to Dunsinane for a feast tonight. From this high parapet you can see in yonder valley the wood of Burnham, through which he must ride hither. There strike him down. And leave no rubs nor botches.
It shall be done, my lord.
We shall perform what you command. And go.
Farewell, my liege.
Farewell, O king. Banquo, thy soul's flight, if it find heaven, must find it out tonight.
My lord.
Your wife.
My husband. Why do you keep alone? Of sorriest fancies your companions making. Things without all remedy should be without regard. What's done is done.
We have scotched the snake, not killed it.
Gentle, my lord. Sleek o'er your rugged looks. Be bright and jovial among your guests tonight.
So shall I love, and so I pray be you. Aye, be thou jocund. Ere the bat hath flown his cloistered flight, there shall be done a deed of dreadful note.
What's to be done?
Be innocent of the knowledge, dearest Chuck, till thou applaud the deed. Come, sealing night, scarf up the tender eye of pitiful day. See, the light thickens, and the crow makes wing to the rooky wood. Good things of day begin to droop and drowse, whiles night's black agents to their praise do rouse. Thou marvelest at my words, but hold thee still. Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill.
The day grows dark with Banquo.
Aye, Macduff. We'll be there anon.
Now, have him! Strike him down!
He!
I have him!
Here
By the throat! Stab him!
I'm here. Let him go.
Oh.
Free him now, villain. Let him go.
Help! Take their horses! Come right!
Macduff.
I have thee, Ban.
Murder. Fly, Macduff, to Prince Malcolm.
Who did this deed?
I am slain.
Whose cutthroats were they?
Macbeth's.
What?
Oh.
This bloody deed I shall make known to others. Then to England.
Are they all here?
Husband, Macduff comes not.
Wherefore?
He hath sent word, not I, he says.
Dares he deny his person at our bidding?
Know you not why?
Now again I am cabin, cribbed, confined, bound into doubts and fears. Are all the others come?
All except Banquo.
Then let us in. Dear love, praise Banquo. Let your remembrance present him eminence both with eye and tongue. Come.
Most royal, sir.
To all a hearty welcome. You know your own degrees. Sit down. Be large in mirth. Anon we'll drink a measure, the table round.
Aye, your majesty.
Here had we now our countries on a roof where the graced person of our Banquo present. Whom may I rather challenge for unkindness than pity for mischance?
His absence, sir, lays blame upon his promise. Please your highness to grace us with your royal company.
Why, The table's full.
Here is a place reserved, sir.
Where?
Here, me good lord.
Oh, hail Macbeth.
Oh! Which of you have done this?
What, good sir?
What is it, husband? Here is a place reserved. Prithee, be seated.
Oh, hail that shalt great king.
Thou canst not say I did it. Ever shake my gory locks at me.
Noble sir.
Gentlemen, please. His Highness is not well. Sit, worthy friends. My lord is often thus and hath been from his youth. Pray you keep seat. The fit is momentary. If much you note him, you shall offend him and extend his passion. Feed and regard him not. My lord, a word with you. Are you a man?
I am a bold one that dare look on that which might appall the devil.
Oh, proper stuff. This is the very painting of your fear. This is the air-drawn dagger which you said led you to Duncan. Oh, these flaws and starts, impostors to true fear, would well become a woman's story at a winter's fire authorized by her grandam. Shame itself. Why do you make such faces? When all's done, you look but on us too.
If I stand here, I saw him. Banquo's spirit.
Aye, for shame.
Blood hath been shed ere now in the olden time, aye, and since too. Murders have been performed too terrible for the ear. The time has been that when the brains were out, the man would die and there an end. But now they rise again with 20 mortal murders on their crowns to push us from our stools and raise rebellion. This is more strange than such a murder is.
My worthy lord, your noble friends do lack you.
I do. Forget. Do not muse at me, my most worthy friends. I have a strange infirmity which is nothing to those that know me. Come, love and health to all. Give me some wine. Fill full. I drink to the general joy of the whole table and to our dear friend Banquo. Would he were here. To all and him we'll drink. Good friends, a toast.
Oh, hail Macbeth.
Avaunt and quit my sight, let the earth hide thee. Thy blood is cold, begone. Hence, horrible shadow, hence.
My lord, you have displaced the mirth, broke the good meeting with most admired disorder.
Can you behold such sights and keep the natural ruby of your cheeks when mine is blanched with fear?
What sights, my lord?
I pray you, friends, speak not. He grows worse and worse. Question enrages him. At once, good night. Stand not upon the order of your going, but go at once.
Good night. Better help attend your majesty. Good night.
Husband, I prithee...
It will have blood. They say blood will have blood. I am in blood stepped in so far that should I wade no more, returning were as tedious as go o'er.
You lack the season of all natures. Sleep.
Come, we'll to sleep. But on the morrow and betimes I will to the weird sisters. More shall they speak, for now I am bent to know by the worst means the worst. For mine own good, all causes shall give way.
Round about the cauldron go, in the poisoned entrails throw.
Lizard's leg, toe of a frog,
Baboon's blood,
and tongue of dog,
an owl's wing.
eye of snake,
In the cauldron boil and bake.
double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes.
How now, you secret black and midnight hags, what is't you do?
A deed without a name.
I conjure you by that which you profess, howe'er you came to know it, answer me to what I ask.
Speak.
Demand.
We'll answer. Say if thou'dst rather hear it from our mouths or from our mistress.
Call her, let me see her. What is this that rises like a shadow?
Speak not. She knows thy thoughts.
Macbeth. Macbeth. Beware Macduff. Beware the Thane of Fife. Enough.
Whate'er thou wert for thy good caution, thanks. Thou hast harped my fear aright. And so, Macduff, what again?
Be bloody, bold, and resolute. Laugh to scorn the power of man. For none of woman born shall harm Macbeth.
Then live, Macduff. What need I fear of thee? But yet I'll make assurance double sure. Thou shalt not live, Macduff, that I may tell pale-hearted fear it lies, and sleep in spite of thunder. Again!
Be lion-neckled proud, and take no care who chase, who threats, or where conspirers are. Macbeth shall never vanquished be, until great Birnam Wood to high Dunsinane Hill shall come against him.
That shall never be. Who can enlist the forest, bid the tree unfix his earthbound root? Sweet Bodment's good. Rebellion's head rise never till the wood of Birnam rise, and our high-placed Macbeth shall live the lease of nature.
Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Gone as before, melted into the wind, infected be the air whereon they ride.
My lord!
Who's there?
Your Majesty.
Who is't?
Your Majesty, I bring you word from Dunsinane.
What is thy message?
The Queen sends word, my lord.
What word? Speak, man.
There's news, sir, that Macduff and other nobles, too, have fled to England.
To England?
Aye, to Prince Malcolm.
Time thou anticipatest my dread exploits. Fear, Macduff. The castle of Macduff I will surprise. Give to the edge of the sword all souls who trace him from his line. No boasting like a fool. This deed I'll do before the purpose cool.
Worthy Macduff, welcome to England.
My lord.
How does my Scotland?
It bleeds, good prince. It sinks beneath the yoke. Each day a gash is added to her wound.
Alas, poor country.
Good sir, your eye in Scotland would create soldiers. Make our women fight to doff their dire distresses.
If I take up war against this tyrant, will not my bleeding land suffer yet more from our success?
The Lord, as I rode to join you, word overtook me that this bloody king, whose sole name blisters my tongue, hath late surprised my castle, and my wife and babes savagely slaughtered.
Merciful heaven. What can I say to cure such deadly grief?
Say nothing. Only come and let us make medicine of revenge. Front to front, bring thou this fiend of Scotland and myself. Within my sword length set him. If he escape, let heaven forgive him.
I will come. What I am is thine, and my poor country's to command. Our power is ready. Receive what cheer you may. The night is long that never finds the day.
In Dunsinane Castle, high in the hills, Macbeth prepares to make his stand. Meanwhile, the doctor at the castle has learned of some strange symptoms shown by Lady Macbeth, as reported to him by her lady-in-waiting. It is night at Dunsinane.
When was it she last walked?
I cannot say, Doctor.
A great perturbation in nature to receive at once the benefit of sleep and do the effects of watching. Lo, here she comes.
This is her very guise. Fast asleep.
How came she by that light?
Why, it stood by her. She has light by her continually. 'Tis her command.
Her eyes are open.
Aye, but their sense is shut.
What is it she does now? Look how she rubs her hands.
It is an accustomed action with her to seem, thus washing her hands. I've known her continue in this a quarter of an hour.
Yet here's a spot.
Hark, she speaks. I will set down what comes from her.
Out, damned spot! Out, I say! Who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him?
Do you mark that?
The Thane of Fife had a wife. Where is she now? What will these hands ne'er be clean? No more of that, my lord, no more of that. You mar all with this starting.
Go to. You have known what you should not.
She has spoke what she should not. I'm sure of that.
Here's the smell of the blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Oh.
What a sigh is there. Her heart is sorely charged.
Wash your hands. Put on your nightgown. Look not so pale. I tell you yet again, Banquo's buried. He cannot come out on's grave.
Even so.
To bed. There's knocking at the gate. Come. Come. Give me your hand. What's done cannot be undone. To bed.
Will she go now to bed?
Directly.
God, forgive us all. This is beyond my practice.
My friends, I hope the days are near at hand when homes will be safe again.
We doubt it nothing.
What say the reports, Macduff? How does the tyrant?
Great Dunsinane he strongly fortifies. Some say he's mad. Others that lesser hate him do call it valiant fury. Now does he feel his secret murders sticking on his hands. So we have had report of many new revolts. Of many in Scotland who would join their forces with us.
Send them word to meet us at Burnham Wood. Make we our march towards Burnham.
My lord.
Bring me no more reports. Let them fly all. Till Burnham Wood remove to Dunsinane, I cannot taint with fear.
But, sir, there is 10,000.
Geese, villain?
Soldiers, sir. Prince Malcolm's force, so please you.
The devil damn thee, black, thou cream-faced loon. Take thy face hence.
Yes, Lord.
What's the boy, Malcolm? Was he not born of woman? Fear not, Macbeth. No man of woman born shall e'er have power upon thee. I will not be afraid of death and bane till Burnham Forest come to Dunsinane.
What wood is this we enter?
The wood of Burnham.
Let every soldier cut him down a bough and bear it before him. Thereby shall we shadow the number of our force.
It shall be done. Well, Doctor, how does your patient?
Not so sick, my lord, as she is troubled with thick-coming fancies that keep her from her rest.
Cure her of that. Come, men, put on my armor.
'Tis not yet needed, sir.
Put it on.
At once, my liege.
Canst thou not minister to a mind disease, Doctor?
Pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote, cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart.
Therein the patient must minister to himself.
Throw medicine to the dogs, I'll none of it. Hurry, men.
Aye, sir. Your answer.
Doctor, if thou canst purge my land and bring it to a sound and pristine health, I would applaud thee to the very echo. Pulled off, I say.
Yeah.
What rhubarb, senna, what purgative drug could scour these rebels hence? Hearst thou of them?
My lord,
What was that?
'twas the cry of a woman, my good lord.
I've almost forgot the taste of fears. The time has been my senses would have cooled to hear a night shriek. I have supped full with horrors.
My lord!
Wherefore was that cry?
The queen, my lord, is dead by her own hand.
She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life's for a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
My lord!
Thou comes to use thy tongue, thy story quickly.
Gracious, my lord, I should report that which I say I saw, but know not how to do it.
Well, say, sir.
As I did stand my watch upon the wall, I looked toward Burnham, and anon methought the wood began to move.
Liar and slave!
Let me endure your wrath, if be not so. Within this 3 mile may you see it coming. I say a moving grove.
If thou speaks false, upon the next tree shalt thou hang alive till famine cling thee. Fear not till Burnham wood do come to Dunsinane, and now a wood comes towards Dunsinane. Arm, arm, and out! If this which he avouches disappear, there is no flying hence, nor tarrying here. I begin to be a-weary of the sun, and wish the estate of the world were now undone. Ring the alarm bell! Low wind, come wreck! At least we'll die with harness on our back. Still they come. There, let them come. Beard to beard, we'll beat them backward home. Fire and show thy face. Act up. Of all men else I have avoided thee, but get thee back. I bear a charming life which will not yield to one of woman born.
Spare thy charm, Macbeth, and let the angel whom thou still hast served tell thee that I, Macduff, was from my mother's womb untimely ripped.
Curse me thy tongue that tells me. Still I'll not yield. Lay on, Macduff, and damn be he who first cries, hold. Enough!
Hail Malcolm, King of Scotland.
Hail, King of Scotland!
For so thou art, good Malcolm. Behold where lies the usurper's cursed head. The time is free.
We shall not spend a large expense of time before we reckon with your several loves that make us even with you. My thanes and kinsmen, henceforth be earls, the first that ever Scotland in such an honor named. Now let the trumpets speak. Give them all breath in clamorous farewell to blood and death.
The curtain has fallen on the Theatre Guild on-the-air production of Shakespeare's Macbeth, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation, starring Judith Anderson as Lady Macbeth and Maurice Evans as Macbeth, and featuring Romney Brent, Thomas Chalmers, and Everett Sloane. Other members of our cast included Wesley Addy, Alfred Shirley, Donald MacDonald, Chester Stratton, James Monks, Ted DeCorsia, and Gina Mallet. The Theatre Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Teresa Helbern and Lawrence Langner, with Homer Fickett, director, Carol Irvin, production executive, and Armina Marshall, executive director of the radio department. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy, and the play was adapted by Eric Barnow. Judith Anderson is currently appearing in the United Artists production of The Red House. Because of other commitments, Basil Rathbone, who was to be with our cast tonight, could not appear. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire.
Enjoyed William Shakespeare's Macbeth. The Crusade Channel Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns for our finale presentation of Sir John Gielgud starring in Hamlet, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
To be or not to be? That is the question. And it's a question the rest of radio answered not to be. Lucky for you, there's the world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival. And it's only on the world's first live radio crusade. The Crusade Channel.
Did you know that MAGA caps are now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap for free. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership and the cap is yours for free. Sign up today at crusadechannel.com/offer.
Hello, fellow Shakespeareans. Tommy, Where are you going with that sheet?
This is my new costume. I'm going to turn it into a toga.
Why a toga?
Because I'm going to recite the best Shakespeare line ever. Etouffee, Bluto.
No, Tommy. It's et tu, Brute.
Et tu, Rick. Et tu, Rick.
In 4 years of hosting Free Farm Fridays here on the Crusade Radio Network, I've been blessed to meet so many great people who've discovered that a flourishing future must be inspired by what flourished in the past. And one of the most important players in this discovery are the men, women, and families of the Catholic Land Movement. If you'd like to meet some of these folks, then make plans to attend their Midwest Appalachia Conference, September 13th to 15th at the Edelweiss House in Greenburgh, Indiana. For details and tickets, go to CatholicLandMovement.info. That's CatholicLandMovement.info, and tell them the King Dude sent you.
Listen up, maggots. Every time you buy a book, it scammers on. Jeff Bezos gets money to add to his army of Terminator robots. Now you tell me, what kind of patriot does that? Certainly not the kind that listens to the Mac Church show. You want to see the world now, don't you?
Come with me if you want to read.
That's why you're going to shop for books in the Founders Trading Post store at shop.mychurch.com. Be a hero. Save the free world. As for Bezos,
put him in the chopper.
In the beginning there was beer, and man saw that beer was good. And man said,
wouldn't 6 of these packets together be even better?
Then man created the 6-pack and saw that it was good. Next, man invented the cigar, and man saw that the cigar was good. And man said,
let's pack them up in boxes of 25.
Then man...
25?
What was wrong with 6?
Announcing an idea whose time has come. MB Fuma Off the Boat Cigars. Now in 6-pack and 4-pack samplers. Right alongside Manchupi and Maria's cigars in singles and 4-pack samplers. On sale now at shopmikechurch.com. That's shopmikechurch.com. And this is supposed to be a 60-second tight spot. So one more time, shopmikechurch.com.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
The Crusade Channel is bringing back a slice of 2020 by featuring heterosexual, happy opposite-sex couples in our commercials. Right after the hetero happies with 9 kids.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
On March the 4th, 1951, the Theatre Guild on the Air group presented what it billed as one of the great events in radio history, Sir John Gielgud starring in Hamlet. So we are here, I think, dealing with the greatest play Shakespeare ever wrote, with the possible exception of King Lear. It just goes to show that the greatest poets are not necessarily the greatest critics, because the great poet T.S. Eliot considered Hamlet to be a failure, which is emphatically and indubitably is not. So what it is that the T.S. Eliot complained that it presented to us an insoluble puzzle. But there are two types of insoluble puzzle. There's the puzzle that is insoluble because it does not have a solution. And there's the puzzle which is only insoluble to us because we can't work it out. And I would suggest that T.S. Eliot merely could not work Hamlet out because it's not an insoluble puzzle in the sense it does not have a solution. So in this brief introduction, I'm going to do my best to give some inkling or some understanding of what Hamlet is about on the deepest level. So looking at Hamlet himself, he begins in what Bunyan would call the slough of despond, in despondency, even contemplating suicide. And it's only his Christian faith and the fear of going to hell, which is the consequence of the mortal sin which suicide is, which prevents him from killing himself. And we then have the introduction of the ghost. And there's a parallel here with Macbeth. In both plays, there's a supernatural element entering at the beginning. In Macbeth, it's a demonic element, that the weird sisters are quite clearly demons. But in Hamlet, the ghost is genuinely the ghost of Hamlet's father, who is genuinely in purgatory. So we know that he's not merely an apparition because several people see him at once, and we know that he's an honest ghost, in other words, not a liar, because Hamlet tests that fact. He wonders whether the ghost is a liar, and then through the use of the mousetrap, the play within the play, by watching the King Claudius's reaction when his murder of Hamlet's father is reenacted on the stage, in seeing Claudius's reaction, he knows that his father, the ghost of his father, is telling the truth. We also have the character of Ophelia. Shakespeare's female characters are beguiling from the very strongest characters in the best sense of the word, such as Portia in The Merchant of Venice, or the strongest characters in the bad sense of the word, such as Lady Macbeth in Macbeth. But we also see all sorts of other characters. Ophelia has a lot in common with Desdemona, the character that we've already discussed in Shakespeare's Othello, in the sense that her prevailing flaw is her weakness. So against her conscience, on the orders of her father, she becomes a spy upon Hamlet. And it's when Hamlet realizes that the woman he loves has actually turned into a spy on behalf of his enemy, the wicked King Claudius, who murdered his father, that Hamlet gets really angry with her in the famous "Get thee to a nunnery" scene. Basically says you basically go and in repentance to a religious community because you're now basically playing with the devil here. This whole play is Shakespeare venting his spleen against Queen Elizabeth's spy network. Shakespeare knew several of the English martyrs who were put to brutal death after having been tortured because of being priests, or those who shelter priests. And so, and normally they would be betrayed by Elizabeth's spy network. So Polonius, the spy master in the play, is clearly a thinly veiled Lord Burleigh, who was Elizabeth I's real spy master. He's a villain and he's a relativist. So in his famous speech, when he gives his advice to his son Polonius, which ends with, "This above all, to thine own self be true." This, the whole of his speech is basically a defense of relativism. There's nothing about love. There's nothing about God. There's nothing about laying down your life for another. It's all about practical stuff like making the right friends, knowing when to speak, knowing when not to speak, wearing the right sorts of clothes, and this above all, to thine own self be true. In other words, you are the arbiter of truth. It's not something to which you need to be obedient. It's something which you make up as you go along. And, of course, the consequence of that philosophy in the play is that Polonius gets himself killed in the act of spying on Hamlet, and his son Laertes, in following that advice he's given, also gets himself killed. And, of course, poor Ophelia, in being forced against her conscience to serve nefarious ends and betraying the man she loves, is driven insane and possibly commits suicide. Two things about Hamlet, I would say, here is that he epitomizes homo viator, that's man on a journey or man on a quest. He's a dynamic character. It's very dangerous to make a judgment about who Hamlet is based upon just one aspect or one moment in the play, especially the early parts of the play. So to see Hamlet as someone who's perennially depressed is not Hamlet. It's how Hamlet begins in the journey that he's on in the play, but he ends with an acceptance of the gospel and a willingness to lay down his life for the good of his kingdom. And he's not a procrastinator. He's not someone that delays interminably. He's the opposite of someone who's reckless. Macbeth is reckless. Romeo and Juliet are reckless. We see in Shakespeare's plays how recklessness, heedlessness is headlessness. It's not using your reason, and the consequence of that recklessness is always destructive. Hamlet is never reckless. He contemplates, he considers, he tests whether something's true or false or right or wrong before acting upon it. Which is why, because he's not reckless, he ends up in the right place at the end of the play and not the wrong place at the end of the play. The play also includes one of the longest memento moris in all of literature, a memento mori being a reminder of death. The reminder of death is always meant to lead us to contemplate the four last things: death, judgment, heaven, and hell. The graveyard scene is one long contemplation on that, and throughout it, Shakespeare is employing lines from the Jesuit martyr St. Robert Southwell's poem Upon the Image of Death, making an intertextual connection with the English martyrs. And the play ends with lines from the Catholic Requiem Mass, which was banned when Shakespeare wrote the play. It was banned in Elizabeth, England, when the prayer is made over Hamlet's dead body. May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. So we can honestly hope, in spite of the fact that the play is a tragedy, that for Hamlet at least, things are going to end happily ever after. And indeed for Denmark, the something rotten, which is the wicked King Claudius, has been exorcised, and we can hope for a happy ending for Denmark, or at least better days than we saw at the start of the play. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents our finale presentation, William Shakespeare's Hamlet.
The United States Steel Corporation is happy to welcome the Radio Corporation of America as the joint sponsor tonight of one of the great events in radio history, the Theater Guild on-the-air production of Hamlet by William Shakespeare. This special hour-and-a-half broadcast stars John Gielgud, Dorothy McGuire, and Pamela Brown. And now, as the lights go down at the Belasco Theater in New York, here speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers, is Roger Pryor with a word about our play and players.
Tonight, the Theater Guild on the Air brings you an hour-and-a-half radio presentation of Shakespeare's Hamlet, the greatest play by the supreme dramatic genius of all time. As Hamlet, we bring you John Gielgud, whose performance of the role has been hailed as one of the greatest ever presented on the New York and London stage. It's Mr. Gielgud also who prepared the adaptation of the play that you'll hear now. As Ophelia, you'll hear Dorothy McGuire playing her second Shakespearean role for us, following her memorable Juliet on our program. The Queen is played by Pamela Brown, who's now starring on the Broadway stage with Mr. Gielgud in this season's outstanding dramatic success, The Lady's Not for Burning. Esme Percy is featured as the ghost of Hamlet's father. And now we raise the curtain on Act One of Hamlet, directed by Homer Fickett.
Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story.
And so, the tragical story of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Gertrude, Queen of Denmark, and mother to Prince Hamlet, becoming a widow by the sudden death of King Hamlet, in less than 2 months married his brother, Claudius. It was a strange act of unfeelingness, and the young Hamlet, who loved and venerated the memory of his dead father, took it sorely to heart. Now I, Horatio, who had been Hamlet's bosom friend at the university, returned to Denmark. And a rumor reached my ear that an apparition, exactly resembling the dead king, had been seen by the soldiers upon watch on the platform of the castle walls at midnight.
Who's there? Hey, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself. Bernardo?
He. Have you had quiet, guard?
Not a mouse stirring. What is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio.
Good Marcellus, touching this dreaded sight twice seen of us. Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him.
What, has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing. But last night of all, the bell then beating one.
Peace! Break thee off! Look where it comes again!
In the same figure like the king that's dead.
It would be spoke to.
Speak to it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurpst this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of very Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee, speak!
It is offended. See, it stalks away.
Stay! Speak! Speak, I charge thee, speak!
'Tis gone and will not answer. How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art to thyself.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. But look, the morn, in russet mantle clad, walks o'er the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him. The young Hamlet, between grief for his father's death and shame for his mother's marriage, was overclouded with melancholy. He appeared in court in a suit of deep black, nor could he be brought to join in any of the festivities or rejoicings.
My lords and ladies, their majesties give audience.
Though yet of Hamlet our dear brother's death the memory be green, yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, taken the wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along, for all our thanks. And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
My dread lord, your leave and favor to return to France.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
He hath, my lord, wrung from me my slow leave by laboursome petition. I do beseech you, give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes. Time be thine. Thy best graces spend it at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet and my son.
A little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I am too much i' the sun.
Good Hamlet,
Aye, mother.
cast thy nighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common, all that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam, nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black. No, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected haviour of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shapes of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show. These but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father, but to persever in obstinate condolement. 'Tis unmanly grief. We pray you, think of us as of a father.
Oh, God, my lord, well spoken.
For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg. It is most retrograde to our desire.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, it is a loving and fair reply. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart. Come, let's away.
Our service freely to your command.
Oh, that this too sullied flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Oh, that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Aye, on fie. 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. That it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2, so excellent a king, that was to this Hyperion to a satyr, so loving to my mother, that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember. Why, she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown with what it fed on. Yet within a month, let me not think on't. Frailty, thy name is woman. A little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body like Niobe, all tears. Why, she, even she, oh God, a beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer, married with mine uncle, my father's brother. No more like my father than I to Hercules, within a month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married, oh, most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good, but break my heart, or I must hold my tongue.
Hail to your lordship.
I am glad to see you well. Horatio, or I do forget myself. But what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus, Bernardo.
My good lord.
Sir. Good even, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg? I know you are no truant.
My lord, I came to see your...
Marcellus, Bernardo. I pray thee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio. The funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, or ever I had seen that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw? Who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father? For God's love, let me hear.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at point exactly cap à pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, where, as they had delivered, the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this? My lord, upon the platform where we watched. Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honored lord, 'tis true.
Indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do, my lord.
Armed, say you?
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe?
My lord, from head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh, yes, my lord. He wore his beaver up.
What, looked he frowningly?
A countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like, very like. Stayed it long?
While one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Longer.
I will watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it till hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves. So fare you well. Upon the platform, 'twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty with your honor.
Your loves, as mine to you. Farewell. My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes.
Before Hamlet fell into the way which has been related, he had dearly loved a fair maid called Ophelia, daughter of Polonius, the king's chief counselor, and sister of Laertes, who was taking ship for France.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell, sister. Let me hear from you.
Do you doubt that?
For Hamlet, and the trifling of his favor, hold it a fashion and a toy in blood. Perhaps he loves you now, but you must fear. His greatness weighed, his will is not his own. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself.
I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman to my heart. But, good my brother, do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine, himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and recks not his own rede.
Oh, fear me not. I stay too long. But here my father comes.
Yes, galley at ease. Aboard, for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for. There, my blessing with thee, and these few precepts in thy memory, look thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new hatch unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit, as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loseth both itself and friend, and borrowing dulleth edge of husbandry. This, above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell. My blessing season this in thee.
Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord. Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell.
What is Ophelia here said to you?
So please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Marry, well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you. What is between you? Give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affection? Poor. You speak like a green girl, unsifted in such perilous circumstances. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
Oh, I do not know, my lord, what I should think. He hath importuned me with love and honourable fashion.
Aye, fashion you may call it. Go to. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you. Come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
The air bites shrewdly. It is very cold.
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
No, it is struck.
Indeed. I heard it not. It then draws near the season wherein the...
Look, my lord. It comes. Angels and ministers of grace, defend us. Be thou a spirit of health, or goblin damned. Bring with the airs from heaven or blasts from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable. Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, King, Father, Royal Dane. Oh, answer me.
It beckons you to go away with it.
Look with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it.
No, by no means.
You will not speak, then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee. It waves me forth again. I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord, or to the dreadful summit of the cliff?
It waves me still. Go on, I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my
Hold
lord.
up your hand.
Be ruled, you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. I have now make a ghost of him that lets the artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. I have now make a ghost of him that lets me. I say away. Go on. I'll follow thee.
Lord Hamlet! Good Lord Hamlet!
Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further.
Mark me. My hour is almost come when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak, I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night and for the day confined to fasting fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. Live, live, oh, live. If thou didst ever thy dear father love,
oh God,
revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder?
Murder. Most foul, as in the best it is, that this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I, with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love, may sweep to my revenge.
I find the act. Now, Hamlet, here. 'Tis given out that sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me. But know, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life, now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul. My uncle!
Aye, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wits, with traitorous gifts, won to his shameful lust, the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. But soft, methinks I scent the morning air. Brief let me be, sleeping within my orchard, my custom always of the afternoon, upon my secure hour thy uncle stole, with juice of cursed Heberon in a vial, and in the porches of my ears did pour the leprous distilment. Thus was I sleeping, by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen, at once dispatched, cut off, even in the blossoms of my sin, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. But howsoe'er thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven. Fare thee well, at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and 'ginst to pale his ineffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, Hamlet. Remember me.
Remember thee, I, thou poor ghost, whilst memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee, yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, and thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, by heaven! Oh, most pernicious woman! Oh, villain! Villain, smiling, damned villain! My tables, meet it as I set it down, that one may smile and smile and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. So, uncle, there you are.
My lord! My lord!
Lord Hamlet!
Heaven secure him!
So be it.
How is my noble lord? What news, my lord?
Oh, wonderful!
Oh, my lord, tell it.
No, you'll reveal it.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Nor I, my lord. How say you then? With heart of man, once think it. But you'll be secret.
I, by heaven, my lord.
Is there a villain dwelling in all Denmark? But he's an arrant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
These are but wild and whirling words, my lord.
I am sorry they offend you heartily. Yes, faith, heartily.
There's no offense, my lord.
Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, Horatio, and much offense too. Touching this vision here, it is an honest ghost, that let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us, or master it as you may. And now, good friends, give me one poor request.
What is, my lord? We will.
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
My lord will not.
Nay, but swear it.
In faith, my lord, not I.
Nor I, my lord, in faith.
On my sword.
Swear by his sword.
Boy, say'st thou so? Art thou there, true penny? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellarage. Consent to swear.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. But come here as before. Never so help you mercy, how strange or odd soe'er I bear myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think fit to put an antic disposition on, that you at such times seeing me never shall show that you know aught of me. This not to do, so grace and mercy at your most need help you
Swear.
We swear it.
Rest. Rest. Perturbed spirits. So, gentlemen, let us go in together. Time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite that ever I was born to set it right.
How now, Ophelia, what's the matter?
My lord, I've been so affrighted.
With what in the name of God?
My lord, as I was sewing in my closet, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and with a look so piteous in purport, as if he'd been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love?
My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. That done, he lets me go, and with his head over his shoulder turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes, for out of doors he went without their help, and to the last bended their light on me.
Come, go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love. What, have you given him any hard words of late?
No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to
That hath made him mad. Come, go we to the king. Come.
Speak, Polonius, what would you?
My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what beauty is, why day is day, night, night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad call I it, for to define true madness, what is to be nothing else but mad. But let that go.
More matter with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity. And pity 'tis true. A foolish figure, but farewell it, for I will use no art. Perpend. I have a daughter, who in her obedience and a duty mark hath given me this. Now gather and surmise. To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia. That's an ill phrase. A vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase. But you shall hear.
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Good madam, stay a while. I will be faithful. Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. Oh, dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers. I have not art to reckon my groans, but that I love thee best, oh, most best, believe it adieu. Thine evermore, most dear lady, whilst as machine is to him Hamlet.
But how hath she received his love?
What do you think of me?
That of a man faithful and honourable.
I would fain prove so. I went round to work, and my young mistress thus I did bespeak, that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens. Which done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he repulsed a short tale to make, fell into a sadness, then into a fast, thence to a lightness, and by this declension into the madness wherein now he raves and all we mourn for.
Do you think this, Gertrude?
Maybe, very like. But look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave. How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God a mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent, excellent. Well, you are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then why would you wear so honest a man?
Honest, my lord?
Aye, sir, to be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog. Have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk i' the sun. Conception is a blessing, but as your daughter may conceive, friend, look to it.
Still harping on my daughter, yet he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord?
Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter that you read, my lord.
Slander, sir. For the satirical rogue says here that old men have grey beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have the most plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hands.
Though this be madness, yet there's method in't. Will you walk out to the air, my lord?
Into my grave.
Indeed, that is out to the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with. Except my life, except my life, except my life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools. Fell I out of the court for my fay I cannot reason. Oh, God, I have bad dreams. My uncle, father, and aunt, mother are deceived. I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
My lord!
I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
The actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz, buzz.
Upon my honour.
And came each actor on his ass.
The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, comical, historical, pastoral, scene individable, or poem unlimited.
You are welcome, masters. Welcome all. Oh, my old friend. What? My young lady and mistress. Come, sir, come. We'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my good lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once. 'Twas Aeneas, when he speaks of Priam's slaughter. Come, proceed you.
Aeneas. But, as we often see against some storm, a silence in the heavens, the rack stands still, the bold wind speechless, and the orb below as hush as death. Anon, the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. Out! Out! Thou strumpet fortune!
This is too long.
Shout to the barbers with your beard. Prithee, say on. Come to Hecuba.
But who? Ah, who had seen the moblid queen?
Moblid queen?
That's good. Moblid queen is good.
Shh. Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flames. Who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped, 'gainst fortune's state, would treason have pronounced?
Look, whether he's not turned his colour and has tears in his eyes. Prithee, no more.
'Tis well. I'll have thee speak out the rest of this soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed?
My lord, I will use them according to their desert.
God's bodykins man much better. Use every man after his deserts, and who shall escape whipping? Use them after your own honour and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow. Friend.
My lord.
Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play The Murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my good lord.
We'll have it tomorrow night. You could, for a need, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines that I would set down and insert in, could you not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord, and look you, mock him not.
Good, my lord.
Now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I! Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, would force his soul so to his own conceit that from its working all his visage wanned, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing, for Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown a stage with tears, and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty, and appall the free, confound the ignorant, and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-mettled rascal, speak like John a dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king, upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks up my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie, the throat as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Wounds. I should take it, for it cannot be that I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter, or ere this I should have fatted all the region kites with this slave's offal. Bloody, bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain! Oh, vengeance! What an ass am I! This is most brave, that I, the son of a dear father, murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a whore unpack my heart with words, and fall a-cursing like a very drab, a scullion. Fie upon't. Oh! About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. And have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks, I'll tempt him to the quick, if he but blench. I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil. The devil has power to assume a pleasing shape. Yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
You are listening to a special hour and a half broadcast of Hamlet, produced by the Theatre Guild on the Air, presented jointly tonight by the United States Steel Corporation and the Radio Corporation of America.
And fall a-cursing like a very drab, a scullion. Fie upon't. Oh! About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. And have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks, I'll tempt him to the quick, if he but blench. I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil. The devil has power to assume a pleasing shape. Yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
You are listening to a special hour and a half broadcast of Hamlet, produced by the Theatre Guild on the Air, presented jointly tonight by the United States Steel Corporation and the Radio Corporation of America.
Was by far the most bold and prestigious of all golden age of radio series. Sponsored by US Steel, the Guild aired radio masterpieces with Hollywood's top talent for 8 years. Its budgets became legendary, eclipsing $15,000 for some single episodes, and that was for talent alone. What a fitting way to end our Shakespeare Radio Film Festival with a production that some say was the pinnacle of radio drama, Hamlet.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
You're listening to the Crusade Channel, home of the world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival. Now, doesn't that sound better than home of Eddie and the Breakfast Flakes?
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SBW1AM?
Well, it's easy. So I could save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, Breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I am afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Did you know that a Make America Great Again cap is now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap, the next best thing, for free. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership that includes all my podcasts, the 24/7 premium live stream, and much more. And the cap is yours for free. We'll even throw in a POTUS 45% discount. There's only 24 free caps available, so you gotta act now. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer.
Did you know that the rosary began as a tool to give laity a form of common prayer, like what was being prayed in monasteries? And monasteries were praying all 150 psalms from the Bible. But most laity couldn't afford a Bible, and most couldn't read, so they began praying the Our Father 150 times a day. Today, the rosary is prayed by millions, and each one is a work of art. There is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell and the Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Now the curtain rises on the second act of Hamlet, starring John Gielgud as Hamlet, Dorothy McGuire as Ophelia, Pamela Brown as the Queen, and featuring Esme Pearce as the Ghost.
The rough business which Prince Hamlet had in mind, the revenging of his father's death, did not admit of so idle a passion as love now seemed to him. Yet his mother, the Queen, who with all her faults doted upon her son, hoped that his seeming madness was caused by love of Ophelia. Not so his uncle, the king, who feared Hamlet as dangerous.
And can you, Gertrude, by no drift of circumstance, get from him why he puts on this confusion?
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak. This night he hath beseeched your majesty to see and hear the players that are come to court.
My liege and madam, by your leave.
Aye, Polonius.
I have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he, as 'twere by accident, may here confront Ophelia.
Sweet Gertrude, leave us. Her father and myself, seeing, unseen, will of their encounter frankly judge, and gather if it be the affliction of his love, or no, that thus he suffers for.
I shall obey you. Ophelia!
Aye, my lady?
I hope your virtues will bring our son to his wonted way again. To both your honours.
Madam, I wish it may.
I'll await your word.
Gracious, so please you, we will bestow ourselves here. Ophelia, walk you there, and when you enter to him, read on this book. The show of such an exercise may colour your loneliness.
Aye, my
I
lord.
hear him coming. Let's withdraw.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, The pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns which patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin. Who would fardels bear, to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have, and fly to others that we know not of. As conscience doth make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment with this regard, their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action. Such love, a fair Ophelia.
My lord.
Nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered.
How does your honor for this many a day?
I humbly thank you. Well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
No, not I. I never gave you aught.
My honored lord, you know right well you did. And with them, words of so sweet breath composed as made the things more rich. Their perfume lost, take these again. Or to the noble mind, rich gifts wax poor when the givers prove unkind. There, my lord.
Are you honest?
My lord.
Are you fair?
What means your lordship?
I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? We are arrant knaves all. Believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery.
Not that, my lord.
Where's your father?
At home, my lord.
Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in his own house. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery, go, farewell. Or if thou wilt needs marry a fool, for wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery go, and quickly too, farewell.
Oh, heavenly powers, restore
I say we will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one, shall live. The rest will keep as they are. To a nunnery. Oh.
What a noble mind is here o'erthrown. The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, the observed of all observers, quite down. And I of ladies most dejected and wretched, that suck the honey of his music vows. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen, and see what I see.
Oh, now, Ophelia. You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We heard it all. And yet I do believe the origin and commencement of his grief sprung from neglected love.
Love? His affections do not that way tend.
My lord, after the play, for instance.
But if she find him not?
To England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness in great ones must not unwatched go.
But by your leave, Lord Hamlet, if the king like not the play.
Why then belike he like it not, Perdie?
'Tis excellently set down with as much modesty as cunning.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines.
Oh, I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us.
Oh, reform it altogether.
It offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters to very rags to split the ears of the groundlings. Pray you avoid it.
I warrant, Your Honor.
Lord Hamlet.
Now, my lord, will the king hear this piece of work?
And the Queen, too, and that presently.
Let the players make haste.
I'll hasten them.
On, my lord.
What ho! Horatio!
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, there is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I pray thee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe mine uncle. Give him heedful note, for mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord.
They're coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
Good, my lord.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, I'faith.
Come hither, my dear Hamlet. Sit by me.
No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
Oh, do you mark that, my liege?
Lady Ophelia, shall I lie in your lap?
Nay, so please your grace.
I'm in my head on your lap. Did you think I meant country matters?
Oh, you are merry, my lord.
Oh, I?
Aye, my lord.
Oh, God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
Oh, heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet. Why, then there's hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year.
Oh, you are not, you are not. I'll mark the play.
For us and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently.
Is this the prologue or the posy to a ring?
'Tis brief, my lord.
As woman's love.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. Thy offering power, honored, beloved, and haply one as kind, for husband shalt thou.
Oh, confound the rest. Such love must needs be treason in my breast. In second husband let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who killed the first?
Wormwood, wormwood.
Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife. If once a widow, ever I be wife.
If she should break it now.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Oh, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offence in?
No, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offence in the world. This is one Lucianus, nephew to the king.
You are as good as a chorus, my lord.
Begin, murderer. Pox lead thy damnable faces, and begin. Come, the croaking raven doth bellow for revenge.
Thou mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's ban thrice blasted, thrice infected, thy natural magic and dire property, unwholesome life, usurp immediately.
He poisons him with the garden for his estate. His name is Gonzago. The story is extant, written in very choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
King rises!
What? Fight it with full fire!
Serve my lord!
Give me some light! Light me to my chamber!
Horatio! It's deceived.
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of the poisoning. Oh, good Horatio, I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000.
Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you. The king, sir.
Aye, sir, what of him?
Is in his retirement marvellous distempered.
With drink, sir?
No, my lord, with choler. The queen, your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, hath sent me to you.
You are welcome.
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
Come hither, sirrah. Do you see yonder cloud that's almost in shape like a camel?
By the mason, 'tis like a camel indeed.
Methinks 'tis like a weasel.
It is back like a weasel.
Or like a whale.
Very like a whale.
And I will come to my mother by and by. They call me to the top of my bed. I will come by and by.
Madam, he approaches. He will come straight. I'll hide me even here. Pray you be round with him.
I warrant you, fear me not.
Mother!
Withdraw, I hear him come.
Now, Mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, how hast thy father much offended?
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, you question with a wicked tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. And would it were not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak.
Come and sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help!
Oh, now, a rat! Dead, or a ducat dead! I am slain.
Oh, me, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. Is it the king?
Polonius is slain.
Oh, wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy better.
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this.
A bloody deed, almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
As kill a king?
Aye, lady, 'twas my word. The bringing of your hands, peace, sit you down and let me wring your heart.
What have I done that thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act as blurs the grace and blush of modesty. False virtue, hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love and sets a blister there. Makes marriage vows as false as dicer's oath.
Ay me, what act that roars so loud and thunders in the index?
Look here, upon this picture. And on this, a counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear, blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? You cannot call it love. For at your age, the heyday in the blood is tame. It's humble and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment could step from this to this?
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turnst my very eyes into my soul, and there I see such black and grey knit spots as will not leave their taint.
A murderer and a villain, a slave, that is not 20th part the tithe of your preceipts.
As will not leave their taint.
A murderer and a villain, a slave, that is not 20th part the tithe of your preceipts. As murderer and a villain, a slave, that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord.
Oh, speak no more. These words like daggers enter in my ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire and the rule, that from the shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches. Save me and hover o'er me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would you? Gracious figure.
Alas, he's mad.
Do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose.
Oh, gentle son.
That look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is it with you, lady?
Alas, how is it with you that you do bend your eye on vacancy? Whereon do you look?
You see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yes, already is.
My father, in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes, even now. Out at the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain, this bodiless creation. Ecstasy is very cunning in...
Ecstasy! Mother, love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul that not your trespass but my madness speaks.
Confess yourself to heaven. Repent what's past. Avoid what is to come.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. Go not to mine uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. Once more, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind. Good night, Mother.
How now? What hath befallen?
Most royal sir, Hamlet in madness hath Polonius slain.
Oh, heavy deed. Bring the body into the chapel.
Where the dead body is bestowed, my lord, we cannot get from him.
Now, Hamlet, where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven. Send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go upstairs into the lobby.
Go seek him there, someone.
He will stay till you come.
Hamlet, the bark is ready, and the wind at help for England.
For England!
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So is it if thou knewst our purposes.
I see a cherub that sees them. But come for England. Farewell, dear mother.
Thy loving father, Hamlet.
My mother, father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh. And so, my mother, come for England.
Tempt him with speed aboard. I'll have him hence tonight.
Your servant, my lord.
In England, my love thou hold'st at aught. Thou mayst not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full by letters conjuring to that effect the present death of Hamlet. Do it, England. For like the hectic in my blood he rages, and thou must cure me. Till I know 'tis done. However my haps, my joys were ne'er begun.
You are listening to a special hour-and-a-half broadcast of Hamlet, produced by the Theatre Guild on the Air and presented jointly tonight by the United States Steel Corporation and the Radio Corporation of America. We pause now for station identification.
And now the curtain rises on the third act of Hamlet, starring John Gielgud as Hamlet, Dorothy McGuire as Ophelia, Pamela Brown as the Queen, and featuring Esme Percy as the Ghost.
That her father Polonius should die a violent death, and by the hands of the prince whom she loved, so affected the tender young maid Ophelia, that in a little time she grew distracted. She would go about the court as if she had no memory of what happened to her, giving flowers to the ladies and singing songs of love and death.
I will not speak with her, Horatio.
Madam, her mood will needs be pitied.
What would she have? Oh, let her come in.
Thank you, madam.
Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
How now, Ophelia?
Should I your true love know by his cockle hat and hair and his sandals shoes?
Alas, sweet lady, what imports this song?
Say it, may pray you mark. He is dead and gone, lady. He is dead and gone. At his head across green turf, at his heels a stone.
Gertrude.
Look here, my lord. Alack and fie for shame. Young men will do it, for tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day.
How do you, pretty lady?
Well, God gild you. They say the owl was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but know not what we may be. God be at your table.
How long hath she been thus?
I hope all will be well. You must be patient. Oh, but I cannot choose but weep to think that they would lay him in the cold ground. My brother shall know of it. And so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night.
Horatio. Follow her close. Give her good watch, I pray.
Aye, my lord.
Oh, Gertrude. When sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions.
Alack, what noise is this?
What is the matter? Osric!
Save yourself, my lord. The young Laertes in a riotous head obeys your officers.
Laertes?
The rabble call him lord. They cry, choose we. Laertes shall be king.
Cheerfully on the false trail they cry. Move, this is counter, you false Danish dogs.
The doors are broke.
Oh, thou vile king, give me my father.
Calmly, good Laertes.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
Let him demand his fill, Gertrude.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. For hell allegiance, vows to the blackest devil. Let come what comes, only I'll be revenged most truly for my father.
Good Laertes, that I am guiltless of your father's death, and am most sensibly in grief for it. It shall as level to your judgment, Pearce, as day does to your eyes.
What noise is that? Oh, he dry up my brains. Oh, Rose of May, dear maid, kind sister. Sweet Ophelia. Oh, heavens. Is it possible a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life?
There's rosemary. That's for remembrance.
Ophelia. Oh, list.
Pray you, love, remember. And there's pansies. That's for thoughts.
Hadst thou wits and didst persuade revenge, it could not move thus.
There's fennel for you and columbine. There's rue for you.
Oh, sweet maid.
And here's some for me. We may call it herb or grace for Sunday. You may wear your rue with a different. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. Oh, they say he made a good end. For bonny sweet robin is all my joy.
Thought and afflictions, passion, hell itself, she turns to favor and to prettiness.
And will it not come again? And will it not come again? No, no, he's dead. Go to thy deathbed. He never will come again. God have mercy on his soul. And of all Christian souls, I pray God be with you.
You see this? Oh, God!
Laertes, I must commune with your grief, or you deny me right. You must put me in your heart for a friend. Will you be ruled by me?
Aye, my good lord. So you will not all rule me to a peace.
I pray you, go with me, and we shall jointly labor with your soul to give it due content.
Meanwhile, Hamlet, suspecting some treachery of the subtle king, had escaped from the vessel bearing him to England when the ship was attacked by pirates. In the hope that the prince might do them a good turn at court, the pirates had set him ashore at the nearest port in Denmark. But the king was contriving a new destruction for Hamlet.
Attend, Laertes. Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to show yourself indeed your father's son, more than in words?
To cut his throat in the church.
And so the king set on Laertes to challenge Hamlet to a friendly bout of fencing, wherein Laertes, instead of a blunted sword, would use one with a point, and poisoned.
Let's further think on this. If this should fail... Soft. I have it.
And to make sure of Hamlet if Laertes failed, the king planned that a bowl of wine should be prepared, in case Hamlet at the fencing should call for drink. And into this the treacherous king would infuse a deadly venom.
But say, what noise? How now, sweet queen?
One woe doth tread upon another's heels, so fast they follow. Your sister's drowned, Laertes.
Drowned? Oh, where?
There is a willow grows aslant a brook that shows his hoar leaves in the glassy stream. There with fantastic garlands did she come of crowflowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples. There on the pendant boughs her coronet weeds, clambering to hang. An envious slither broke, when down her weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook. Her clothes spread wide, and mermaid like a while they bore her up, which time she chanted snatches of old tunes, as one incapable of her own distress, or like a creature native and endued unto her melodious lay, to muddy death.
Alas, then she is drowned.
Drowned.
Too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia, and therefore I forbid my tears. Adieu, my lord. I have a speech of fire that fain would blaze, but that this folly doubts it.
And when Hamlet, returning home, came across the fields by the castle churchyard,
Youth when I did love, thought was very sweet.
Hath this fellow no feeling of his business that he sings at grave-making?
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
That is e'en so. That skull had a tongue in it and could sing once. How the knave jolls it to the ground. I will speak to this fellow. Whose grave's this, sirrah?
Mine, sir. For a pit of clay for to be made, for such a guest is me.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
For you lie out on, sir, and therefore 'tis not yours. For my part, I do not lie in it, and yet it is mine.
Thou dost lie in it to be in it and say 'tis thine. 'Tis for the dead, not for the quick, therefore thou liest.
'Tis a quick lie, sir. 'Twill away again from me to you.
What man dost thou dig it for?
Oh, for no man, sir.
For what woman, then?
For none, neither.
Who is to be buried in it?
One that was a woman, sir, but rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is. How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Why, I've been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years.
How long will a man lie the earth ere he rot?
If it be not rotten afore a dial. Ask you some 8 year or 9 year. Now, here's a skull now that lay near the earth 23 years.
Oh, whose was it?
Oh, some mad fellas it was. Who should you think it was?
Nay, I know not.
What pestilence on him for a mad rogue. A poured a flagon of Rhenish on my head once. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester. This ain't that.
Let me see. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. Fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He has borne me on his back 1,000 times, and now, how abhorred in my imagination it is, my gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips which I have kissed I know not how long. Where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning, quite chop-fallen. But soft aside, here comes the king, the queen, the courtiers. Who is this they follow, and with such maimed rites? Couch we a while and mark.
What ceremony else?
That is Laertes, a very noble youth, mark.
Sir Priest, what ceremony else?
The obstacles have been as far enlarged as we have warranted. Her death was doubtful, and but that great commander sways the order, she should in ground and sanctified been lodged till the last trumpet.
I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
What? The fair Ophelia?
Sweets to the sweet, farewell. I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife.
Hold off the earth a while till I have caught her once more in mine arms. Now pile your dust upon the quick and dead, till of this flat a mountain you have made to our top old Pelion, or the sky's head of blue Olympus.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis, whose phrase of sorrow conjures the wandering stars and makes them stand like wonder-wounded hearers? This is I, Hamlet the Dane.
The devil take thy soul.
Praise well. I pray thee take thy fingers from my throat.
What's the asunder?
Hamlet!
Hamlet!
Oh, my lord, be quiet.
I will fight with him upon this theme until mine eyelids can no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum.
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
For love of God, forbear him.
Hear you, sir. What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever, but it is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day.
Good Gertrude, let some watch over your son.
Come, Horatio.
Laertes, strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. You have put the matter to the present push.
My Lord Hamlet, good Horatio.
Good Osric.
Your lordship is right. Welcome back to Denmark.
Aye, humbly, thank you, sir.
My lord, His Majesty sends to know if your pleasure hold defense with Laertes now, or that you will take longer time.
I am constant to my purposes. They follow the king's pleasure.
The king and queen and all are coming down.
In happy time.
You will lose this wager, my lord.
I do not think so. Since he went into France, I've been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds. If thou wouldst not think how ill falls here about my heart, but it is no matter.
Nay, my good lord, if your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall their repair hither and say you are not fit.
Not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. 'Tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Since no man hath aught of what he leaves, what is't to leave betimes? Let be.
Come, Laertes. Come, Hamlet, come. Take this hand, come.
Give me your pardon, sir. I have done you wrong.
I do receive your offered love like love, and will not wrong it.
Give us the foils. Come on.
Give him the foils, young Albert.
Come, one for me. Oh, this is too heavy. Let me see another.
This likes me well. These foils have all a length.
Aye, my good lord.
Set the stoops of wine upon that table. Come, begin. And you, the judges, bear a wary eye.
Come on, sir.
Come, my lord.
One.
No.
Judgment.
Hit, a very palpable hit.
Well, again.
Stay. Give me drink. Hamlet, here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Set it by a while. Come, sir. Another hit. What say you?
A touch, I do confess.
Our son shall win.
Here, Hamlet, take my napkin, rub thy brows. The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Good, madam.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you, pardon me.
It is the poisoned cup. It is too late.
Here's drink, dear Hamlet.
I dare not drink yet, madam. By and by.
Come, let me wipe thy face.
My lord, I've hit him now. I do not think it. Yet it is almost against my conscience.
Come for the third, Laertes, you bedelly.
Say you so? Come on. Have it you now!
Lord Hamlet's wounded.
Wait and bait it.
Yes, my son.
Out, Laertes.
Hamlet has seized the poisoned sword.
Nay, come again.
No, I am slain.
They bleed on both sides. How is my lord?
How is Laertes?
Oh, Osric, I am justly killed with mine own treachery.
What does the queen?
Look to the queen there. Look to the queen there. Oh.
She swoons to see them bleed.
No, the drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink. I'm poisoned.
Oh, villainy. Oh, let the doors be locked. Treachery. Seek it out.
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. In thee there is not half an hour of life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbaited and envenomed. The foul practice hath turned itself on me. Thy mother's poison. I can no more. The king's to blame.
The point. Envenomed too. Then venom. To thy work!
The king is down! Yet defend me, friends, I am hurt!
Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane! Follow my mother!
Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me.
Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. I am slain, Horatio. Wretched queen, adieu. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, had I but time, as this fell Sergeant Death is strict in his arrest. Oh, I could tell you, but let it be. Horatio, I am dead, thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Here's yet some liquor left.
Is that a man? Give me the cup. Let go. By heaven, I'll have it. Oh, God, Horatio. What a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. Thou didst ever hold me in thy heart. Have sent thee from felicity a while. And in this harsh world, draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. Oh, I die, Horatio. This potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirits. Rest is silence. Now cracks a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
Let 4 captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage. For he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royally. And for his passage, the soldier's music and the rites of war speak loudly for him. Take up the bodies. Such a sight as this becomes the field, but here shows much amiss. Go, bid the soldiers shoot.
Curtain has fallen on the Theatre Guild on the Air production of Hamlet, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation and the Radio Corporation of America. We express our thanks to our stars, John Gielgud as Hamlet, Dorothy McGuire as Ophelia, and Pamela Brown as the Queen, and to Esme Percy, who was featured as the Ghost. Our thanks also to the other members of the cast, whom you heard in these roles, as Horatio, John Merivale as the King, Berry Kroger as Polonius, George Howe as Laertes, Richard Leach as Bernardo, Peter Bull as the Grave Digger, Elliot Macomb as the Player Queen, Hazel Terry as Osric, David Evans, and as the priest, Norman Bird. The Theatre Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn. with Armina Marshall, executive producer. S. Mark Smith is editor. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy. Dorothy McGuire may currently be seen starring in the 20th Century Fox film, Mr. 880. John Gielgud and Pamela Brown are currently starring on Broadway in the Theater Guild, John C. Wilson and H.M. Tennant production, The Ladies Not for Burning, by Christopher Fry. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time. The curtain has fallen on the Theater Guild on the Air production of Hamlet, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation and the Radio Corporation of America. We express our thanks to our stars, John Gielgud as Hamlet, Dorothy McGuire as Ophelia, and Pamela Brown as the Queen, and to Esme Percy, who was featured as the Ghost. Our thanks also to the other members of the cast, whom you heard in these roles. As Horatio, John Merivale; as the King, Berry Kroger; as Polonius, George Howe; as Laertes, Richard Leach; as Bernardo, Peter Bull; as the Grave Digger, Elliot Macomb; as the Player Queen, Hazel Terry; as Osric, David Evans; and as the Priest, Norman Bird. The Theater Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with Armina Marshall, executive producer. S. Mark Smith is editor. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy. Dorothy McGuire may currently be seen starring in the 20th Century Fox film, Mr. 880. John Gielgud and Pamela Brown are currently starring on Broadway in the Theater Guild, John C. Wilson and H.M. Tennant production, The Ladies Not for Burning, by Christopher Fry. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time.
We hope you enjoyed William Shakespeare's Hamlet and our entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival. If you missed any of the festival's presentations, they are all available with my commentary and introductions on our website at crusadechannel.com. It is my hope that this Shakespeare Radio Film Festival will have kindled in you a desire to delve deeper into the great works of William Shakespeare, arguably the greatest writer who ever lived, and certainly the greatest writer who ever lived, with the possible exception of either Dante, the great medieval poet from Italy, or Homer, the great classical poet of ancient Greece. Shakespeare teaches us so much about our own humanity and about our relationship with each other and about our relationship with God. There's no better company to keep than William Shakespeare, and I hope that you'll want to see and keep his company much more often as a consequence of this journey through some of his classic plays. This has been the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, written, produced and directed by Mike Church. Our curator is K.V. Turley. Our recording producer is Justin Redman. It has been my honor to have been your presenter. For the Crusade Channel, I am Joseph Pearce, and I bid thee farewell in the words of William Shakespeare himself from his final speech, the final speech of Prospero at the end of his final play, The Tempest. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own, which is most faint. Now 'tis true, I must be here confined by you, or sent to Naples. Let me not, since I have my dukedom got, and pardon the deceiver, dwell in this fair island by your spell. But release me from my bands with the help of your good hands. Gentle breath of yours my sails must fill, or else my project fails, which was to please. Now I want spirits to enforce, art to enchant, and my ending is despair, unless I be relieved by prayer, which pierces so that it assaults mercy itself and frees all faults, as you from crimes would pardoned be. Let your indulgence set me free.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like